Section 41 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10th Annual Report, 1846, Part 2. If the previous argument began with sound premises and has been logically conducted, then it has established this position, that a vast portion of the present wealth of the world either consists in or has been immediately derived from those great natural substances and powers of the earth which were bestowed by the Creator alike on all mankind, or from the discoveries, inventions, labors, and improvements of our ancestors, which were alike designed for the common benefit of all their descendants. The question now arises, at what time is this wealth to be transferred from the preceding to a succeeding generation? At what point are the latter to take possession of it, or to derive a benefit from it? Or at what time are the former to surrender it in their behalf? Is each existing generation, and each individual of an existing generation, to hold fast to his possessions until death relaxes his grasp? Or is something of the right to be acknowledged, and something of the benefit to be yielded beforehand? It seems too obvious for argument that the latter is the only alternative. If the incoming generation have no rights until the outgoing generation have actually retired, then is every individual that enters the world liable to perish on the day he is born. According to the very constitution of things, each individual must obtain sustenance and succor as soon as his eyes open in quest of light, or his lungs gasp for his first breath of air. His wants cannot be delayed until he himself can supply them. If the demands of his nature are ever to be answered, they must be answered years before he can make any personal provision for them, either by the performance of any labor or by any exploits of skill. The infant must be fed before he can earn his bread. He must be clothed before he can prepare garments. He must be protected from the elements before he can erect a dwelling. And it is just as clear that he must be instructed before he can engage or reward a tutor. A course contrary to this would be the destruction of the young, that we might rob them of their rightful inheritance. Carried to its extreme, it would be the act of Herod seeking in a general massacre the life of one who was supposed to endanger his power. Here, then, the claims of the succeeding generation, not only upon the affection and care, but upon the property of the preceding one, attach. God having given to the second generation as full and complete a right to the incomes and profits of the world as he has given to the first, and to the third generation as full and complete a right as he has given to the second, and so on while the world stands, it necessarily follows that children must come into a partial and qualified possession of these rights by the paramount law of nature as soon as they are born. No human enactment can abolish or countervail this paramount and supreme law, and all those positive and often arbitrary enactments of the civil code, by which, for the encouragement of industry and frugality, the possessor of property is permitted to control it for a limited period after his decease, must be construed and executed in subservience to this sovereign and irrepealable ordinance of nature. Nor is this transfer always, or even generally, to be made in kind, but according to the needs of the recipient. The recognition of this principle is universal. A guardian or trustee may possess lands, while the ward, or owner under the trust, may need money, or the former may have money, while the latter need raiment or shelter. The form of the estate must be exchanged if need be, and adapted to the wants of the receiver. The claim of a child, then, to a portion of pre-existent property begins with the first breath he draws. The newborn infant must have sustenance and shelter and care. If the natural parents are removed, or parental ability fails, in a word, if parents either cannot or will not supply the infant's wants, then society at large, the government having assumed to itself the ultimate control of all property, is bound to step in and fill the parent's place. To deny this to any child would be equivalent of a sentence of death, a capital execution of the innocent, at which every soul shudders. It would be a more cruel form of infanticide than any which is practiced in China or in Africa. But to preserve the animal life of a child only, and there to stop, would be not the bestowment of a blessing or the performance of a duty, but the infliction of a fearful curse. A child has interests far higher than those of mere physical existence. Better that the wants of its natural life should be disregarded than that the higher interests of the character should be neglected. If a child has any claim to bread to keep him from perishing, he has a far higher claim to knowledge to preserve him from error and its fearful retinue of calamities. If a child has any claim to shelter to protect him from the destroying elements, he has a far higher claim to be rescued from the infamy and perdition of vice and crime. All moralists agree, nay, all moralists maintain, that a man is as responsible for his omissions as for his commissions, that he is as guilty of the wrong which he could have prevented but did not, as for that which his own hand has perpetrated. They, then, who knowingly withhold sustenance from a newborn child, and he dies, are guilty of infanticide. And by the same reasoning, they who refuse to enlighten the intellect of the rising generation are guilty of degrading the human race. They who refuse to train up children in the way they should go are training up incendiaries and madmen to destroy property and life, and to invade and pollute the sanctuaries of society. In a word, if the mind is as real and substantive a part of human existence as the body, then mental attributes during the periods of infancy and childhood demand provision, at least as imperatively as bodily appetites. The time when these respective obligations attach corresponds with the periods when the nurture, whether physical or mental, is needed. As the right of sustenance is of equal date with birth, so the right to intellectual and moral training begins at least as early as when children are ordinarily sent to school. At that time, then, by the irrepealable law of nature, every child succeeds to so much more of the property of the community as is necessary for his education. He is to receive this, not in the form of lands or of gold and silver, but in the form of knowledge and a training to good habits. This is one of the steps in the transfer of property from the present to the succeeding generation. Human sagacity may be at fault in fixing the amount of property to be transferred or the time when the transfer should be made to $1 or to an hour, but certainly in a republican government the obligation of the predecessors and the right of the successors extend to and embrace the means of such an amount of education as will prepare each individual to perform all the duties which devolve upon him as a man and a citizen. It may go further than this point. Certainly it cannot fall short of it. Under our political organization, the places and the processes where this transfer is to be provided for and its amount determined are the district school meeting, the town meeting, legislative halls, and conventions for establishing and revising the fundamental laws of the state. If it be not done there, society is false to its high trusts, and any community, whether national or state, that ventures to organize a government or to administer a government already organized, without making provision for the free education of all its children, dares the certain vengeance of heaven, and in the squalid forms of poverty and destitution, in the scourges of violence and misrule, in the heart-destroying corruptions of licentiousness and debauchery, and in political profligacy and legalized perfidy, in all the blended and mutually aggravated crimes of civilization and of barbarism, will be sure to feel the terrible retributions of its delinquency. I bring my argument on this point, then, to a close, and I present a test of its validity, which, as it seems to me, defies denial or evasion. In obedience to the laws of God and to the laws of all civilized communities, society is bound to protect the natural life of children, and this natural life cannot be protected without the appropriation and use of a portion of the property which society possesses. We prohibit infanticide under penalty of death. We practice a refinement in this particular. The life of an infant is inviolable even before he is born, and he who feloniously takes it even before birth is as subject to the extreme penalty of the law as though he had struck down manhood in its vigor, or taken away a mother by violence from the sanctuary of home where she blesses her offspring. But why preserve the natural life of a child? Why preserve unborn embryos of life, if we do not intend to watch over and to protect them, and to expand their subsequent existence into usefulness and happiness? As individuals, or as an organized community, we have no natural right. We can derive no authority or countenance from reason. We can cite no attribute or purpose of the divine nature for giving birth to any human being and then inflicting upon that being the curse of ignorance, of poverty, and of vice with all their attendant calamities. We are brought then to this startling but inevitable alternative. The natural life of an infant should be extinguished as soon as it is born, or the means should be provided to save that life from being a curse to its possessor. And therefore every state is morally bound to enact a code of laws legalizing and enforcing infanticide, or a code of laws establishing free schools. The three following propositions, then, describe the broad and ever-during foundation on which the common school system of Massachusetts reposes: that successive generations of men, taken collectively, constitute one great commonwealth. The property of this commonwealth is pledged for the education of all its youth, up to such a point as will save them from poverty and vice, and prepare them for the adequate performance of their social and civil duties. The successive holders of this property are trustees, bound to the faithful execution of their trust by the most sacred obligations, and embezzlement and pillage from children and descendants have not less of criminality and have more of meanness than the same offenses when perpetrated against contemporaries. Recognizing these eternal principles of natural ethics, the Constitution of Massachusetts, the fundamental law of the state, after declaring, among other things, in the preamble to the first section of the 5th chapter, that the encouragement of arts and sciences and all good literature tends to the honor of God, the advantage of the Christian religion, and the great benefit of this and other United States of America, then proceeds in the 2nd section of the same chapter to set forth the duties of all future legislators and magistrates in the following noble and impressive language: wisdom and knowledge, as well as virtue, diffused generally among the body of the people, being necessary for the preservation of their rights and liberties, and as these depend on spreading the opportunities and advantages of education in the various parts of the country and among the different orders of the people, it shall be the duty of legislatures and magistrates in all future periods of this Commonwealth to cherish the interests of literature and the sciences, and all seminaries of them, especially the University of Cambridge, the public schools and grammar schools in the towns, and to encourage private societies and public institutions, rewards and immunities for the promotion of agriculture, arts, sciences, commerce, trade, manufactures, and a natural history of the country, to countenance and inculcate the principles of humanity and general benevolence, public and private charity, industry and frugality, honesty and punctuality in their dealings, sincerity, good humor, and all social affections and generous sentiments among the people. See also Revised Statutes, Chapter 23, Section 7. Massachusetts is parental in her government. More and more, as year after year rolls by, she seeks to substitute prevention for remedy and rewards for penalties. She strives to make industry the antidote to poverty, and to counterwork the progress of vice and crime by the diffusion of knowledge and the culture of virtuous principles. She seeks not only to mitigate those great physical and mental calamities of which mankind are the sad inheritors, but also to avert those infinitely greater moral calamities which form the disastrous heritage of depraved passions. Hence it has long been her policy to endow or to aid asylums for the cure of disease. She succors and maintains all the poor within her borders, whatever may have been the land of their nativity. She founds and supports hospitals for restoring reason to the insane, and even for those violators of the law whom she is obliged to sequestrate from society, she provides daily instruction and the ministrations of the gospel at the public charge. To those who, in the order of nature and providence, have been bereft of the noble faculties of hearing and of speech, she teaches a new language, and opens their imprisoned minds and hearts to conversation with men and communion with God. And it hardly transcends the literal truth to say that she gives sight to the blind. For the remnants of those aboriginal tribes who for so many ages roamed over this land without cultivating its soil or elevating themselves in the scale of being, her annual bounty provides good schools, and when the equal, natural, and constitutional rights of the outcast children of Africa were thought to be invaded, she armed her courts of judicature with power to punish the aggressors. The public highway is not more open and free for every man in the community than is the public schoolhouse for every child, and each parent feels that a free education is as secure a part of the birthright of his offspring as heaven's bounties of light and air. The state not only commands that the means of education shall be provided for all, but she denounces penalties against all individuals and all towns and cities, however populous or powerful they may be, that shall presume to stand between her bounty and its recipients. In her righteous code, the interception of knowledge is a crime, and if parents are unable to supply their children with books, she becomes a parent and supplies them. The policy of the state promotes not only secular but religious instruction, yet in such a way as leaves to every individual the right of private judgment and the sacred freedom of conscience. Public sentiment exceeds and excels the law. Annually, vast sums are given for eleemosynary and charitable purposes, to promote the cause of temperance, to send the gospel to the heathen, to diffuse the doctrines of peace, which are the doctrines of the Prince of Peace. For public free education alone, including the direct outlay of money and the interest on capital invested, Massachusetts expends annually more than $1 million. To support religious institutions for the worship of God and the salvation of men, she annually expends more than another $1 million. And what she gives away in the various forms of charity far exceeds a third sum of equal magnitude. She explores the world for new objects of beneficence, and so deep and common is the feeling which expects and prompts all this, that she is gradually changing and ennobling the definition of a cardinal word in the language of morals, doing what no king or court with all their authority, nor Royal Academy with all its sages and literary men can do. She is changing the meaning of charity into duty. For the support of the poor, 9/10 of whose cost originate with foreigners or come from one prolific vice, whose last convulsive energies she is now struggling to subdue, she annually pays more than $300,000. For the support and improvement of public highways, she pays a much larger sum, and within the last 12 or 14 years she has invested a capital in railroads, within and without the state, of nearly or quite $60 millions. Whence come her means to give each returning year more than $1 million to public education, more than another $1 million to religion, more than a third to ameliorate and succor the afflicted and the ignorant at home, and to bless in distant lands those who sit in the region and shadow of death? How does she support her poor, maintain her public ways, and contribute such vast sums for purposes of internal improvement, besides maintaining her immense commercial transactions with every zone in the world? Has she a vast domain? Her whole territory would not make a courtyard of respectable dimensions to stand in front of many of the states and territories belonging to the Union. Does she draw revenues from conquered provinces or subjugated realms? She conquers nothing, she subdues nothing, save the great elemental forces of nature, which God gives freely whenever and wherever they are asked for in the language of genius and science, and in regard to which no profusion or prodigality to one can diminish the bounty always ready for others. Does she live by the toil of a race of serfs and vassals whom she holds in personal and hereditary bondage, by one comprehensive and sovereign act of violence, seizing upon both body and soul at once, and superseding the 1,000 acts of plunder which make up the life of a common robber? Every man who treads her sacred soil is free. All are free alike. And within her borders, for any purpose connected with human slavery, iron will not be welded into a fetter. Has she rich mines of precious metals? In all her coffers there is not a drachma of silver or of gold which has not been obtained by the sweat of her brow or the vigor of her brain. Has she magazines of mineral wealth embedded in her earth? Or are her soil and climate so spontaneously exuberant that she reaps luxuriant harvests from uncultivated fields? Alas, the orator has barbed his satire by declaring her only natural productions to be granite and ice. Whence, then, I ask again, comes her wealth? I do not mean the gorgeous wealth which is displayed in the voluptuous and too often enervating residences of the affluent, but that golden mean of property, such as Agur asked for in his perfect prayer, which carries blessings in its train to thousands of householders, which spreads solid comfort and competence through the dwellings of the land, which furnishes the means of instruction, of social pleasures and refinement to the citizens at large, which saves from the cruel sufferings and the more cruel temptations of penury. The families scattered over her hills and along her valleys have not merely a shelter from the inclemencies of the seasons, but the sanctuary of a home. Not only food, but books are spread upon their tables. Her commonest houses have the means of hospitality. They have appliances for sickness, and resources laid up against accident and the infirmities of age. Whether in her rural districts or her populous towns, a wandering, native-born beggar is a prodigy, and the $12 millions deposited in her savings institutions do not more loudly proclaim the frugality and providence of the past than they foretell the competence and enjoyments of the future. One copious, exhaustless fountain supplies all this abundance. It is education, the intellectual, moral, and religious education of the people. Having no other mines to work, Massachusetts has mined into the human intellect, and from its limitless resources she has won more sustaining and enduring prosperity and happiness than if she had been founded upon a stratification of silver and gold reaching deeper down than geology has yet penetrated. From her high religious convictions she has learned that great lesson, to set a value upon time. Regarding the faculties as a gift of God, she has felt bound both to use and to improve them. Mingling skill and intelligence with the daily occupations of life, she has made labor honorable, and as a necessary consequence, idleness is disgraceful. Knowledge has been the ambition of her sons, and she has reverenced and venerated the purity and chastity of her matrons and her daughters. At the hearthstone, at the family table, and at the family altar, on all those occasions where the structure of youthful character is builded up, these sentiments of love for knowledge and of reverence for maidenly virtue have been builded in, and where they stand, so wrought and mingled with the fibers of being that none but God can tell which is nature and which is education, which we owe primarily to the grace of heaven, and which to the cooperating wisdom of the institutions of men. Verily, not as we ought have we obeyed the laws of Jehovah, or imitated the divine example of the Savior. And yet, for such imperfect obedience and distant imitation as we have rendered, God has showered down manna from the heavens, and opened a rock whence flow living waters to gladden every thirsty place. He who studies the present or the historic character of Massachusetts will see, and he who studies it most profoundly will see most clearly, that whatever of abundance, of intelligence, or of integrity, whatever of character at home or of renown abroad she may possess, all has been evolved from the enlightened and at least partially Christianized mind, not of a few, but of the great masses of her people. They are not the result of outward riches or art brought around it, or laminated over it, but of an awakened inward force, working energetically outwards, and fashioning the most intractable circumstances to the dominion of its own desires and resolves. And this force has been awakened, and its unspent energies replenished, more than from all things else, by her common schools. When we witness the mighty achievements of art, the locomotive taking up its burden of 100 tons and transporting it for hundreds of miles between the rising and the setting sun, the steamboat cleaving its rapid way triumphant over wind and tide, the power loom yielding products of greater richness and abundance in a single day than all the inhabitants of Tyre could have manufactured in years, the printing press which could have replaced the Alexandrian library within a week after it was burnt, the lightning not only domesticated in the laboratories of the useful arts, but employed as a messenger between distant cities, and galleries of beautiful paintings quickened into life by the sunbeams. When we see all these marvels of power and of celerity, we are prone to conclude that it is to them we are indebted for the increase of our wealth and for the progress of our society. But were there any statistics to show the aggregate value of all the thrifty and gainful habits of the people at large, the greater productiveness of the educated than of the brutified laborer, the increased power of the intelligent hand, and the broad survey and deep intuition of the intelligent eye, could we see a ledger account of the profits which come from forethought, order, and system, as they preside over all our farms, in all our workshops, and emphatically in all the labors of our households, we should then know how rapidly their gathered units swell into millions upon millions. The skill that strikes the nail's head instead of the finger's ends, the care that mends a fence and saves a cornfield, that drives a horseshoe nail and secures both rider and horse, that extinguishes a light and saves a house, the prudence that cuts the coat according to the cloth, that lays by something for a rainy day, and that postpones marriage until reasonably sure of a livelihood, the forethought that sees the end from the beginning and reaches it by the direct route of an hour instead of the circuitous gropings of a day, the exact remembrance impressed upon childhood to do the errand as it was bidden, and more than all, the economy of virtue over vice, of restrained over pampered desires. These things are not set down in works on political economy, but they have far more to do with the wealth of nations than any laws which aim to regulate the balance of trade, or any speculations on capital and labor, or any of the great achievements of art. That vast variety of ways in which an intelligent people surpass a stupid one, and an exemplary people an immoral one, has infinitely more to do with the well-being of a nation than soil or climate, or even than government itself, excepting so far as government may prove to be the patron of intelligence and virtue. From her earliest colonial history, the policy of Massachusetts has been to develop the minds of all her people, and to imbue them with the principles of duty. To do this work most effectually, she has begun it with the young. If she would continue to mount higher and higher toward the summit of prosperity, she must continue the means by which her present elevation has been gained. In doing this, she will not only exercise the noblest prerogative of government, but will cooperate with the Almighty in one of His sublimest works. The Greek rhetorician Longinus quotes from the Mosaic account of the creation what he calls the sublimest passage ever uttered. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. From the center of black immensity, effulgence burst forth. Above, beneath, on every side, its radiance streamed out, silent, yet making each spot in the vast concave brighter than the line which the lightning pencils upon the midnight cloud. Darkness fled as the swift beams spread onward and outward in an unending circumfusion of splendor. Onward and outward still they move to this day, glorifying through wider and wider regions of space the infinite Author from whose power and beneficence they sprang. But not only in the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, did he say, "Let there be light." Whenever a human soul is born into the world, its Creator stands over it and again pronounces the same sublime words, "Let there be light." Magnificent indeed was the material creation, when suddenly blazing forth in mid-space, the new-born sun dispelled the darkness of the ancient night. But infinitely more magnificent is it when the human soul rays forth its subtler and swifter beams, when the light of the senses irradiates all outward things, revealing the beauty of their colors, and the exquisite symmetry of their proportions and forms, when the light of reason penetrates to their invisible properties and laws, and displays all those hidden relations that make up all the sciences, when the light of conscience illuminates the moral world, separating truth from error and virtue from vice. The light of the newly kindled sun indeed was glorious. It struck upon all the planets and waked into existence their myriad capacities of life and joy. As it rebounded from them, it showed their vast orbs all wheeling, circle beyond circle, in their stupendous courses. The sons of God shouted for joy. That light sped onward, beyond Sirius, beyond the pole star, beyond Orion and the Pleiades, and is still speeding onward into the abysses of space. But the light of the human soul flies swifter than the light of the sun, and outshines its meridian blaze. It can embrace not only the sun of our system, but all suns and galaxies of suns. Aye, the soul is capable of knowing and of enjoying Him who created the suns themselves. And when these starry lustres that now glorify the firmament shall wax dim and fade away like a wasted taper, the light of the soul shall still remain. Nor time, nor cloud, nor any power but its own perversity shall ever quench its brightness. Again, I would say that whenever a human soul is born into the world, God stands over it and pronounces the same sublime fiat, "Let there be light." And may the time soon come when all human governments shall cooperate with the divine government in carrying this benediction and baptism into fulfillment. End of section 41. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 42 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11th Annual Report, 1847, Part 1. Gentlemen, the incontestable progress which the cause of popular education is making in Massachusetts, and in some of the other states of our Union, is a subject for hearty congratulation among ourselves, and for devout gratitude to Heaven. It cannot be denied that the cause has won to itself most able and earnest advocates, who are in no way officially connected with it, but who cherish it from the purest motives of duty and philanthropy. But it happens to this, as to all other good causes, that some of its professed friends have attached themselves to it from collateral and some from sinister motives. It is equally true that the cause has enemies, although in this community there are but few who dare to make open proclamation of their hostility. But opponents are all the more formidable when their opposition is secret. Their measures of counteraction are not the less efficient because they are indirect and hide their origin under specious pretenses. There is a third class who have no faith in the utility of education. They number it among what they are pleased to call the utopian schemes of reform with which the age is teeming, and they regard with an ill-concealed suspicion either the honesty of purpose or the soundness of intellect of those who are laboring to uphold its banner and to bear it forward. There are those also who suspect in education the existence of some unknown and mystical power, which, should it once obtain the ascendancy, would bear the community onward they know not whither, and having some ism or ology of their own, by which, provided all civil institutions and nature herself will succumb to their dictation, they can forthwith extricate the world from all its troubles, and carry it forward in the directest line, and with the swiftest speed to a millennial goal, they discard an agency whose power they can neither control nor comprehend. And lastly, there are those who array themselves against education solely from mercenary motives, because of the 1 or 2 mills upon the dollar which its support subtracts from their property. To meet the opposition and the indifference originating in these and similar prejudgments, the subject of education has been very much agitated, particularly in the northern portion of our country, within the last dozen years. There can be no hazard in affirming that far more has been spoken and printed, heard and read on this theme within the last 12 years than ever before, were it all put together since the settlement of the colonies. The consequence certainly has been a very marked development of the merits of the subject, and a corresponding opening or expansion of the public mind for their recognition. To many sensible men it has come like a revelation, inspiring hopes for the amelioration of mankind and for the perpetuity of our institutions, which they had never dreamed of before. There are thousands of persons amongst us whose once darkened minds have been so quickened with life and illuminated with wisdom on this subject as to beget an intolerable impatience under old imperfections, a perception of which has made rest impossible and the pleasures of home uncomfortable, until within their respective spheres they had effected a reform. In order to make this subject more intelligible to the common mind, as well as to conform to broad distinctions which nature herself has established, it has been considered under a threefold aspect. First, as embracing the proper care and training of the body, that its health and longevity may be secured. Second, as cultivating the faculties by which we perceive, compare, analyze, and combine, remember, reason, and perceive natural fitness and the beauty of things, so that we may know more of the world in which we are placed, and of the glorious attributes of its Maker, and so that by more faithfully harmonizing our conduct with its laws, we may the better enjoy its exquisite adaptations to our welfare. And thirdly, as fashioning our moral nature into some resemblance to its divine original, subordinating our propensities to the law of duty, expanding our benevolence into a sentiment of universal brotherhood, and lifting our hearts to the grateful and devout contemplation of God. In pursuance of these fundamental ideas, it has been shown, by the authority of the highest medical men in the country, that even in the present imperfect state of physiological science, more than 1/2 of all the cases of bodily disability and disease, more than 1/2 of all the pains and expenditures of sickness, more than 1/2 of all the cases of premature death, that is, of death under the age of 70 years, are the consequence of sheer ignorance, not of any irrepealable decree of fatality necessitating their existence, independently of our consent and cooperation, but of our own brutish ignorance of the conditions of health and life to which our bodies have been subjected by their Maker. And I desire also to be here understood as not including in this moiety of unnecessary suffering and of untimely death a single one of that extensive class of cases which result from a slavish submission to some tyrannous appetite, such as intemperance, for instance,
where the knowledge, even if we possessed it, might be overborne in a conflict with the sensual desire. But I mean maladies, pains, and death, which a bad man would be as quick to avoid as a good one, which every sane man would desire to escape from, as he would from blindness or deafness, the gout or the toothache. Even were ignorance, then, to be classed among the greatest luxuries of life, it would be found too costly an indulgence to be borne by an economical people. The indispensableness of education to worldly prosperity has also been demonstrated. An ignorant people not only is, but must be, a poor people. They must be destitute of sagacity and providence, and of course of competence and comfort. The proof of this does not depend upon the lessons of history, but on the constitution of nature. No richness of climate, no spontaneous productiveness of soil, no facilities for commerce, no stores of gold or of diamonds garnered in the treasure chambers of the earth, can confer even worldly prosperity upon an uneducated nation. Such a nation cannot create wealth of itself, and whatever riches may be showered upon it will run to waste. The ignorant pearl divers do not wear the pearls they win. The diamond hunters are not ornamented by the gems they find. The miners for silver and gold are not enriched by the precious metals they dig. Those who toil on the most luxuriant soils are not filled with the harvests they gather. All the choicest productions of the earth, whether mineral or vegetable, wherever found or wherever gathered, will in a short time, as by some secret and resistless attraction, make their way into the hands of the more intelligent. Within the last 4 centuries, the people of Spain have owned as much silver and gold as all the other nations of Europe put together. Yet at the present time, poor indeed is the people who have less than they. The nation which produced more of the raw material and manufactured from it more fine linen than all contemporary nations are now the most ragged and squalid in Christendom. Let whoever will sow the seed or gather the fruit, intelligence will consume the banquet. It must be admitted, indeed, that when the people composing any particular state or country are compared with each other, the wisest are not always the wealthiest. This natural law, like others, is liable to fluctuations and disturbances from artificial and arbitrary institutions. Primogeniture, entail, monopoly, may derange its action. Yet even here, as if to add confirmation to the general principle, it is always found that the families of inferior mind who inherit wealth, and the imbecile sovereigns or rulers who inherit power, owe their elevation to the greatness of some ancestor whose mental superiority not only won preeminence for himself, but for his descendants also. Where wealth or social position has not been earned or won by the possessors themselves, it is the representative of some ancestral talent whose force is not yet expended. Who that visited the late Mechanics' Fair in the city of Boston was not bewildered by the number and diversity of the products of inventive genius and skill there exhibited? To the common observer, it was a profusion producing confusion. What would be the result and sum total of a mechanics' fair among a tribe in the interior of Africa or among the aborigines of our western wilderness? Hardly more than a stone hatchet, a flint-headed arrow, a stick burned at the end and sharpened into a spear, and a few yards of tawdry wampum. Yet the variety and richness of the one, compared with the poverty and rudeness of the other, would be but feeble symbols of the relative power and weakness of the minds from which they sprung. And whence came the vast, wonderful intellectual superiority? It came from the old slate and pencil, the bit of chalk and the bit of board, planed or unplaned, the spelling book and the reading book, which have been found in every household through all our borders, from the time of the first rude huts which went up, amid winter and storm, about Plymouth Rock, which have been the companions and playthings of every nursery, and the business things of every schoolroom, for more than 2 centuries, until the children, as if by force of hereditary instinct, seem to look round inquiringly after them almost as soon as they are born. These are the acorns whence the majestic forest has sprung. If the difference between persons dwelling in the same community and living side by side be less striking to the senses, it is not less instructive to the reason. In my 5th Annual Report, I presented the testimony of some of the most eminent and successful businessmen amongst us, proving from business data and beyond controversy that labor becomes more profitable as the laborer is more intelligent, and that the true mint of wealth, the veritable coinage of the country, is not to be found in magnificent government establishments at Philadelphia or New Orleans, but in the humble schoolhouse. On the occasion referred to, one of our most sagacious manufacturers declared, not only in accordance with the conclusions of his own reason, but as the result of an actual experiment, that the best cotton mill in New England, if worked by operatives so low in the scale of intelligence as to be unable to read and write, would never yield the proprietor a profit, that the machinery would soon be worn out, the owner impoverished, and the operatives themselves left penniless. Another witness, for a long time superintendent of many work people, made the following striking remark: "So confident am I that production is affected by the intellectual and moral condition of help, that whenever a mill or a room should fail to give the proper amount of work, my first inquiry, after that respecting the condition of the machinery, would be as to the character of the help, and if the deficiency remained any great length of time, I am sure I should find many who had made their marks upon the payroll, being unable to write their names, and I should be greatly disappointed if I did not, upon inquiry, find a portion of them of irregular habits and suspicious character." Is it not, in fact, most palpably demonstrable, from a comparison of the nature of man with the powers and properties of the material universe in which he is placed, that he was designed to reach a point of intellectual and moral elevation far higher than any which the most favored people on the earth have yet attained? A material world active with such invisible energies and constantly displaying such fitful changes as belong to our planet would be the most cruel prison house to beings capable of perceiving its aspects but incapable of understanding its laws. The superiority of our affective and sympathetic faculties over those possessed by the lower orders of creation would only render us so much the more miserable and defenseless, if we had not the faculties of reason and judgment also, by which we are able to bring ourselves into harmony with surrounding circumstances. Without knowledge, our present lives would be far more wretched than those of the brutes which perish, for we should be vulnerable on all sides, capable of suffering the keenest pain, while incapable of avoiding its causes. The revolution of the seasons would inflict want and debasement upon the whole race if we could not foresee their vicissitudes and provide for their varying necessities. Comets and eclipses are fitted in their very natures to shed consternation and dismay upon the hearts of men, until the intellect comes in to explain the sublime order that produces them. To the savage, thunder and lightning are tokens of divine wrath, while to the Christian philosopher they are only emphatic and vivid proofs of the greatness and wisdom of God. To the enlightened mind, a tempest or a whirlwind is only a tempest or a whirlwind, but a barbarian dreads them 1,000 times more for the anger of the gods which they denote, and for the evils they portend, than for any actual injuries which they inflict. The auroras of the north, so beautiful to the eye of science, have shaken myriads of hearts with fear. That numerous and various class of phenomenon which we call optical illusions are sources of the direst terror to the ignorant, while they gratify a philosophic curiosity with the purest delight. In short, we know that all the wonders and glories which nature displays in her majestic course are only sources of superstition to those who have not learned her sublime laws, darkening the already darkened mind, debasing the debased, and terrifying the affrighted. It seems impossible that a benevolent being could have gifted the human race with its high faculties if he had not provided for and ordained their development and edification. All the other orders of animated nature are adapted to their condition, but a human soul, quickened by irrepressible impulses of curiosity, subject to the illusions of hope and to the agonies of fear, but with no power to unriddle the mysteries by which it is encompassed, with no power to realize the hopes spontaneously springing up within it, or to emancipate itself from the bondage of fear, such a soul would be forever the trembling slave of nature, while nature would be a tyrant over it, deaf and remorseless. Whatever name might be given to the place of its habitation, it would be a habitation of unquenchable fire. Knowledge and a highly developed and highly trained reason are to the temporal necessities of man what instinct is to the brute. But instinct is complete, perfect, self-active, while knowledge and reason can never reach any adequate height without vigorous self-effort and copious instruction from others. Far better, therefore, would it have been for mankind had they never been elevated in the scale of existence above the simian tribe, the ape, the monkey, or the baboon, than that they should have been endowed with the faculties of memory, of hope, of fear, and of imagination, without an adequate ability to derive wisdom from past experience and to make provision for future necessities. There is no earthly power but education, which by supplying these wants can rescue the human race from sinking as much below the brute creation as they were designed to rise above it. So, too, if the practice of equity, virtue, and benevolence were not possible for the race, its condition would be far more deplorable than that of any horde of wild beasts that ever prowled through a wilderness, or hid themselves for ambush in the depths of a jungle. Even tigers and wolves, with all their ferocity, can inflict but a transitory pain upon each other, or upon the weaker races around them. The most ingenious of all the animals have never invented machines to torture those of their own or of an inferior order. The iron boot, the thumbscrew, the rack, the faggot, are dreadful realities in natural history, but the infamy of their invention and their use belongs not to the brute creation. Brutes cannot build ships and cross oceans to despoil and enslave a defenseless kindred race in another hemisphere, nor can they forge any fetters, whether of iron or of the law, which shall bind in remorseless bondage not only the victim himself, but generations of his descendants. Brutes cannot bereave each other of their natural instincts, cannot make the mother forget her young, the mated pair assail each other's lives, or the offspring lay patricidal hands upon its parent, by transforming the choicest fruits of the earth into poison, and selling this poison for ignominious gain. The most selfish and ignoble races that ever flew through the air or swam in the sea never availed themselves of the accidental possession of power to establish orders of patrician and plebeian, or of lord and commoner, and thus to doom one portion of their number to perform all the toil and bear all the burdens of the tribe, while they themselves monopolized all its leisure and its luxuries. What a spectacle would be presented if a few individuals of some family of insects, gathering themselves into conclave upon some spire of grass in the middle of a vast plain, or upon some leaf in a boundless forest, should there presume not only to adjudicate upon all the purposes of creation and all the mysteries of eternity, but should denounce imprisonment and torture, the faggot and the scaffold, upon all who would not bow to their authority and avow assent to their conclusions. There are tribes of the brute creation, it is true, which prey upon other tribes, but it is only for the satisfaction of a physical want, and when their hunger is appeased, their fierceness subsides. But not in the north, where their rage is whetted by Arctic cold, nor in the south, where their blood is fevered by tropical heat, do they ever inflict upon a victim the lifelong solitude of a dungeon, or gratuitously burn his body and heap contempt upon his ashes for not believing as they believe, or for not acknowledging as the great spirit of the universe the idol which they may have set up. If, then, I say, it had not been a part of the divine determination in the creation of our race, that its terrible propensities should be controlled and its higher susceptibilities advanced into supremacy, zoology has yet to discover the species of animals so vile, so wretched, so mutually predacious, that mankind has not reason to envy them. If posterity is to be what history shows us that 19/20ths of all the preceding world have been, what not less than 4/5 of it now are, then is man not the noblest but the ignoblest work of creation, the accursed and not the favored of heaven. Not believing in such a destiny, I believe there is a way to avoid it. Having proved, then, in former reports, by the testimony of wise and skilled men, that disease may be supplanted by health, bodily pain by enjoyment, and premature death by length of life, merely by the knowledge and practice of a few great physiological principles, such as every person can easily master before the age of 16 years, and having also shown, by testimony equally authentic and satisfactory, that intelligence, cooperating with the bounties of nature, is sufficient to secure comfort and competence to all mankind, I propose to myself in the residue of this report the still more delightful task of showing, by proofs equally unexceptionable and convincing, that the great body of vices and crimes which now sadden and torment the community may be dislodged and driven out from amongst us by such improvements in our present common school system as we are abundantly able immediately to make. During the last summer, in order to make a clear and full presentation of the subject to those persons whose testimony I wished to obtain, I prepared a circular, setting forth with as much precision and completeness as possible certain specific emendations of our present school system, only such emendations, however, as we can readily make, and appealing to the experience and judgment of the persons addressed to know what would be the results were the system to be so amended. This circular was sent to teachers highly competent to give evidence on so important a subject, competent from their science and from their personal experience, from the sobriety of their judgment, and from their freedom from any motive to overstate facts or to deduce inferences too broad for the premises on which they were founded. In fine, the circular was sent to persons whose elevated character and whose extended personal acquaintance with the subject matter on which they testify place them above denial, cavil, or suspicion. The circular, and the answers to it, follow. Circular. To blank. I desire to obtain the opinion of teachers who are both scientific and practical on a subject of great importance to the cause of popular education. Your long experience in school-keeping, the great number of children whom you have had under your care, and your well-earned reputation as an instructor and trainer of youth, prompt me to apply to you for answers to the subjoined inquiries. My general object is to obtain such an opinion as your experience will authorize you to give, respecting the efficiency in the formation of social and moral character of a good common school education conducted on the cardinal principles of the New England systems. In other words, how much of improvement in the upright conduct and good morals of the community we might reasonably hope and expect if all our common schools were what they should be, what some of them now are, and what all of them, by means which the public is perfectly able to command, may soon be made to become. As we look around us, we see that society is infested by vices, both small and great. The value of life is diminished, and even life itself is sometimes made burdensome and odious by the existence amongst us of pests and nuisances in human form, whom the law forbids us to destroy, and whom, with all our efforts, we are unable wholly to reform. Were we permitted to hunt out and exterminate from society a wicked or mischievous man, as we would a prowling wolf from the sheepfold, or could we apply the sovereign antidote of extinction to a pestilent brood of children whom profligate parents are about to send forth into the world, We might then secure ourselves in a summary manner from present fears and from future annoyance. So, too, if we could arrest the momentum of long habit, or win back to the paths of virtue those who, by their frequent tread, have worn the highways of vice both smooth and broad, we should then have access to a milder, though a more laborious remedy. But the common sentiments of mankind would revolt at any proposal to prevent all violations of the moral code by extinguishing the life of the violators, and all history and experience afford concurrent proof that the inbred habits of grown men and women, their accustomed trains of thought and of action, are mainly beyond the control of secondary causes. Hence it is that a great part of the legislation of every state and nation, a vast majority of the decisions of all legal tribunals, and a still larger proportion of all the labors and expenditures of philanthropic and Christian men, have been devoted to the punishment of positive wrong, or to the vain attempt to repair its nameless and numberless mischiefs. Could these wrongs and mischiefs be prevented, our descendants would inherit a new earth. The classes of common offenses by which society is vexed and tormented are numerous, but the individual acts of commission under the respective classes are absolutely incomprehensible save by the omniscient. There is a detestable practice of profane swearing, which is motiveless and gratuitous wickedness. This is a vice which neither gives any property to a poor man nor any luxury to a rich one. It degrades even the clown to a lower state of vulgarity, and it would render the presence even of the most polished gentleman offensive and disgusting, if it were ever possible for a gentleman to be guilty of it. Though greatly restricted at the present day in its destructive agency, and gradually withdrawing itself from the more respectable and intelligent classes to the two extremes of society, to the luxuriously rich and the self-made poor, yet the vice of intemperance still exists amongst us. Wherever it invades, it eats out the substance of families, not only consumes the means of educating children, but eradicates also the very disposition to educate them. It involves the innocent in the sufferings of the guilty, even torturing them with superadded pangs of shame which the guilty do not feel, and according to the divinely ordained laws of our physical being, it visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation, by sowing in their constitution the seeds of inordinate desires. Below that degree of slander or defamation which the law denounces as punishable, there exists such an amount of censoriousness and detraction as often estranges acquaintances, dissolves friendships, introduces discord into neighborhoods and communities, and sometimes entails hereditary animosities upon families and circles which might otherwise be blessed by harmony and peace. Nor can the gross and cowardly offense of lying be omitted from this odious catalogue. This vice includes in its very nature so much of the assassin and the dastard, that it lurks to inflict secret blows, or only ventures abroad when large numbers, bound together by strong ties of passion or of interest, impart mutual confidence and boldness in the prosecution of a common object. Hence a private individual who is known as a liar is detested, scorned, and shunned, while profligate political defamers and sectarian zealots, inspired by a common sentiment of ambition or of intolerance, and keeping themselves in countenance by their numbers and their partisanship, welcome this vice as an ally, and rejoice in the successes obtained by its aid. No patriotism is proof against the rancor of party spirit, no piety or good works against the rage and blindness of religious bigotry. In pecuniary transactions, the temptations to overreaching, to exorbitance, and to actual dishonesty are yielded to with a most lamentable frequency. The buyer takes advantage of the necessity of the seller, and obtains a transfer of his property for a small part of its value, or sometimes, by adroit management and preliminary scheming, he creates the necessity which places the victim within the jaws of his avarice. the seller knowingly overstates the quantity, the quality, or the value of the commodities he sells, and perhaps takes advantage of the ignorance or credulity of the purchaser to obtain a price which he knows to be exorbitant and inequitable. The employer often avails himself of the necessity of the employed to obtain his services for less than they are worth. He summons in hunger and cold and the sufferings of a dependent family as advisers in helping to make an unrighteous bargain, and as sureties for its performance. Men without any pecuniary resources which they can call their own embark in hazardous speculations, where if the rash adventure should chance to prove successful, they will pocket all the gain, but should it turn out to be disastrous, their creditors must suffer all the loss. In some of the commercial countries of Europe, a merchant's insolvency affects his moral character hardly less than his pecuniary credit. If a bankrupt cannot show that his deficiency of means was occasioned by some disaster which he could not control, or by some loss which he could not reasonably be expected to foresee, he forfeits his mercantile standing amongst honorable dealers, and can retrieve his character only by actual proof of returning or of newly created honesty. A second failure, unexplained and unatoned for, brands with disgrace, and expels not more from the traffic than from the companionship of honorable men. The above classes of wrongdoing, together with many others of a kindred nature, are regarded by the law as minor offenses. Some of them it does not undertake to punish. Yet from their widespread prevalence and great frequency, they perhaps inflict as large an aggregate of evil upon society as those of a more heinous and formidable character, but of less frequent occurrence. In regard to the offenses of a graver nature, such as come under the head of crimes or felonies, the condition of our country compares favorably with that of any other part of Christendom. Especially will this remark appear true if we consider the slight amount of preventive force made use of in any part of our Union to deter from actual transgression, and as a general rule the lightness of the penal sanctions held up as a terror to evildoers. Yet that there does exist amongst us an appalling amount of criminality of this deeper dye, that flagrant offenses against the rights of property, of person, of reputation, and of life are perpetrated, is proved by the records of our criminal courts, and by the mournful procession of convicts and felons whom we see on their way to our penitentiaries and other receptacles prepared for the guilty. Including all classes of offenders, both the less and the more flagitious, it is undeniable that there exists amongst us a multitude of men of whom it may be truly said that it would be better for the community had they never been born, or had they died in childhood, before their propensities for evil had been developed, or before they had gone abroad to disturb the peace of society and to destroy that sense of security which every honest man is entitled to feel. To thin the ranks of this host of enemies to the welfare of the race, or to cripple the evil energies of those who could not be wholly reclaimed, has been the object of philanthropists and sages from the beginning of time. Their efforts, however, have been expended 1,000,000-fold more upon the old than upon the young, and 1,000,000-fold more also in the way of punishment than of prevention. Among the republics of ancient times, a few wise and sagacious men did clearly perceive the bearing of education upon character, and of course upon innocence and guilt, both personal and public. But among the masses of the people there never existed any settled and operative conviction of this truth, and not a single year can be pointed out in all their long annals where a majority of those who held the reins of government and framed the laws of the state rose to any practical or even theoretic conception of the grand idea that the vital intelligence or the stupidity, the integrity or the dishonesty of the people at large will be measured and bounded by the kind and degree of the education imparted to its children, just as the zones upon the earth's surface are measured and bounded by the amount of sunlight which is shed upon them. In modern times, this relation of early education to adult character has been more clearly and generally recognized as being what it truly to a very great extent is, a relation between cause and effect. As one means of establishing this truth, many earnest well-wishers of their race have made extensive collections of what are called the statistics of education and crime. The inmates of large penal establishments have been subjected to a personal examination in order to ascertain whether a greater proportion of them than of the community at large from which they were taken were wholly ignorant of letters. In this investigation, the comparison has been made between those who were able both to read and write, and those who could perform neither or but one of these operations. I will not dwell here upon the amazing absurdity of any definition of the word education, whose spirit or whose terms are satisfied by the mere ability to read and write. Reading and writing may be, and among this class of persons they usually are, mere mechanical processes, and how such attainments should ever have been dignified by the name of education, or confounded with that noble culture of the soul which pours the noonday illumination of knowledge upon the midnight darkness of ignorance, which seeks to enthrone the moral faculties over all animal desires and propensities, and to make the entire course of instruction subservient to the great duties of love to God and love to man, how an absurdity so extravagant and now so obvious could ever have been committed, can be explained only by reference to the low and unworthy ideas of education which once prevailed. The naked capacity to read and write is no more education than a tool is a workman, or a telescope is a Laplace or a Leverrier. To possess the means of education is not the same as to possess the lofty powers and immunities of education, any more than to possess the pen of a poet is to possess a poet's skill and faculty divine, or than the possession of the gospel is the possession of that liberty wherewith Christ maketh his disciples free. And that reading and writing are only instruments or means to be used in education is a truism now so intuitively obvious as to disdain argument. And hence it is that of two persons, one of whom can barely write his name or spell out a paragraph in a newspaper, while to the mind of the other the contents of all manuscripts and all libraries have no more existence than nonentity has to his senses, it would be hazardous to affirm that the chances of the former for a virtuous life are much superior to those of the latter. Nor do the best authorities dispel all the clouds of doubt which hang over this question. Some writers maintain that crime actually increases in proportion to the diffusion of the rudiments of knowledge, provided the knowledge which is diffused stops with the mere rudiments. I think, however, it must be conceded that the preponderance of names and of statistical results does, on the whole, clearly favor the opinion that crime recedes as knowledge advances, and that as the full-risen sun enables a traveler to see his path and to avoid the dangers that beset it, so the first and faintest gleaming of the morning light helps him to discover his way and to shun its perils. It must also be remembered that when great numbers are taken as the basis of comparison, all of whom possess the rudiments of knowledge, it will always happen that some of them will possess more than the rudiments. Hence, taking whole communities together, I believe the legitimate and inevitable conclusion to be that every advance in knowledge amongst a people is pro tanto an invasion of the dominion of crime. For years past, however, although I have carefully scrutinized these so-called statistics of education and crime, and am convinced that they do establish a distinction between the two classes, one of which can read and write, while the other can do neither of these things or but one of them, in regard to their relative exemption from crime or exposure to it, yet I have never been able to bring myself to present these schedules to our people as an argument in favor of that elevated and ennobling education to which it is their duty to aspire. I have felt that by so doing the argument would be shorn of half its power by the feebleness of the proofs brought to sustain it. It would be like exhibiting a taper to prove the existence of light while surrounded by the sun's effulgence. Our present state of society, the form of government under which we live, the improvable faculties with which we have been endowed by our Maker, and the solemn destiny that awaits us, all demand vastly more than a knowledge of the nature and power of letters and the just method of spelling words, and the mechanical ability to imitate with a pen their written and printed signs. Yet this degrading idea of education, which was first conceived in reference to the ignorant classes of Europe, has been to some extent adopted and acted upon in our own country. The last census of the United States, taken by authority of a law of Congress and in compliance with a provision of the federal Constitution, proceeded upon this European fallacy. It virtually adopted the old line of distinction between education and ignorance, for it required an enumeration of all persons over 20 years of age who were unable to read and write. The results have been published, and they are now embodied with the permanent statistics of the country. Towns, counties, and states are classed. Their condition is mentioned with honor or with opprobrium according to their relative position above or below this absurd standard of knowledge and culture. It is inevitable that this legislative sanction of such a standard, this naturalization of it, so to speak, should have a most baneful effect in debasing public opinion upon the subject. Facts of an interesting nature are presented, it is true, but their tendency is to rob education of all its noblest attributes. But though the public mind always tends strongly to conform its modes of thinking to legal definitions, and to subscribe to opinions sanctioned by high authority, yet the common sense of the community, especially in the more educated states of the Union, has outgrown these contracted notions, and has claimed for the word education a far ampler and loftier significance. All intelligent thinkers upon this subject now utterly discard and repudiate the idea that reading and writing, with a knowledge of accounts, constitutes education. The lowest claim which any intelligent man now prefers in its behalf is that its domain extends over the threefold nature of man, over his body, training it by the systematic and intelligent observance of those benign laws which secure health, impart strength, and prolong life; over his intellect, invigorating the mind, replenishing it with knowledge, and cultivating all those tastes which are allied to virtue; and over his moral and religious susceptibilities also, dethroning selfishness, enthroning conscience, leading the affections outward in goodwill towards men, and upward in gratitude and reverence to God. In thousands of reports prepared by school committees, in frequent addresses and lectures delivered on public occasions, in all educational documents emanating from high official sources, and in every work pretending to scientific accuracy or to any comprehensive outline of the subject, these sacred and majestic attributes have been set forth, and it has been demonstrated hundreds of times over that the effect of a sound education of the people must, not accidentally but necessarily, not occasionally but always, be to repress the commission of crime and to promote the diffusion of human happiness, and that to act in conscious defiance or disregard of these truths is treachery to the best interests of our fellow men, and impiety towards the author of the moral universe. But notwithstanding all that has been said, and so well said, as to the moral power of education in reforming the world, there have still been a vagueness and an indefiniteness in regard to the extent of that power, which have shorn argument and eloquence of much of their strength. Nowhere have its advocates set forth distinctly and specifically how much they believe can be accomplished by it. When an alleged improvement is presented to a judicious man, he wishes to know whether and to what extent its benefit will exceed its cost. A capitalist will not aid a new enterprise with his money until he is satisfied of the profitableness of the investment. nor will a manufacturer purchase new machinery unless he is convinced that it will do better work in the same time or equal work in less. It seems to me that the time is now arrived when the friends of this cause should plant themselves on a more conspicuous position, when surveying the infinite of wretchedness and crime around them, before which the stoutest heart is appalled and humanity stands aghast, they should proclaim the power and the prerogatives of education to rescue mankind from their calamities. Founding themselves upon evidence that cannot be disputed, and fortifying their conclusions by the results of personal experience, they should proclaim how far the miseries of men can be alleviated and how far the dominion of crime can be overthrown by such a system of education as it is perfectly practicable for every civilized community forthwith to establish, and thus they should awaken the conscience of the public to a sense of its responsibility. The idea will be more distinctly presented under an inquiry like the following. Under the soundest and most vigorous system of education which we can now command, what proportion or percentage of all the children who are born can be made useful and exemplary men, honest dealers, conscientious jurors, true witnesses, incorruptible voters or magistrates, good parents, good neighbors, good members of society? In other words, with our present knowledge of the art and science of education, and with such new fruit of experience as time may be expected to bear, what proportion or percentage of all children must be pronounced irreclaimable and irredeemable, notwithstanding the most vigorous educational efforts which in the present state of society can be put forth in their behalf? What proportion or percentage must become drunkards, profane swearers, detractors, vagabonds, rioters, cheats, thieves, aggressors upon the rights of property, of person, of reputation, or of life, or, in a single phrase, must be guilty of such omissions of right and commissions of wrong that it would have been better for the community had they never been born? This is a problem which the course of events has evolved and which society and the government must meet. If with such educational means and resources as we can now command, 80, 90, 95, or 99% of all children can be made temperate, industrious, frugal, conscientious in all their dealings, prompt to pity and instruct ignorance instead of ridiculing it and taking advantage of it, public-spirited, philanthropic, and observers of all things sacred, if, I say, any given proportion of our children by human efforts and by such a divine blessing as the common course of God's providence authorizes us to expect, can be made to possess these qualities and to act from them, then, just so far as our posterity shall fall below this practicable exemption from vices and crimes, and just so far as they shall fail to possess these attainable virtues, just so far will those who frame and execute our laws, shape public opinion, and lead public action be criminally responsible for the difference. I can conceive of no moral proposition clearer than this. Society, in its collective capacity, is the possessor of all the knowledge and the owner of all the property in existence. Governments have been organized and are invested with power to use any needful amount of this property for purposes of education, and by holding out adequate inducements and remuneration, they can command the services of the highest talent. Here, then, duty and the means to perform it come together. The only remaining question is, how much can be done? For in a cause and for a purpose like this, nothing which can actually be done can be guiltlessly omitted. If it is proved with a reasonable degree of certainty that 99, 95, 90, 80, or any other given percentage of all children can be rescued from vice and crime, and can be so educated and trained as to become valuable citizens, but the state refuses or declines to do this work, then the state itself becomes a culprit, and before the great moral judge who is seated on the throne of the universe, it must stand a spectacle of shame and guilt, like one of its own inferior culprits before its own judicial tribunals. With these preliminary observations, which seemed to be necessary in order to a full exposition of the object I have in view, I proceed to submit the following specific inquiries, and to request your answer to them. 1. How many years have you been engaged in school keeping, and whether in the country or in populous towns or cities? 2. About how many children have you had under your care, of which sex and between what ages? 3. Should all our schools be kept by teachers of high intellectual and moral qualifications, and should all the children in the community be brought within these schools for 10 months in a year, from the age of 4 to that of 16 years, then what proportion, what percentage of such children as you have had under your care could, in your opinion, be so educated and trained that their existence on going out into the world would be a benefit and not a detriment, an honor and not a shame to society? Or to state the question in a general form, if all children were brought within the salutary and auspicious influences I have here supposed, what percentage of them should you pronounce to be irreclaimable and hopeless? Of course, I do not speak of imbeciles or idiots, but only of rational and accountable beings. You will perceive that in certain respects I am supposing no change in the present condition of society. I am taking families as they now are, and am allowing all the unfavorable as well as the favorable influences of the old upon the young to continue to operate, at least for a time, as heretofore. Nor do I suppose any sudden transforming change in cooperative and auxiliary institutions, such as the Sabbath school, the pulpit, and so forth, although it is certain that such a state of things as is here outlined would gradually impart new vigor to all that advances the progress of society, while it would impair the force of all that retards it. On the other hand, however, I am supposing two great changes. I am supposing all our children to be placed under the care of such a class of men and women as we now honor by the appellation of first-class or first-rate teachers, of such teachers as are able in the schoolroom both to teach and to govern, and who out of the schoolroom will be animated by a missionary spirit in furthering the objects of their sacred vocation. I have also supposed that all the children in the community shall be brought under the forming hands of such teachers from the age of 4 to that of 16, for 10 months in each year. While, therefore, the above supposition leaves children exposed in many cases to pernicious family and social influences, under which they are now suffering, it assumes that all the children when out of school shall meet only such children as are enjoying the same high training, the same daily installation of moral principles as themselves. My supposition allows a continuance of the same family adult influences, at least until these shall be supplanted by the better influences of the rising generation, action and reaction hastening results, because these influences are facts which no earthly power can cause to be immediately changed. But I have supposed this noble company of teachers, this length of schools, and this universality of attendance, because these are reforms on the present condition of things which can be effected without any great delay, at the farthest a very few years being an ample allowance for the completion of such a change. To reduce my third question, then, within its narrowest limits, and to make it as definite and precise as possible, suppose yourself to be stationed as a school teacher in a place similar to any of those in which you have before labored. Suppose yourself, too, to be surrounded by teachers fully as capable and zealous in all respects as yourself, and suppose further that all the children are brought under your care or theirs as above specified, that is, for a period of 12 years, or from 4 to 16, and 10 months in each year. And will you then please to declare what proportion or percentage of those under your own care you believe could be turned out the blessing and not the bane, the honor and not the scandal of society, and on what proportion or percentage, the complement of the other, Would your experience compel you to pronounce the doom of hopelessness and irreclaimability? Very truly and sincerely yours, Horace Mann. End of Section 42. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 43 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11th Annual Report, 1847, Part 2. I extract from the replies to this circular only the specific answers to the circular. Letter from John Griscom, Esquire. Burlington, New Jersey, 8th month, 27th, 1847. My esteemed friend, my belief is that, under the conditions mentioned in this question, not more than 2% would be irreclaimable nuisances to society, and that 95% would be supporters of the moral welfare of the community in which they resided. With teachers properly trained in normal schools, and with such a popular disposition towards schools as wise legislation might effect, 19/20ths of the immoralities which afflict society might, I verily believe, be kept under hatches or eradicated from the soil of our social institutions. Every step in such a progress renders the next more easy. This is proved not only on the grand scale of comparing country with country and state with state, but district with its adjacent district and neighborhood with neighborhood. Finally, in the predicament last stated in the circular, and supposing the teachers to be imbued with the gospel spirit, I believe there would not be more than 0.5% of the children educated on whom a wise judge would be compelled to pronounce the doom of hopelessness and irreclaimability. In nothing which I have advanced has it been my intention to advocate any sectarian instruction in our schools, or anything adverse to the statutory limits of the Massachusetts school system. I therefore expressly disavow any intention to recommend truths or doctrines as part of the moral instruction to be given in public schools, which any believer in the Bible would reasonably deem to be sectarian. I am, with true esteem, thy friend, John Griscom. Letter from D.P. Page, Esquire. State Normal School, Albany, New York, November 20th, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, could I be connected with a school furnished with all the appliances you name, where all the children should be constant attendants upon my instruction for a succession of years, where all my fellow teachers should be such as you propose, and where all the favorable influences described in your circular should surround me and cheer me, even with my moderate abilities as a teacher, I should scarcely expect, after the first generation of children submitted to the experiment, to fail in a single case to secure the results you have named. But I should not forgive myself, nor think myself longer fit to be a teacher, if, with all the aids and influences you have supposed, I should fail, in one case in 100, to rear up children who, when they should become men, would be honest dealers, conscientious jurors, good witnesses, incorruptible voters or magistrates, good parents, good neighbors, good members of society, or, as you express it in another place, who would be temperate, industrious, frugal, conscientious in all their dealings, prompt to pity and instruct ignorance instead of ridiculing it and taking advantage of it, public-spirited, philanthropic, and observers of all things sacred, and negatively, who would not be drunkards, profane swearers, detractors, vagabonds, rioters, cheats, thieves, aggressors upon the rights of property, of person, of reputation, or of life, or guilty of such omissions of right and commissions of wrong that it would be better for the community had they never been born. With sincere regard, your friend, D.P. Page. Letter from Solomon Adams, Esquire. Boston, November 24th, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann. My dear Sir, 1.
I have been engaged in this profession 24 years, the first 5 years in the country, the remainder of the time in a city. 2. My whole number of pupils is a little below 2,000. The last 19 years my pupils have been females, previously both sexes. If a well-conducted education produces benevolence, justice, truth, patriotism, love to God and love to man in one case, the same education in the same circumstances will produce the same results in all cases. The results for which we look and labor sometimes fail, not because the great law of uniformity is at fault, but by reason of counteracting causes which may escape our most careful scrutiny. Does the failure impair our confidence in the uniformity of moral causes and effects? The moment this law fails, every cord that binds society together is sundered, society is disintegrated. Every social enactment by which society attempts to regulate its members, every motive by which one man hopes to influence another, assumes this uniformity. It is the hinge on which all social influences turn. Without it, we could not shape moral means to moral ends. To destroy it, to doubt it, would be the moral unhingement of society. In this great law are the teacher's hopes and encouragements. The great outline of the means he is to employ is well defined. It is his province to bring all those moral appliances to bear upon the soul which are suited to lead it into harmony with truth and with God, to train it to the perception and love of truth and goodness. In doing this, the faithful teacher is a co-worker with God, and may confidently look to the author of all good to give the crowning blessing to his strenuous endeavors. There are those, and I confess myself of the number, who believe and feel that all human endeavors, unaided by an influence from on high, will prove fruitless so far as the highest wants of the immortal spirit are concerned. Yet those who feel so can tell us of no way in which they are authorized to expect such an influence, and of no way in which it is exerted even by Almighty power, except through the instrumentality of truth presented to the mind. There might as well be a conflagration without fire, or a flood without fluid. I confess I do not see how our different theological views can essentially alter our modes of instruction. We are all to train the young in the way in which they should go, giving line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little, waiting for and expecting precious fruit. The fruit may ripen slowly. From day to day you may not be able to see any progress. This holds true both in moral and intellectual training. But by comparing distant intervals, progress is perceptible. At length a result comes which repays all the teacher's labor and inspires new courage for new efforts. You ask for my own experience. This is my apology for alluding with freedom to myself. Permit me to say that in very many cases, after laboring long with individuals almost against hope, and sometimes in a manner, too, which I can now see was not always wise, I have never had a case which has not resulted in some good degree according to my wishes. The many kind and voluntary testimonials given years afterwards by persons who remembered that they were once my wayward pupils are among the pleasantest and most cheering incidents of my life. So uniform have been the results when I have had a fair trial and time enough, that I have unhesitatingly adopted the motto, "Never despair." Parents and teachers are apt to look for too speedy results from the labors of the latter. The moral nature, like the intellectual and physical, is long and slow in reaching the full maturity of its strength. I was told a few years since by a gentleman who knew the history of nearly all my pupils for the first 5 years of my labor, that not one of them had ever brought reproach upon himself or mortification upon friends by a bad life. I cannot now look over the whole list of my pupils and find one who had been with me long enough to receive a decided impression, whose life is not honorable and useful. I find them in all the learned professions and in the various mechanical arts. I find my female pupils scattered as teachers through half the states of the Union, and as the wives and assistants of Christian missionaries in every quarter of the globe. So far, therefore, as my own experience goes, so far as my knowledge of the experience of others extends, so far as the statistics of crime throw any light upon the subject, I should confidently expect that 99 in 100, and I think even more, with such means of education as you have supposed, and with such divine favor as we are authorized to expect, would become good members of society, the supporters of order and law and truth and justice and all righteousness. That I may not be misunderstood, allow me to add a few explanatory remarks. I have no confidence in the reformatory power of education into which moral and religious influences do not enter. I assume, as anyone having the slightest acquaintance with your writings and teachings on this subject knows that you do, that the three great classes of powers, the physical, the intellectual, and the moral, shall each receive its proper training, and then I feel authorized to look confidently for that providential blessing which will secure the high results already alluded to. Without such a training, I have no right to expect the blessing of heaven or a good result. I do not fulfill the conditions on which such results are promised. It is to be feared, yea, to be for a lamentation, that comparatively few of teachers, and fewer still of the community, have looked upon a school education as anything more than a very limited intellectual training, leaving physical and moral culture to take care of themselves. The school laws of Massachusetts have always contemplated other attainments and vastly higher ends. Yet it so happens that that part of the law has been best remembered and acted on which speaks of reading, writing, and the elements of arithmetic. These have been insisted on chiefly with reference to their direct application to the business and traffic of life, as if it were the chief end of man to count coppers, pocket them, and keep them. While the law contemplates these elementary attainments as merely the beginnings and inlets to all the treasures of wisdom, how many have looked upon them as the education of the boy and the man? Very truly, your obedient friend and servant, S. Adams. Letter from Reverend Jacob Abbott, New York City, June 25, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann, Dear Sir. 1. I have been engaged in the practical duties of teaching for about 10 years, chiefly in private schools in Boston and New York. 2. I have had under my care, for a longer or shorter time, probably nearly 800 pupils. They have been of both sexes, and all ages from 4 to 25. 3. If all our schools were under the charge of teachers possessing what I regard as the right intellectual and moral qualifications, and if all the children of the community were brought under the influence of these schools for 10 months in the year, I think that the work of training up the whole community to intelligence and virtue would soon be accomplished as completely as any human end can be obtained by human means. I do not think, however, that so far as the formation of the habits of virtue in the young is concerned, the accomplishment of the result depends upon either the intellectual powers or attainments of the teacher, or upon the amount of formal moral instruction which he gives to his pupils. Knowledge alone has but little tendency to affect the feelings and principles of the heart, and formal moral instruction, except as auxiliary to other influences, has very little power, according to my experience, over the consciences and characters of the young. The true power of the teacher in giving to his pupils good characters in future life seems to me to lie in his forming them to the practice of virtue while under his charge, by the influence of his own personal character and actions. To do this, however, he must have the right character himself. He must be governed in all that he does by high and honorable principles of action. He must be really benevolent and kind. He must take an honest interest in his pupils, not merely in their studies and general characters, but in all their childish thoughts and feelings, in the difficulties they encounter, in their temptations and trials, in their sports, in their contentions, in their troubles, in everything, in fact, that affects them. He must, in a word, feel a strong interest and sympathy for them in the 1,000 difficulties and discouragements they must encounter in slowly finding their way, with all their ignorance and inexperience, to their place in the complicated and bewildering maze of human life. A teacher who takes this sort of interest in his pupils will understand them and sympathize with them in a way which will at once command their kind regard and give him a powerful and, in the view of others, a very mysterious ascendancy over their minds. They feel as if he was upon their side, taking their part, as it were, against the difficulties and dangers and troubles which surround them. Thus he becomes one of them, a sharer in their enjoyments, a partaker of their feelings. They come to him with confidence. He plans their amusements, he joins them in conversation, he settles their disputes. They see on what principles he acts, and they catch themselves the same mode of action from him by a kind of sympathy. They imbibe his sentiments insensibly and spontaneously, not because he enunciates them or proves them in lectures, but because he exhibits them in living reality in his conversation and conduct. This sort of sympathetic action between heart and heart has far greater influence among all mankind than formal teachings and exhortations. It is the life and spirit of virtue in contradistinction from the letter and form. If all the children of this land were under the charge of such teachers for 6 hours in the day and 10 months in the year, and were to continue under these influences for the usual period of instruction in schools, I do not see why the result would not be that in 2 generations substantially the whole population would be trained up to virtue, to habits of integrity, fidelity in duty, justice, temperance, and mutual goodwill. It seems to me that this effect would take place in all cases except where extremely unfavorable influences out of school should counteract it, which I think would hardly be the case except in some districts in the more populous cities. I am very respectfully yours, Jacob Abbott. Letter from F. A. Adams, Esquire, Orange, New Jersey, December 11th, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, I do not hesitate to express the conviction that there is no agency which society can exert, through the government, capable of exerting so great a moral influence for the rising generation as the steady training of the young in the best schools. In reply to the specific inquiry in your circular, what proportion of our youth would probably, under the advantages of schooling presupposed in the circular, fail of fulfilling honorably their social and moral obligations in society, I would say that in the course of my experience for 10 years, in teaching between 300 and 400 children, mostly boys, I have been acquainted with not more than 2 pupils, in regard to whom I should not feel a cheerful and strong confidence in the success of the proposed experiment. In regard to these 2 cases, I should not despair, but should have a strong preponderance of fear that under the best influences such as you have supposed, they would still remain wedded to low and mischievous habits. From their peculiar temperament, there was much reason to suppose that a life of steady and hard labor would do for them much in a moral point of view which the influences of school could not accomplish. The class of youth I have had under my care would, in some respects, afford a better than average chance for the success of the experiment, as they in all cases have been exempt from the evils of poverty. In other respects, however, this exemption was counterbalanced by habits of self-indulgence, which could not have existed had the pecuniary means been wanting. I remain, dear sir, with sincere respect and esteem, yours, F. A. Adams. Letter from E. A. Andrews, Esquire, New Britain, Connecticut, December 8, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann, dear sir. In reply to your first and second questions, permit me simply to remark that I have been connected with the Department of Education, either as pupil or as teacher, for more than 50 years. I have instructed both in the country and in cities. In the former, I have, for the most part, had the charge of only a few select pupils. In the latter, for about 20 years, I was connected with large institutions of instruction. I have no means of determining with any tolerable approach to accuracy the whole number of my pupils, nor the proportion of each sex. I do not hesitate to express my conviction that such an education as your question supposes, continued for so long a period as 12 years, and including all the children of the community, would remove a very large portion of the evils with which society is now burdened. I need not say that I would be far from attributing so important results to any system of merely intellectual training, or even to the most perfect combination of intellectual, physical, and moral discipline, to the exclusion of that which is strictly religious. Such a qualification of my meaning might have been necessary on account of the limited sense in which the word education is often used, had not the necessity been removed by the express terms of the conditions annexed to the question in your circular. It may indeed be feared that society is not yet fully prepared to put forth the effort necessary to accomplish so desirable a result, but I cannot believe that the time is very remote when its attainment will be considered an object of paramount importance. It cannot be that the millions of intelligent men found in this and in other Christian countries can much longer permit their feelings to be enlisted and the resources of the communities to which they belong to be employed in promoting objects of far inferior value, while the advantages of a good system of general education are in so great a degree overlooked. If, as I fully believe, it is in the power of the people of any state, by means so simple as your question supposes, and so completely in their own power as these obviously are, so to change the whole face of society in a single generation, that scarcely 1 or 2% of really incorrigible members shall be found in it, it cannot be that so great a good will continue to be neglected, and the means for its attainment unemployed. In forming our estimate of the probability of so important a result as I have supposed, it must not be forgotten that, simple as are the means now proposed for its attainment, they have never been employed, so far as I know, in any extended community whose experience is on record. In Scotland, and of late in Prussia, a considerable approximation has been made towards reaching the supposed conditions, and with benefits, it is believed, fully corresponding with the degree of perfection of their respective systems. The common schools of New England, which have done so much to elevate her character, have still fallen immeasurably short of the conditions supposed. With all their acknowledged defects, however, the instances, I believe, are few, in which those who have been trained in them from childhood to the close of the period usually allotted to education in these schools, have afterwards, on mingling with the world, proved to be incorrigibly vicious, a burden rather than a benefit to society. The records of our criminal courts and the doors of our penitentiaries have seldom been opened to those who in childhood had been in regular daily attendance for 10 or 12 years upon the exercises of our common schools, however imperfect these schools may have been in their organization, and notwithstanding all the evil influences of uneducated associates to which the pupils have been exposed when out of school. The cell of the convict has, on the contrary, been almost uniformly occupied by those who have enjoyed few of the benefits of our common schools, and even the tenants of our poorhouses, it is believed, have in most instances belonged to the same unfortunate class. Very truly yours, E. A. Andrews. Letter from Roger S. Howard, Esquire. Thetford, Vermont, September 1st, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, judging from what I have seen and do know, if the conditions you have mentioned were strictly complied with, if the attendance of the scholars could be as universal, constant, and long continued as you have stated, if the teachers were men of those high intellectual and moral qualities, apt to teach and devoted to their work, and favored with that blessing which the word and providence of God teach us always to expect on our honest, earnest, and well-directed efforts in so good a cause, on these conditions and under these circumstances, I do not hesitate to express the opinion that the failures need not be, would not be, 1%. Else what is the meaning of that explicit declaration in the Bible, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it"? I am aware that the opinion I have expressed above may by some be considered extravagant, but I have not formed or expressed it without deliberation. During all my experience as a teacher, I have never known the scholar whom, if brought within the reach of these salutary and auspicious influences for the length of time named, I should now be willing to believe or dare to pronounce utterly hopeless and irreclaimable. I do not mean to say that I never failed, but I do say that in some of the most difficult and desperate cases I have ever met with, as a teacher, the result of direct, special, and persevering effort was such as to create the conviction that with more zeal, patience, and perseverance, and especially with the favoring influences above alluded to, success would have been certain and complete, and this conviction became more settled and strong the longer I continued to teach. The power of a truly enlightened and Christian system of common school education is but little understood or appreciated. When parents shall begin to feel, as they ought, its importance, when the community generally shall be willing to make the necessary efforts and sacrifices, and when teachers of the requisite literary qualifications and of high moral aims shall enter upon the work with a martyr's zeal, conscious that every day they are making deathless impressions upon immortal minds, then shall we see, as I believe, results which will greatly surpass the highest expectations of the most ardent and enthusiastic advocates of popular education. But I am occupying more space than I intended, and will only add that I am, dear sir, very respectfully and truly yours, Roger S. Howard. Letter from Miss Catherine E. Beecher. Brattleboro, August 20th, 1847. Honorable Horace Mann, dear sir. In reference to the questions you propose, I would reply that I have been engaged directly and personally as a teacher about 15 years in Hartford, Connecticut, and Cincinnati, Ohio. I have had a few classes of quite young children under my care for the purpose of making some practical educational experiments, but most of my pupils in age have ranged from 12 to 20. I have had pupils from every state in the Union, and though I have no precise records, I think the number cannot be less than 1,000. I have ever considered intellectual culture as subordinate to the main end of education, which is the formation of that character which Jesus Christ teaches to be indispensable to the eternal well-being of our race. Excepting the few classes of young children before named, my efforts have been directed to measures for reforming bad and supplying good habits and principles in minds already more or less developed by education, and this I consider a much more difficult work than the right training of minds as yet uninjured by pernicious influences. In reference to the work of reforming miseducated minds, I have found that the noblest constructed minds, when greatly mismanaged, are the most liable to become the worst, while at the same time they most readily yield to reformatory measures. So that as a general rule, with exceptions of course, I should expect to do the most to the worst class of pupils, and in some cases to make finer characters from this class than from those who, possessing less excitable temperaments, have not fallen so far. I should also remark that in the results I should anticipate in the case to be supposed hereafter, my chief hope of success would rest on the proper application of those truths and motives which distinguish the teachings of Jesus Christ from what is called natural religion, and by modes of presentation more simple and practical than I have ever seen fully adopted, or than I ever adopted myself when a practical teacher. With these preliminaries, which I hope will be carefully pondered, and borne in mind as indispensable, I will now suppose that could it be so arranged that in a given place containing from 10 to 15,000 inhabitants in any part of our country where I ever resided, that all of the children at the age of 4 shall be placed 6 hours a day for 12 years under the care of teachers having the same views that I have, and having received that course of training for their office that any state in this Union can secure to the teachers of its children. Let it be so arranged that all these children shall remain till 16 under these teachers, and also that they shall spend their lives in this city. And I have no hesitation in saying, I do not believe that one, no, not a single one, would fail of proving a respectable and prosperous member of society. Nay, more, I believe every one would, at the close of life, find admission into the world of endless peace and love. I say this solemnly, deliberately, and with the full belief that I am upheld by such imperfect experimental trials as I have made or seen made by others. But more than this, I am sustained by the authority of heaven, which sets forth this grand palladium of education. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it. This sacred maxim surely presents the divine imprimatur to the doctrine that all children can be trained up in the way they should go, and that when so trained they will not depart from it. Nor does it imply that education alone will secure eternal life without supernatural assistance, but it points to the true method of securing this indispensable aid. In this view of the case, I can command no language strong enough to express my infinite longings that my countrymen, who as legislators have the control of the institutions, the laws, and the wealth of our physically prosperous nation, should be brought to see that they now have in their hands the power of securing to every child in the coming generation a life of virtue and usefulness here, and an eternity of perfected bliss hereafter. How, then, can I express or imagine the awful responsibility which rests upon them, and which hereafter they must bear before the great Judge of nations, if they suffer the present state of things to go on, bearing as it does thousands and hundreds of thousands of helpless children in our country to hopeless and irretrievable ruin? Respectfully yours, C. E. Beecher. Postscript. All I anticipate, as stated in my communication, may come to pass without any departure from your statutory regulations in regard to religious instruction, as I understand these statutes, and as I suppose them to be understood by the great body of those who formed them, and of those who are bound by them. C. E. B. The above answers are not choice specimens selected from among many. They are all I have received, and every person to whom the circular was sent was pleased to answer it. From conversations held at different times with many other teachers, I believe the amount of testimony might have been very much increased, though no confirmation can be needed of its authority. The witnesses here introduced certainly possess all the requisites to entitle them to implicit credence. Their character for honor and veracity repels the idea of distrust. Years of experience in different places and the training of children in great numbers qualify them in point of knowledge to speak with authority, and they are exempt from any imaginable bias to warp or color the truth. From time immemorial, it has been customary for parliaments and other legislative bodies to commit important practical subjects to committees, and through their instrumentality to obtain the testimony of learned and skilled men on the matter of inquiry. Sometimes witnesses are heard at the bar of the House, that is, before the legislative body by whom the inquiry was instituted. Now, I have desired in the present case to introduce testimony of such credibility and cogency that no legislative committee could report against it, and no legislative body could act against it, without incurring a historic odium either for want of intelligence or want of integrity. So, too, by the rules of the common law, all questions of fact are decided by the intervention of a jury. In ancient times, when the character of juries was very different from what it is now, they sometimes gave a corrupt verdict, that is, a verdict so contradictory to the evidence as to be of itself proof that they had discarded the testimony adduced, and been governed by some dishonest motive in their own breasts. A jury convicted of this offense was said to be attainted. Its members were punished by a fine, and rendered infamous ever after. It was my intention in the present case to introduce evidence of such authority and directness as, if submitted to a jury and rejected by them, would, under the ancient law referred to, subject them to the penalties of an attaint. There is one quality or characteristic common to all the witnesses whose testimony I above introduced, which, as it seems to me, I am not only justified in stating, but which it would be inexcusable to withhold. All of them, without exception, are well-known believers in a theological creed, one of whose fundamental articles is the depravity of the natural heart. They hold, in a literal sense and with regard to all mankind, that the innate affections or dispositions of the soul are not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be, until another influence, emanating from the Godhead, and equal in itself to an act of creation, shall have renewed them. With this private belief of the witnesses, of course, neither the Board of Education nor any man or body of men have aught to do, unless indeed it be to affirm their right to hold it, in common with every other man's right either to agree with them or to dissent from them. But as bearing upon the point under consideration, the fact is most important. It adds great cogency to their testimony, and invests it, as it were, with a compulsory power. For if those who believe that the human heart is by nature alienated from God, that its innate relation to the Holy One is that of natural repulsion and not of natural attraction, nor even of neutrality, if they, from their own experience in the education of youth, believe that our common school system, under certain practicable modifications, can rear up a generation of men who will practice towards their fellow men whatsoever things are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, and of good report, then surely a rational community can need no additional evidence or motive to impel it to the work of reform. And all those, if such there are, who believe that moral evil comes from the abuse or misuse of powers in themselves good, and not from any inborn or original predilection for wrong, may well take courage, and may tender their heartiest cooperation in furthering an enterprise which, even under fundamental postulates the most adverse, promises results so glorious. If those who believe that there is a principle of evil in the human soul lying back of consciousness, incorporated as an original element into its constitution, beginning to be when the spirit itself began to be, and growing with it through all the primordial stages of its growth, which indeed belongs to the antenatal period of every descendant of Adam as much as spottedness belongs to an unborn leopard before it has a skin, or venom to an unhatched cockatrice before it has a sting. If those who believe this do nevertheless believe that our common school system, with certain practicable modifications, can send out redeeming and transforming influences, which shall expel 99/100ths of all the vices and crimes under which society now mourns and agonizes, then those who dissent from the belief that the natural heart is thus organically intractable and perverse will be all the more ready to proclaim the ameliorating power of education, and will all the more earnestly labor for its diffusion. And the crowning beauty of the whole is that Christian men of every faith may cordially unite in carrying forward the work of reform, however various may be their opinions as to the cause which has made that work necessary, just as all good citizens may unite in extinguishing a conflagration, though there may be 100 conflicting opinions as to the means or the men that kindled it. In short, it may be difficult to determine which class will act under the more conscience-moving motives, those who hold to a total depravity or corruption of the human heart, but still believe it can be emancipated from worldly vices and crimes by such instrumentalities as we can readily command, or those who hold that heart to be naturally capable of good as well as evil, and who therefore believe not only that a still larger proportion of the race can be rescued from the dominion of wrongdoing, but that a consummation so glorious can be reached at a still earlier period, and with a less expenditure of effort. But this divine result of staying the desolating torrent of practical iniquity by drying up its fountainhead in the bosoms of the young is promised only on the antecedence or performance of certain prescribed conditions. These conditions are the three following: 1. That the public schools shall be conducted on the cardinal principles of the present New England systems. 2. That they shall all be taught for a period of 10 months in each year by persons of high intellectual and moral qualifications, or in other words, that all the teachers shall be equal in capacity and in character to those whom we now call first-rate or first-class teachers. And 3. That all the children in the Commonwealth shall attend school regularly, that is, for the 10 months each year during which they are kept, from the age of 4 to that of 16 years. As it is on the performance of these conditions that the renovation of society is predicated, it is of course necessary to show that they are practicable conditions. I therefore proceed to consider, and as I trust, to establish their practicality. 1. The first condition, namely that the schools shall be conducted on the cardinal principles of the New England systems, is already satisfied. The Massachusetts school system represents favorably the systems of all the New England states. Not one of them has an element of prosperity or of permanence, of security against decay within, or the invasion of its rights from without, which ours does not possess. Our law requires that a school shall be sustained in every town in the state, even the smallest and the poorest not being excepted, and that this school shall be as open and free to all the children as the light of day or the air of heaven. No child is to be met on the threshold of the schoolhouse door to be asked for money, or whether his parents are native or foreign, or whether or not they pay a tax, or what is their faith. The schoolhouse is common property. All about it are enclosures and hedges indicating private ownership and forbidding intrusion, but here is a spot which even rapacity dares not lay its finger upon. The most avaricious would as soon think of monopolizing the summer cloud as it comes floating up from the west to shed its treasures upon the thirsty earth, as of monopolizing these fountains of knowledge. Public opinion, that sovereign in representative governments, is in harmony with the law. Not unfrequently there is some private opposition, and occasionally it avows itself and assumes an attitude of hostility, but perseverance on the part of the friends of progress always subdues it, and the success of their measures eventually shames it out of existence. The law requires all public schools to be kept by a teacher whose literary and moral qualifications have been examined and approved by a committee chosen for the purpose by the people themselves. Not less than the 6 following branches of knowledge are to be taught in every town, namely orthography, reading, writing, English grammar, geography, and arithmetic. The teaching of good behavior, which includes all the courtesies of life and all the minor morals, is also expressly enjoined. These peremptory requisitions are the minimum, not the maximum. Any town may enlarge the course of studies to be pursued in its schools as much as it may choose, even to the preparation of young men for the university or for any branch of educated labor. It may also bestow an equivalent education upon the other sex. The law also contains a further provision, subject, however, to be set aside only by the express vote of a district or town, that in every school of more than 50 scholars in regular attendance, an assistant teacher shall be employed. Although there is no statutory provision to this effect in any other of the New England states, yet the good sense of the community everywhere advocates this rule. Nor are the needs of the intellect alone provided for. In prescribing the education to be given to the moral nature, the law grows more earnest and impressive. Its beautiful and deep-toned language is, "It shall be the duty of the President, Professors, and Tutors of the University at Cambridge, and of the several colleges, and of all preceptors and teachers of academies, and all other instructors of youth, to exert their best endeavors to impress on the minds of children and youth committed to their care and instruction the principles of piety, justice, and a sacred regard to truth, love to their country, humanity, and universal benevolence, sobriety, industry, and frugality, chastity, moderation, and temperance, and those other virtues which are the ornament of human society, and the basis upon which a republican constitution is founded. And it shall be the duty of such instructors to endeavor to lead their pupils, as their ages and capacities will admit, into a clear understanding of the tendency of the above-mentioned virtues to preserve and perfect a republican constitution, and secure the blessings of liberty, as well as to promote their future happiness, and also to point out to them the evil tendency of the opposite vices. But lest any individual or body of individuals, forgetful of the divine precept to do unto others as they would be done unto, should seize upon this statutory injunction, or upon some part of it, as a pretext for turning the schools into proselytizing institutions, the law rears a barrier against all sectarian encroachments. That which is calculated to favor the tenets of any particular sect of Christians is excluded from the schools. The use of the Bible in schools is not expressly enjoined by the law, but both its letter and its spirit are in consonance with that use, and as a matter of fact, I suppose there is not at the present time a single town in the Commonwealth in whose schools it is not read. Whoever, therefore, believes in the sacred Scriptures has his belief in form and in spirit in the schools, and his children read and hear the words themselves which contain it. The administration of this law is entrusted to the local authorities in the respective towns. By introducing the Bible, they introduce what all its believers hold to be the rule of faith and practice. And although, by excluding theological systems of human origin, they may exclude a peculiarity which one denomination believes to be true, they do but exclude what other denominations believe to be erroneous. Such is the present policy of our law for including what all Christians hold to be right, and for excluding what all except some one party hold to be wrong. If it be the tendency of all parties and sects to fasten the mind upon what is peculiar to each, and to withdraw it from what is common to all, these provisions of the law counterwork that tendency. They turn the mind toward that which produces harmony, while they withdraw it from the sources of discord. And thus, through the medium of our schools, that song which ushered in the Christian era, "Peace on earth and goodwill to men," may be taken up and continued through the ages. End of section 43. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 44 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11th Annual Report, 1847, Part 3. The first condition, then, not only may be, but actually is complied with in the school system of Massachusetts, as now established and administered. The second condition requires that all our schools shall be kept for 10 months in each year by persons of high intellectual and moral qualifications, by persons equal in capacity and in character to those whom we now call first-class or first-rate teachers. This condition supposes two things, which as yet we are very far from having attained. The question is, are they attainable? In regard to teachers, it supposes such an improvement as shall advance all those who are now behind what we call the front rank, until they shall come upon a line with it. Of course, if this be done, some will be found in advance of this line, for it can never happen with regard to all of the members of any profession that they will stand precisely abreast. It supposes also that all our schools shall be kept for 10 months each year. The questions, then, for consideration under this head are two, namely, 1. Is there, in the community at large, sufficient natural endowment or capacity from which, by appropriate training and cultivation, the requisite number of teachers possessing the supposed qualifications can be prepared? And 2. Can the towns and the state, separately or as co-partners, bear the expense of maintaining the required class of teachers for the required length of time? Is not the first question answered in the affirmative by observation and experience? For the last 2 generations, with exceptions comparatively few, all of the eminent men of our state, whether men of letters, physicians, lawyers, clergymen, legislators, or judges, have taught school more or less during the early part of their lives. Now, it is no disparagement to say, respecting those who constitute at present our best class of teachers, that they are not superior in endowments or natural capacity, in industry or in versatility of genius, to a vast number of their predecessors, who, having labored for a limited period in this field, at length abandoned it in quest of some other occupation truly known to be more lucrative and falsely supposed to be more honorable. It is no unauthorized assumption, then, to say that great numbers of those who left the employment of school-keeping for something deemed to be more eligible would, had they continued in it, have won the honor of standing in the foremost rank of this noble profession. In the second place, to prove that there is no lack of natural talent in existence from which to form the supposed class of teachers, I may refer to the general history and experience of mankind in all other departments of human effort. No new calling has ever reached such an elevation as to ensure honor and emolument to its professors, which has not, without delay, attracted to itself an adequate number of followers. Witness the intrinsically odious profession of arms, a profession so odious that those have been held worthy of a special reward who resisted the natural love of ease and instinct of self-preservation to encounter its hardships and perils. So also has it been in regard to commerce and the useful arts. And in those truly dignified and honorable professions, the legal and clerical, where the mind is the object to be acted upon, as well as the agent to act, the supply has generally exceeded the demand. Now, could the business of education take its stand in public estimation by the side of the most honorable and lucrative callings in life, we are authorized by all the experience of mankind to conclude that it would soon cluster around itself an amount of talent, erudition, and genius, at least equal to what has ever adorned any other avocation among civilized men. But independently of personal knowledge and of historic experience, may not a conclusive argument in support of the general position be drawn from the energy and versatility with which, as we all know, nature has gifted the minds of her children? In the variety and strength of the capacities belonging to the race, there must be the means or instruments by which Providence can accomplish every good work. Somewhere in each generation the powers exist by which the generation that is to succeed it may be advanced another stage along the radiant pathway of improvement. But in the whole of the past history of the world, no generation has yet existed whose faculties have not to a very great extent lain dormant, to say nothing of the perversion of those which have been developed. But our free institutions cherish growth. The future with us is not to be measured by the past. The mind of the masses, which for so many ages has been crippled, and fettered after it was crippled, is here unbound. Under the stimulus applied to native vigor, Talent and genius start up as naturally as vegetation in the spring. The desire of bettering one's condition springs from a universal instinct in the human mind. With us, every man sees that the gratification of this desire is within his reach. Including the lifetime of a single generation, that is, within the last 40 or 50 years, there is not a school district in Massachusetts, however obscure, which has shown any interest in the character of its schools, that has not sent out one or more men who have become conspicuous in some of the honorable positions of society. They are found throughout the Union wherever enterprise or talent is rewarded. Those districts, and still more those towns where common schools have been an object of special regard, have sent forth many such men. While visiting different parts of the state for the last 10 years, facts in sufficient numbers to make a most interesting and instructive book have come to my knowledge, showing that those districts and towns where special pains have been exerted, and special liberality bestowed, in behalf of common schools, have supplied a proportion of all the distinguished men of the vicinity corresponding to the superior excellence of the early education afforded them. So, on the other hand, neglectful towns and districts have been comparatively barren of eminent men. The great ears of corn will not grow on sand hills. Great men will not spring up in an atmosphere void of intellectual nutrition. Nature observes a law in this respect in regard to her spiritual as well as her physical productions. Now, although something has been done in Massachusetts for the culture and expansion of the common mind, yet indefinitely more may be done. Even were it admitted, therefore, that the state had not been able in past times to supply the requisite number of teachers of the highest grade, it would by no means follow that she could not do so in the future. The intrinsically noble profession of teaching has most unfortunately been surrounded by an atmosphere of repulsion rather than attraction. Young men of talent are generally determined by two things in selecting an employment for life. The first of these is the natural tendency of the mind, its predisposition towards one pursuit rather than towards another. In this way, nature often predetermines what a man shall do, and to make her purpose inevitable, she kneads it, as it were, into the stamina of his existence. She does not content herself with standing before his will, soliciting or tempting him to a particular course, but she stands behind his will, guiding and propelling it, so that from birth he seems to be projected towards his object like a well-aimed arrow to its mark. Those in whom the love of beautiful forms, colors, and proportions predominates are naturally won to the cultivation of the fine arts or to some branch of the useful arts most congenial to the fine. Those who have a great fondness for botany and chemistry, and to whom physiological inquiries are especially grateful, become physicians. Persons enamored of forensic contests, roused by their excitement and panting for the éclat which their victories confer, betake themselves to the study of the law and become advocates. The clerical profession is composed of men whose minds are deeply imbued and penetrated with the religious sentiment, and who ponder profoundly and devoutly upon the solemn concerns of an hereafter. This constitutional or moral affinity for one sphere of employment rather than for another predetermines many minds in choosing the object of their pursuit for life. It is like the elective attractions of the chemist, existing beforehand, and only awaiting the contiguity of the related substances to make their secret affinities manifest. But this natural tendency is often subjected to a disturbing or modifying force, and it yields to this force the more readily as it is itself less intense and dominant. All minds have a desire, more or less energetic, for pleasure, for wealth, for honor, or for some of that assemblage of rewards which obtains such willing allegiance from mankind. Hence the internal inborn impulse is often diverted from the specific object to which it naturally points, and is lured away to another object, which from some collateral or adventitious reason promises a readier gratification. There is also a class of minds of vigorous and varied capacities, which stand nearly balanced between different pursuits, and which therefore may be turned by slight circumstances in any one of many directions. They are like fountains of water rising on a tableland, whose channels may be so cut as to cover either of its slopes with fertility. Now the qualities which predispose their possessor to become the companion, guide, and teacher of children are good sense, lively religious sensibilities, practical, unaffected benevolence, a genuine sympathy with the young, and that sunny, genial temperament which always sees its own cheerfulness reflected from the ever-open mirror of a child's face. The slightest exercise of good sense makes it apparent that any 1 year of childhood will exert a more decisive control over future destiny than any 10 years afterwards. The religious and benevolent elements seize instinctively upon the promise made to those who train up children in the way they should go. The love of children casts a pleasing illusion over the mind in regard to everything they do, if indeed it be an illusion, and not a truth above the reach of the intellect, elevating their puerile sports into dignity, hailing every step in their progress as though it were some grand discovery in science, and grieving over their youthful wanderings or backslidings with as deep a sorrow as is felt for the turpitude of a full-grown man, or for the heaven-defying sins of a nation. So that genial, joyous, ever-smiling temperament, which sees only rainbows where others see clouds, and which is delighted by the reflection of itself when coming from one child's face, will never tire of its labors when the same charming image perpetually comes back from the multiplying glasses of group after group of happy children, ever varying but always beautiful. Now, I think we have abundant reason to believe that a sufficient number of persons, bearing from the hand of nature this distinctive image and superscription of a school teacher, are born into the world with every generation. But the misfortune is that when they arrive at years of discretion, and begin to survey the various fields of labor that lie open before them, they find that the noblest of them all, and the one, too, for which they have the greatest natural predilection, is neither honored by distinction nor rewarded by emolument. They see that if they enter it, many of their colleagues and associates will be persons with whom they have no congeniality of feeling, and who occupy a far less elevated position in the social scale than that to which their own aspirations point. If they go through the whole country and question every man, they cannot find a single public school teacher who has acquired wealth by the longest and most devoted life of labor. They cannot find one who has been promoted to the presidency of a college or to a professorship in it, nor one who has been elected or appointed to fill any distinguished civil station. Hence, in most cases, the adventitious circumstances which surround the object of their preference repel them from it. Or, if they enter the profession, it is only for a brief period and for some collateral purpose, and when their temporary end is gained, they sink it still lower by their avowed or well-understood reasons for abandoning it. Such is the literal history of hundreds and of thousands who have shone or are now shining in other walks of life, but who would have shone with beams far more creative of human happiness had they not been struck from the sphere for which nature pre-adapted them. Look at the average rate of wages paid to teachers in some of the pattern states of the Union. In Maine, it is $15.40 per month to males and $4.80 to females. In New Hampshire, it is $13.50 per month to males and $5.65 to females. In Vermont, it is $12 per month to males and $4.75 to females. In Connecticut, it is $16 per month to males and $6.50 to females. In New York, it is $14.96 per month to males and $6.69 to females. In Pennsylvania, it is $17.02 per month to males and $10.09 to females. In Ohio, it is $15.42 per month to males and $8.73 to females. In Indiana, it is $12 per month to males and $6 to females. In Michigan, it is $12.71 per month for males and $5.36 for females. Even in Massachusetts, it is only $24.51 per month to males and $8.07 to females. All of this is exclusive of board. But let it be compared with what is paid to cashiers in banks, to secretaries of insurance companies, to engineers upon railroads, to superintendents in factories, to customs house officers, navy agents, and so forth, and it will then be seen what pecuniary temptations there are on every side, drawing enterprising and talented young men from the ranks of the teacher's profession. Nor does the social estimation accorded to teachers much surpass the pecuniary value set upon their services. The nature of their calling debars them almost universally from political honors, which throughout our whole country have a factitious value so much above their real worth. Without entire faithlessness to their trust, they cannot engage in trade or commercial speculations. Modes of education have heretofore been so imperfect that I do not know a single instance where a teacher has been transferred from his school to any of those departments of educated labor in which such liberal salaries are now given. And thus it is that the profession at large, while it enjoys but a measured degree of public respect, seems shut out from all the paths that lead to fortune or to fame. No worldly prize is held up before it, and in the present condition of mankind, how few there are who will work exclusively for immortal reward. It supposes the possession of only very low faculties to derive pleasure from singing the praises of a martyr, but to be the martyr oneself requires very high ones. Hence it is, as was before said, that when the aspiring and highly endowed youth of our country arrive at years of discretion and begin to survey the varied employments which lie spread out before them, they find that the noblest of them all presents the fewest external attractions. Those whose natural or acquired ambition seeks for wealth go into trade. The mechanical genius applies himself to the useful arts. The politically ambitious connect themselves with some one of those classes from which public officers are usually selected. Medicine attracts those who have the peculiar combination of tastes congenial to it. Those who ponder most upon the ways of God to men minister in sacred things. Who, then, are left to fill the most important position known to social life? A few remain whose natural tendencies in this direction are too vehement to be resisted or diverted. A somewhat larger number, who have no strong predilection for one sphere of exertion rather than for another, and to whom, under the circumstances peculiar to each, school-keeping is as eligible as any other employment. But many, very many, the great majority, engage in it not for its own sake, but only to make it subservient to some ulterior object, or, with humiliation it is said, perhaps only to escape from manual labor. The profession of school-keeping, then, as a profession, has never had an equal chance with its competitors. On the one hand, it has been resorted to by great numbers whose only object was to make a little money out of it and then abandon it. And on the other, its true disciples, those who might have been and should have been its leaders and priesthood, have been lured and seduced away from it by all the more splendid prizes of life. Even though, therefore, the profession of school-keeping has not been crowded by learned and able men devoting their energies and their lives to its beneficent labors, This fact wholly fails to prove that nature does not produce, with each generation, a sufficient number of fit persons, who under an equitable distribution or apportionment of honors and rewards for meritorious services would be found pre-adapted for school-keeping, in the same way that Newton was for mathematics, or Pope for poetry, or Franklin for the infallibility of his common sense. Indeed, the proportion of good teachers whom we now have, notwithstanding all their discouragements against entering and their seducements for leaving the profession, seem demonstrative of the contrary. Thus far, the argument has proceeded upon the basis that the required number of teachers possessing the high grade of qualifications supposed must equal the present number, such as they are. But it is almost too obvious to need mentioning that if the qualifications of the teachers were to be so greatly enhanced, and if the term of the schools so materially lengthened, as is proposed, teaching would then really become a profession, and the same teachers would keep school through the year. Instead, therefore, of changing from male teachers in the winter to females in the summer, back again to males in the winter, and so on alternately, the children of each school suffering under a new stepfather or a new stepmother each half year, they would enjoy the vastly improved system of continuous training under the same hands. This would diminish by almost 1/2 the required number of teachers for our schools. The poorer half would be discarded, the better half retained. Surely, under these circumstances, if a sufficient number of the very highest class of teachers could not be found, it would not be owing to any parsimony of nature in withholding the endowments, but to our unpardonable niggardliness in not cultivating and employing them. Feeling now authorized to assume that the first proposition has been satisfactorily established, it only remains to be considered under this head whether the community at large, the towns separately, or the towns and the state by joint contributions, can afford to make such compensation as shall attract to this field of labor the high order of teachers supposed, and shall requite them generously for their services. To induce persons of the highest order of talent to become teachers, and to deter good teachers from abandoning the profession, its emoluments must bear some close analogy to those which the same persons could command in other employment. The case, too, as presented in the circular, and upon which the evidence has been obtained, supposes the schools to continue for 10 months in each year. Although in many large towns the schools are now kept more than this portion of the year, yet their average length for the whole state is but 8 months. The increased expense, then, both of the longer term and of the more liberal compensation, must be provided for. Can the community sustain this expense? Let us suppose for a moment that 99% of our whole community should be temperate, honest, industrious, frugal people, conscientious in feeling and exemplary in conduct. Is it not certain that 2 grand pecuniary consequences would immediately follow? Namely, a vast gain in productive power and a vast saving in the criminal destruction and loss of property. Either of these sources of gain would more than defray the increased expenses of the system, which, according to the evidence I have obtained, would ensure both. The current expenses last year for the education of all the children in the state between the ages of 4 and 16 was $3.14 on average for each one. Look into the police courts of our cities in the morning, and especially on Monday morning when the ghastly array of drunkards is marched in for trial. A case may not occupy 10 minutes, and yet the fine, costs, and expenses would educate 2 children for a year in our public schools at the present rate, or 1 child at double the present rate. The expenses incurred in punishing the smallest theft that is committed exceed the present cost of educating a child in our schools for a year. A knave who proposes to obtain goods by false pretenses will hardly aim at making less than $1,000 by his speculation. There are more than 150 towns in Massachusetts, that is about half the whole number in the state, in each of which the annual appropriation for all its schools is less than $1,000. A burglar or highway robber will seldom peril his life without the prospect of a prize which would educate 500 or 1,000 children for a year. An incendiary exhibits fireworks at an expense which would educate all the children of many a school district in the state from the age of 4 to that of 16, while the only reward he expects is that of stealing a few garments and trinkets during the conflagration. In a single city in the state, consisting of 16 or 17,000 inhabitants, it was estimated by a most respectable and intelligent committee that the cost of alcoholic drinks during the last year far exceeded the combined cost of all the schools and all the churches in it, although for both religion and education it is a highly liberal city. The police expenses alone of the city of New York are about $500,000 a year. But all these are but a part of the sluiceways through which the hard-earned wealth of the people is wasted. What shall be said of those stock swindles and bank failures whose capitals of hundreds of thousands of dollars are embezzled in fair business transactions, whose vaults, sworn to be full of specie or bullion, remind one, on inspection, not merely of a pecuniary but of a philosophical vacuum? What of those epidemic speculations in land, often fairyland, though void of both beauty and poetry, where fortunes change hands as rapidly as if dependent upon the throw of a gambler's dice? And what of those enormous peculations by government defaulters, where more money is engulfed by one stupendous fraud than Massachusetts expends for the education of all her children in a year? All this devastation and loss the public bears with marvelous, with most criminal composure. The people at large stand by the wreck-covered shore where so many millions are dashed in pieces and sunk, and seem not to recognize the destruction. And what is infinitely worse, there are those who rejoice in the howl of the tempest and the shrieks of the sufferers, because they can grow rich by plundering only here and there a fragment of property from the dead or the defenseless. By charity, by direct taxes, by paying 20 or 30% more for every article or necessity of life than it is equitably worth, by bad debts, by the occasional and involuntary contribution of a pocketbook, a watch, a horse, a carriage, a ship, or a cargo, to which the robber and the barrator help themselves by paying premiums for insurance, and in 100 other ways, the honest and industrious part of the people not only support themselves, but supply the mighty current of wealth that goes to destruction through these floodgates of iniquity. The people do not yet seem to see that all the cost of legislating against criminals, of the judges and prosecuting officers, of jurors and witnesses to convict them, of building houses of correction and jails and penitentiaries for restraining and punishing them, is not 100th part of the grand total of expenditure incurred by private and social immoralities and crimes. The people do not yet seem to see that the intelligence and the morality which education can impart is that beneficent kind of insurance which, by preventing losses, obviates the necessity of indemnifying for them, thus saving both premium and risk. What is engulfed in the vortex of crime in each generation would build a palace of more than oriental splendor in every school district in the land, would endow it with a library beyond the ability of a lifetime to read, would supply it with apparatus and laboratories for the illustration of every study and the exemplification of every art, and munificently requite the services of a teacher worthy to preside in such a sanctuary of intelligence and virtue. But the prevention of all that havoc of worldly goods which is caused by vice transfers only one item from the loss to the profit side of the account. Were all idle, intemperate, predatory men to become industrious, sober, and honest, they would add vast sums to the inventory of the nation's wealth instead of subtracting from it. Let any person take a single town, village, or neighborhood and look at its inhabitants individually, with the question in his mind, how many of them are producers and how many are non-producers? That is, how many, either by the labor of the body or the labor of the mind, add value and dignity to life, and how many barely support themselves. And I think he will often be surprised at the smallness of the number by whose talent and industry the storehouses of the earth are mainly filled, and all the complicated business of society is principally managed. Could we convert into co-workers for the benefit of mankind all those physical and spiritual powers of usefulness, which are now antagonists or neutrals, the gain would be incalculable. Add the above two items together, namely the saving of what the vicious now squander or destroy, and the wealth which as virtuous men they would amass, and the only difficulty presented would be to find in what manner so vast an amount could be beneficially disposed of. But it is not to be disguised, whatever reforms may be instituted, that the cost of crime cannot at once be prevented. For a season, therefore, and until the expenses of education shall arrest and supersede the expenses of guilt, both must be borne. I wish to state the difficulty without extenuation. The question then is, can both be temporarily borne? The appropriations for which the towns voluntarily taxed themselves last year for the current expenses of the schools, that is, for the wages and board of the teachers and for fuel, were $662,870.57. Adding the income of the surplus revenue, when appropriated for the support of schools, it was $670,628.13. The valuation of the state I suppose to be not less than $450 million. Last year's tax, therefore, for the current expenses of the schools was less than $1.5 million on the dollar, less than $1.5 million on 1,000 mills. Taking the average of the state, then, no man was obliged to pay more than 1/666th part of his property for this purpose, or rather such would have been the case had there been no poll tax, had the whole tax been levied on property alone. At this rate it would take 666 years for all the property of the state to be once devoted to this purpose. And does not the portion of our worldly interests which is dependent upon public schools bear a greater ratio to the whole of those interests than 1 in 666? I need not argue this point, for who out of an insane asylum, or even of the curable classes in it, will question the fact? Who will say that the importance of this interest, as compared with all the earthly interests of mankind, is not infinitely greater than this? Who will say that, to secure so precious an end as the diffusion of almost universal intelligence and virtue, and the suppression, with an equal degree of universality, of ignorance and vice, it would not be expedient to do as the Bishop of Llandaff once proposed that the British nation should do in an eventful crisis of its affairs: vote away by acclamation 1/2 of all the wealth of the kingdom? But there is no need of carrying our feelings or our reason to this pitch of exaltation. There is no need of any signal or unwonted sacrifice. There is no need of a devotion of life, as is done in battle. There is no need of periling fortunes, as is done every day in trade. There is no need that any man in the community should lose 1 day from his life, or 1 hour from his sleep, or a comfort from his wardrobe or his table. 3 times more than is now expended, that is 4.5 mills on every 1,000 mills of the property of the state, or only 1 part in 222 instead of 1 in 666, would defray every expense and ensure the result. Regarded merely as a commercial transaction, a pecuniary enterprise whose elements are dollars and cents alone, There is not an intelligent capitalist in the state who would not, on the evidence here adduced, assume the whole of it, and pay a bonus for the privilege. When the state was convinced of the lucrativeness and general expediency of a railroad from Worcester to its western border, it bound itself at a word to the amount of $5 millions. And I suppose it be now the opinion of every intelligent man in the Commonwealth that when the day of payment shall arrive, the road itself, in addition to all the collateral advantages which it will have conferred, will have paid for itself, and will then forever remain not merely a monument of wisdom, but a reward for sagacity. Yet what is a railroad, though it does cut down the mountains and lift up the valleys, compared with an all-embracing agency of social and moral reform, which shall abase the pride of power and elevate the lowliness of misfortune? And those facilities for travel which supersede the tediousness of former journeyings and the labor of transportation, what are they when compared with the prevention of that lamentation, mourning, and woe which come from the perpetration of crime? When the city of Boston was convinced of the necessity of having a supply of pure water from abroad for the use of its inhabitants, it voted $3 millions to obtain it, and he would be a bold man who would now propose a repeal of that ordinance, though all past expenditures could be refunded. Yet all the schoolhouses in Boston, which it has erected during the present century, are not worth a fourth part of this sum. For the supply of water, the city of New York lately incurred an expenditure of $13 millions. Admitting, as I most cheerfully do, that the use of water pertains to the moral as well as to the ceremonial law, yet our cities have pollutions which water can never wash away, defilements which the baptism of a moral and Christian education alone can remove. There is not an appetite that allies men to the brutes, nor a passion for vain display which makes him more contemptible than any part of the irrational creation, which does not cost the country more every year than such a system of schools as would, according to the evidence I have exhibited, redeem it almost entirely from its follies and its guilt. Consider a single factitious habit of our people, which no one will pretend adds any degree to the health or length of life or decency of manners of the nation. I mean the smoking of tobacco. It is said on good authority that the annual expenditure in this country for the support of this habit is $10 millions. And if we reflect that this sum, averaged upon all the people, would be only $50 apiece, the estimate seems by no means extravagant. Yet this is far more than is paid to the teachers of all the public schools in the whole United States. Were nations to embark in the cause of education for the redemption of mankind, as they have in that of war for their destruction, the darkest chapters in the history of earthly calamities would soon be brought to a close. But where units have been grudged for education, millions have been lavished for war. While for the one purpose mankind have refused to part with superfluities, for the other they have not only impoverished themselves but levied burdensome taxes upon posterity. The vast national debts of Europe originated in war, and but for that scourge of mankind they never would have existed. The amount of money now owed by the different European nations is said on good authority to be $6,387,000,000. Of this inconceivable sum, the share of Great Britain is about $4 billion, in round numbers £800 million. Of France, $780 million. Of Russia and Austria, $300 million each. Of Prussia, $100 million. And the debts of the minor powers increase this sum to $6,387,000,000. The national debt of Great Britain now amounts to more than $140 for every man, woman, and child in the 3 kingdoms. Allowing 6 persons to each family, it will average more than $850 to every household, a sum which would be deemed by thousands and tens of thousands of families in that country to be a handsome competence, nay, wealth itself, if it were owing to instead of from them. It is estimated that during the 22 years preceding the general peace of 1815, the unimaginable sum of £6,250,000,000 of sterling, or $30 billion, had been expended in war by nations calling themselves Christian, an amount of wealth many-fold greater than has ever been expended for the same purpose by all the nations on the globe whom we call savage since the commencement of the Christian era. The earth itself could not be pawned for so vast a sum as this, were there any pawnbroker's office which would accept such a pledge. Were it to be set up at auction in the presence of fierce competitors for the purchase, it would not sell for enough to pay its war bills for a single century. The war estimates of the British government, even for the current year of peace, are $85 million, and the annual interest on the national debt incurred by war is at least $120 million more, or more than $200 million for a common and, on the whole, a very favorable year. Well might Christ in the Beatitudes pronounce his emphatic benediction upon the peacemakers. We have emulated in this country the same gigantic scale of expenditure for the same purpose. Since the organization of the federal government in 1789, the expense of our military and naval establishments and equipments in round numbers is $700 million. 2 of our ships of the line have cost more than $2 million. The value of the arms accumulated at one time in the arsenal in Springfield in this state was $2 million. The military academy at West Point has cost more than $4 million. In our town meetings and in our school district meetings, wealthy and substantial men oppose the granting of $15 for a school library and of $30 for both library and apparatus, while at West Point they spend $50 in a single lesson at target firing, and the government keeps 100 horses and grooms and blacksmiths to take care of them as an indispensable part of the apparatus of the academy. The pupils at our normal schools who are preparing to become teachers must maintain themselves. The cadets at the academy receive $28 a month during their entire term as a compensation for being educated at the public expense. Adding bounties and pensions to wages and rations, I suppose the cost of a common foot soldier in the Army cannot be less than $250 a year. The average cost of female teachers for the public schools of Massachusetts last year was only $13.60 a month, inclusive of board, or at a rate which would give $163.20 for the year. But the average length of the schools was but 8 months, so that the cost of 2 common soldiers is nearly that of 5 female teachers. The annual salary of a colonel of dragoons in the United States Army is $2,206, of a brigadier general $2,958, of a major general $4,512, that of a captain of a ship of the line when in service $4,500, and even when off duty it is $2,500. There are but 7 towns in Massachusetts where any teacher of a public school receives so high a salary as $1,000, and in 4 of these towns only 1 teacher receives this sum. Had my purpose been simply to show the pecuniary ability of the people at large to give the most generous compensation to such a company of accomplished, high-minded, noble teachers as would lift the race at once out of the pit of vice and ignorance and superstition as safely and as tenderly as a mother bears her infant in her arms, had my purpose been merely to show this pecuniary ability, then I have already said too much. But my design was not merely to carry conviction to the minds of those who would contest this fact, but to make the denial of it ridiculous. But the consummation of this reformatory work is not promised except upon the performance of a third condition, namely, that all the children in the state between the ages of 4 and 16 years shall be brought into the school for 10 months in each year. In other words, while the schools are kept, the attendance of all the children upon them, with 1 or 2 exceptions to be hereafter noticed, must be regular. Since the keeping of registers in our schools has made known the enormous amount of absences from them, there is but one subject which has excited greater alarm or given rise to louder complaints. Teachers complain of this absence because, while it increases their labors, it diminishes their success. Indeed, it makes entire success an impossibility. Parents who do send their children regularly to school complain of it because the tardy and the occasional comers are a dead weight upon the progress of those who are uniformly present and prompt. Committees complain of it in behalf of the towns which they represent, because it lowers the general standard of intelligence among the people, and because, taken on an average for the whole state, it incurs a total loss of from 1/3 to 1/2 of all the money which is annually levied by taxation for the support of the schools. Men of wealth, who have no children to send to school, or who for any reason send none, complain of it, because, though they may be willing to be taxed for the education of all, yet they are not willing to be taxed to have their money taken and thrown away. They think it, and with good reason too, to be an intolerable hardship to be first confronted with the argument that they are bound to secure the general intelligence and morality of the people through the instrumentality of schools, and when they have acknowledged the validity of this argument and cheerfully paid their money, to have the very men who so argued and so claimed turn upon them and say, "We are still at liberty to throw your money away by keeping our children at home. And though you must keep the school regularly for us, we have a right to use it irregularly, or not at all, as we please." Thus the delinquents, where they owe apology and repentance, retort with indignity and persevere in injustice. I cannot believe that our people will always, or even long, submit to this enormous abuse, now made known to them by well-authenticated documents. For an economical people who form political parties on the subject of expenditures by the government, and make retrenchment a watchword, for a people whose legislature sometimes debates for days together whether the salary of an officer shall be a few $100s more or less, to continue to throw away, as was done last year, more than $200,000 on account of voluntary, gratuitous, and in most cases wanton absences from school, is not credible. For a people who are sufficiently proud, to say the least, of their general intelligence, and who are sincerely anxious to perpetuate and improve their moral character, to be willing to forfeit 1/3 part of all the blessings of their free school system without any necessity or any plausible pretext is not to be believed. This great evil must be dealt with according to its magnitude. Violent diseases demand energetic remedies. It would be as unwise in a state as in an individual to allow its precautions to diminish while its dangers increase, to sleep more quietly as the peril becomes more imminent. When we know that a malady is dangerous and that a remedy is at hand, wisdom dictates its speedy application. End of section 44. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 45 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11th Annual Report, 1847, Part 4. I propose, then, to consider the objections that may possibly be urged to the regular attendance of all our children upon school for 10 months in each year from the age of 4 to that of 16 years. I believe them to be by no means insurmountable, nay, that their formidableness will wholly disappear if subjected to a candid examination. 1. It may be said that there is a class of parents amongst us who depend partially upon the labor of their children for the support of their families, and who are too poor to forego the earnings of these children for 10 months in the year and for 12 years of their minority. With regard to a portion of the class of parents referred to, this suggestion would have a foundation in fact. With regard to another portion of them, it would have no such foundation. It is well known that a class of parents exists amongst us who work their children that they may themselves be idle, who coin the health, the capacities, and the future welfare of their own offspring into money, which money, when gained, is not expended for the necessities or the comforts of life, but is wasted upon appetites that brutify and demonize their possessor. The objections of this class against permitting their children to be educated at the public expense are not legitimate. It would be infinitely better for them, for their families, and for the public, if they were cut off from these means of sinful indulgence. It would improve their condition still further if they were obliged to be industrious, even though coerced to labor by the goad of hunger and cold. The best of all conditions for them would be that they should themselves labor for the support of their children at school, where those intellectual and virtuous habits would be formed, and that filial piety inculcated, which would lead the children in after years to return to the parents with a generous requital the favors that they had received. There is doubtless another portion of this general class with whom the alleged necessity for their children's earnings as a part of the means for family support is no pretense. The number and age of the family, sickness, misfortune, or other cause, may render this or some other resource indispensable to the procurement of the necessities and decencies of life. I would not underrate the number or the necessity of this class of persons. They have claims upon our warmest sympathies. But I have reason to believe that the class itself is not a very large one. Where the heads of the family enjoy good health, where they may have the assistance of their children, who are of an age able to render it, for several hours each day, for 1 or 2 entire half-days each week, and for 2 months uninterrupted each year, the circumstances must be peculiar where industry and frugality, with such favors as the honest and praiseworthy poor may always count upon from their better conditioned neighbors, will not supply the means of a comfortable subsistence. Still, cases of necessity do and will exist, and where the need is not supplied by individual charity, there is no other alternative but to do it at the public expense. This would introduce no new principle into our legislation. It would be only a moderate but highly beneficial extension of an existing one. Our laws now provide for physical destitution, whatever may be its cause, and they enjoin upon school committees the duty of furnishing all needful school books at the expense of the respective towns to all children whose parents are unable to procure them. The question then arises, what degree of destitution, and there is no propriety in restricting this to physical destitution, makes it expedient for a wise government to interfere and afford relief? Poor laws, as we understand the term, are of modern origin. They were not only unknown to all barbarous nations, but to most Christian and civilized ones until a recent period. In England they date from the reign of Elizabeth. In Scotland, although in a small class of extreme cases legal relief may have been rendered, yet poor laws can hardly be said ever to have had any effective existence in that country. In Ireland they were unknown until recently. In this country they are almost coeval with our colonial settlements. But there neither is nor ever has been any legal standard of poverty. The degree of destitution which shall entitle the sufferer to relief is not a fixed quantity, like the statutory length of a yard or the Winchester bushel. The general notions of men as to what constitutes poverty range between wide extremes according to their prevalent style of living, their enlightenment, and their benevolence. It is said that when the present King of France heard that the income of the Jewish banker in London amounted only to some hundreds of dollars each hour, he expressed his deep grief at learning that he was so poor. With us, he who can command a comfortable shelter, decent clothes, and a sufficient supply of wholesome food for himself and family, excites no special commiseration for his poverty, while there are places upon the earth where a potato a day is considered an independent fortune. Now, between these extremes, what shall the true definition of poverty be? So the line which divides poverty from competence is not a stationary but a movable one. The laws themselves change, and the same law on a question like this will be made to speak a very different language under different administrators. In favor of the militia or of the country's defense, the law exempts from attachment, execution, and distress, whether for debt or for taxes, the uniform, arms, ammunition, and accoutrements, which officers, non-commissioned officers, and privates are required to possess. In favor of the common sentiments of humanity, our law also exempts from attachment and execution, not only wearing apparel, but a great variety of articles of household furniture, bedsteads, beds, bedding, an iron stove, fuel, and other commodities to the value of $50, also a cow, 6 sheep, 1 swine, and 2 tons of hay, also the tools and implements used by a debtor in his trade, not exceeding $50 in value, and also rites of burial and tombs used as repositories for the dead. Our legislation on this subject has been humanely progressive, as may be seen by reference to Statutes 1805, Chapter 100, 1813, Chapter 172, 1822, Chapter 93, Section 8, 1832, Chapter 58, 1838, Chapter 145, etc. In a neighboring state, by a late law, a portion of the debtor's homestead is also brought within the same rule. In favor of learning and religion, all school books and Bibles used in a family are also exempted from attachment and execution for debt. And was before said, all school children destitute of school books are first supplied with them at the public expense, and where the parents are unable to reimburse the cost, the supply is gratuitous. Massachusetts has from time to time founded and endowed hospitals for the insane, and she makes annual and liberal appropriations for the education of the blind and the deaf and dumb. She is now engaged in erecting a noble institution for the reformation of juvenile delinquents, and a commission instituted by her is inquiring at the present time into the condition of idiots, which unfortunate, repulsive, and hitherto outcast portion of the community it is not to be doubted she will soon gather together, and in imitation of the noble example set by France, Switzerland, and Prussia, will educate to cleanliness, to decency, and to no inconsiderable degree of positive enjoyment and usefulness. Each one, too, of all these great movements, when carried out into execution, has proved economical as well as philanthropic and Christian. What striking results in proof of this are exhibited by the statistics of the State Lunatic Hospital at Worcester. According to the last report of that institution, which Dr. Woodward made, the average expense of 24 old cases, taking the first 24 on the list and not selecting them or taking them at random, was $1,945.83 each, their aggregate expense $46,700, while the average expense of the same number of recent cases, taking the last on the list who were discharged cured, was $41.53 each, and their aggregate expense $996.75, so that the whole expense of 24 recent cases was but about one half as much as one old one. The hospital already has far more than paid for itself by the saving it has effected, because without it all the new cases would have been old ones. I present these economical aspects of the subject by no means because I deem them to be the most important, but because all over the world there is a large class of persons with whom the pecuniary argument is the most persuasive and eloquent, and who will be induced to lend their services in aid of great social ameliorations only when they find that humanity is economy, and that godliness is great gain in a worldly sense. They will then enlist for the sake of the great gain, though quite indifferent as to the other quality. When I have been asked by persons from the fertile and exuberant regions of our own country, or from transatlantic nations, how it is that with our ungenerous soil and uncongenial clime we are pecuniarily able to support these various and costly establishments, my answer has been that we are able because we do support them. But the question recurs, what is poverty? What is that straightness of circumstances which, for educational purposes, would require a wise and profound statesman, and of course the state itself, to interpose and to supply those means for the education of the child which the parent is unable to render? It being proved that if all our children were to be brought under the benign influences of such teachers as the state can supply, from the age of 4 years to that of 16, and for 10 months in each year, that 99 in every 100 of them can be rescued from uncharitableness, from falsehood, from intemperance, from cupidity, licentiousness, violence, and fraud, and reared to the performance of all the duties and to the practice of all the kindnesses and courtesies of domestic and social life, made promoters of the commonweal instead of subtractors from it. This being proved, I respectfully and with deference submit to the board, and through them to the legislature, and to my fellow citizens at large, that every man is poor in an educational sense, who cannot both spare and equip his children for school for the entire period above specified, and that while he remains thus poor, it is not only the dictate of generosity and Christianity, but it is the wisest policy and the profoundest statesmanship, too, to supply from the public treasury, municipal or state or both, whatever means may be wanted to make certain so glorious an end. These principles and this practice the divine doctrines of Christianity have always pointed at, and a progressive civilization has now brought us into proximity to them. How is it that we can call a man poor because his body is cold, and not because his highest sympathies and affections have been frozen up within him in one polar and perpetual winter from his birth? Hunger does not stint the growth of the body half so much as ignorance dwarfs the capacities of the mind. No wound upon the limbs, or gangrene of vital organs, is 1,000th part so terrible as those maladies of the soul that jeopard its highest happiness, and defeat the end for which it was created. And infinitely aggravated is the case where children are the sufferers, where moral distempers are inflicted upon them by parents, or are inherited by them from ancestors, where they are born into an atmosphere saturated with the infection of crime, where vice obtrudes itself upon every sense, and presses inward through every pore, to be imbibed and copied, just as the common air forces itself into the nostrils to be breathed, and where, in their early imitative transgressions, they are no more consciously guilty than in the heaving of their lungs in an act of respiration. Were a ship in mid-ocean to be overtaken by a storm, to be dismantled, dismasted, and reduced to an unmanageable hulk, and while its crew were famishing, and in momentary danger of foundering, were another ship to pass within hail, but to refuse all succor and deliverance, should we not justly regard that deed as an enormous atrocity? But what moral difference does it make whether we pass by our perishing neighbor on the sea or on the dry land? The pitfalls of perdition on shore are deeper and far more terrible, and are inhabited by direr monsters than any ocean caves. Now it is the children of the man who, through sickness or other misfortune, has not the means fully and thoroughly to educate them for the duties of life, who represent this perishing and foundering crew, And the man who has the superfluities or even an independency of means, but refuses to aid in giving these children an education sufficient for all the common responsibilities of life, he is the hardened mariner who sails recklessly by, and sees the helpless sufferers engulfed in the wake of his own proud vessel. On this point, then, are we not authorized to conclude, in the first place, that the cases are comparatively few where parents cannot afford to forego the earnings of their children, and to send them to school for the length of time and with the regularity proposed; and, in the second place, were the cases of destitution far more numerous than they are, that there is still an abundance of means as well as an obvious duty on the part of the public to supply all deficiencies. Assuming the value of all the property in the state to be $450 millions, the simple interest upon it alone at 6% and without any addition from earnings is $27 millions annually. The industrial statistics of the state show that its income from all its occupations and trades is more than $100 millions annually, and even this does not include improvements upon its wharves, bridges, roads, or lands. Must such a state pare and clip and scrimp and dole out its means with a niggardly hand, when unfolding the mortal and the immortal capacities of its children? 2. But though the means for supporting the schools are abundant, and though the earnings of children as a part of the family's daily livelihood may be forborne in one class of cases and made up in another, a further question still remains: can the state itself afford to forego these juvenile services? Can the machinery be operated, the shoes bound, the type set, the errands and chores done, and the doorbells tended, if all children under 16 years of age are withdrawn from the performance of these kinds of service for 10 months each year? Minors under 16 are let out to corporations to be employed in manufacturing establishments. They are taken into the families of the wealthy and forehanded as under-servants. A few are employed as errand boys in the offices and shops of the cities, and in several of the lighter handicrafts they are put to regular labor. There are no exact data by which to determine the number of children so employed in the state. Compared with the whole number of children in it between the ages of 4 and 16, I suppose it to be inconsiderable, so inconsiderable indeed that if their services in these employments were henceforth to be wholly discontinued, it would subtract hardly an appreciable fraction from the aggregate products of our labor and machinery. A highly intelligent gentleman who has been engaged in manufacturing business for many years informs me that the company with which he is associated now employs 3,119 persons, namely 2,571 in 5 cotton mills, 450 in 2 machine shops, and 98 in 1 woolen mill. In the cotton mills, 346 persons are employed who are under 16 years of age, equal to 13%. In the machine shops, there are none. In the woolen mill, there are 6, or 6%. The average for the whole is about 11%. He adds, "I am of the opinion that this statement may be taken as a fair representation, in regard to age, of the persons in these several establishments. Very few are under 15. This class of labor is not profitable to the employer, and, except in particular cases, is only employed from motives of charity. From my recollection of the labor required in print works," he was formerly extensively engaged in printing calicoes, "I am inclined to think the proportion of persons under 16 is not greater than the average in the mills and shops before mentioned." Here, then, is a statement worthy of implicit reliance respecting the largest branch of labor in which those children are employed who, on the proposed reformatory plan, would be sent to school. Can a substitute be found for this juvenile labor? In the first place, if that class of parents who now coin into money their children's highest capacities for usefulness and enjoyment, that they themselves may live in idleness and intemperance, were peremptorily deprived of this source of gain, they could perform a portion of the labor now exacted of the children, or, if not capable of performing this particular kind of labor, they could at least do some other work, and thus set free a class of persons who could perform it. In the second place, manufacturers could employ at a slightly enhanced price a few more adults, or more persons over the age of 16. I trust that no liberal-minded manufacturer would object to employing older help at the present time on the plea of non-remunerating returns. But thirdly, a consideration of more significance than all the rest, the children who had enjoyed such a school development and training as we are now supposing would go into the mills after the completion of their educational course with physical and intellectual ability to help and a moral inability to harm, which of itself would be far more than compensation for all the loss of their previous absence. Take any manufacturer whose mind has ever wandered even by chance to a contemplation of the only true sources and securities of wealth, and what would he not give to have all of his operatives transformed at once into men and women of high intelligence and unswerving morality, to have them become so faithful and honest that they would always turn out the greatest quantity and the best quality of work, without the trouble and expense of watching and weighing and counting and superintending, that they would be as careful of his machinery as though it were their own, that they would never ask or accept more in payment than their just due, that they would always consult their employer's interest and never sacrifice it from motives of personal ease or gain or ill will. I have been told by one of our most careful and successful manufacturers that upon substituting in one of his cotton mills a better for a poorer educated class of operatives, he was enabled to add 12 or 15% to the speed of his machinery without any increase of damage or danger from the acceleration. Here there was a direct gain of 12 or 15%, a larger percentage than that of the supposed whole number of children under 16 years of age in all our factories. And this gain was effected, too, without any additional investment of capital or any increased expense for board. The gain from improved morals would far exceed that from increased intelligence. On the whole, then, if all children under 16 years of age were withdrawn from the factories for 10 months of each year in order to be sent to school, there is reason to believe that the aggregate amount of fabrics produced by those mills would not be diminished even a yard. The above considerations have special reference to children employed in factories. I have selected this department of labor because I suppose that at least as many children under 16 are let out to service in factories as in all the other branches of business taken together. But the same views, with inconsiderable modifications, will apply to all others. It will be seen at a glance, therefore, that the contemplated diversion of children from manual labor to mental and moral pursuits will not be such as to impair the industrial resources of the state or to diminish the marketable value of its products. But there is one remark which applies alike to all these classes of employers. They use the services of children not their own. Now it must be conceded that there exists a well-grounded reluctance on the part of free governments to any such interference with parental relations as is not made necessary by the nature of the government itself or by the criminal conduct or culpable neglect of the parents. But those who employ other men's children for their own profit cannot entrench themselves behind the sacredness of parental rights. Their object is their own personal gain. A lawful and laudable object, it is true, when pursued by justifiable means, but one which cannot sanction for a moment the infliction of a positive injury upon any child, or the deprivation of any privilege essential to his well-being or to the permanence and prosperity of the Republic. The Republic, indeed, if true to itself, can never allow any of its members to do what will rebound to its own injury, and where no parental title can be alleged, the assertion of any right over the labor of children has as little foundation in natural justice or equity as the tyrant's claim to the toil of his vassals. How can any man having any claim to the character, I will not say of a Christian or a philanthropist, but to the vastly lower one of a patriot, use the services of a child in his household, his shop, his office, or his mill, when he knows that he does it at the sacrifice, to say the least, of that child's highest earthly interests? How can any man seek to enlarge his own gain, or to pamper his own luxurious habits, by taking the bread of intellectual and moral life from the children around him? I can anticipate but one objection more having any aspect of plausibility. It may be said that although the schools should be kept for the proposed length of time by teachers ennobled with all the intellectual and moral attributes contemplated, yet there are persons capable, like brutes, of bringing children into the world, but impervious to those moral considerations which should impel them to train up those children in the way they should go, and that in regard to this class of parents, some coercive measures may be necessary to secure the attendance of their children at school. I admit this. But is coercion a new idea in a community where there are houses of correction and jails and state prisons and the gallows? Surely bolts and bars, granite walls, and strangulating hemp are strange emblems of the voluntary principle. Massachusetts has at the present moment about 2,000 persons under lock and key, 19/20 of whom, had they been blessed with a good common school education, would, according to the testimony I have adduced, be now useful and exemplary citizens, building up instead of tearing down the fabric of public welfare. With a population of between 800,000 and 900,000, she has at least 5,000 police officers and magistrates, armed with power to seize and restrain and bring to trial and punishment any transgressors of those laws which she has paid many other thousands for enacting. Does it not argue, then, a perversion of intellect, or an obliquity of the moral sense, to contend that a child, for the purposes of being blessed by the influences of a good school, cannot be taken from a parent who is preparing him to become at least a private, if not an officer, in the great army of malefactors? While it is conceded that by and by, when this same child becomes a parent, he may then be taken from his children, imprisoned, put to hard labor, or put to death. So far as force is concerned, so far as any supposed invasion of private rights is concerned, does not the greater contain the lesser 1,000 times over? If the state can send a sheriff's posse to take a man from his own bed at midnight and carry him to jail, to trial, and to execution, does it require a greater extension or bolder use of its prerogatives for the same state to send a kind moral guardian to take a child from the temptations of the street or the haunts of wickedness and bring him within the benign influence of a good school? Should it be said that in the case of the adult offender there has been a forfeiture of civil rights by some overt act of violation, while in the case of the child the violation is prospective only, I reply that nothing is more common than to arrest and imprison men on probable suspicion merely. Nothing is more common than to hold men to bail in a sum proportionate to the suspected offense, and when a man gives proof that he intends to do a wrong and is only awaiting a favorable opportunity to execute his intention, nothing is more common than to put him under bond for good behavior. Every child who is not receiving a good education comes at least within these latter categories. He is an object of violent suspicion. The presumption is strong that he will not make a good citizen, that in some form or other he will get his living out of the earnings of his fellow men or offend against their welfare. If the Commonwealth, then, has the right to imprison an adult, or hold him to bail on suspicion, or to bind him over to keep the peace and be of good behavior, has it not an equal, nay, a superior right to demand guarantees for the child's appearance upon the stage of manhood, there to answer to the great duties that shall be required of him as a citizen? And a good education is surely better security than any bail bond that was ever executed. Has not the state a right to bind each child to his good behavior by imparting to him the instruction and by instilling into his mind the principles of virtue and religion, by which he shall be twice bound or doubly fastened, for such is the etymological meaning of the word religion, to perform with intelligence and uprightness his social and political duties when he becomes a man? Nor is our legislation without numerous precedents in favor of securing education, even at the expense of coercive measures. These precedents are scattered along our annals from the earliest periods of our colonial existence. The colonial law of 1642, after premising that forasmuch as the good education of children is of singular behoof and benefit to any commonwealth, ordered that the select men of every town shall have a vigilant eye over their brethren and neighbors, to see, first, that none of them shall suffer so much barbarism in any of their families as not to endeavor to teach by themselves or others their children and apprentices so much learning as may enable them perfectly to read the English tongue and knowledge of the capital laws. And it imposed upon parents what in those times was a heavy penalty for neglect. By the law of 1671, the selectmen were again required to see that all children and youth be taught to read perfectly the English tongue, have knowledge in the capital laws, etc. So the laws of the Plymouth colony, after setting forth that whereas many parents and masters, either through an over-respect to their own occasions and business, or not duly considering the good of their children and servants, have too much neglected their duty in their education whilst they are young and capable of learning, proceeded to make substantially the same requirements as were made by the above-mentioned provisions in the laws of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and then declared that if any parents or masters, after warning and admonition, should still remain negligent in their duty, whereby children and servants may be in danger to grow barbarous, rude, or stubborn, and so prove pests instead of blessings to the country, then a fine of 10 shillings shall be levied upon the goods of such negligent parent or master. If, after 3 months subsequent to the levying of this fine, no due care shall be taken and continued for the education of such children and apprentices, then a fine of 20 shillings was to be levied. And lastly, if in 3 months after that there be no reformation of said neglect, then the selectmen, with the help of 2 magistrates, shall take such children and servants from them, the parents, and place them with some masters for years, boys till they come to 21 and girls to 18 years of age, which will more strictly educate and govern them according to the rules of the order. Nor were the above enactments a dead letter. The earlier judicial and municipal records show that when the natural parent broke from the ties of consanguinity and duty by neglecting the education of his children, the law interfered and provided a civil parent for them. Modern legislation, it is true, has greatly relaxed the stringency of these provisions. No adequate substitute is to be found for them in our present educational code, and already neglected childhood is avenging itself upon society by its manhood of crime, not unfrequently by its precocity in crime, long before the years of manhood have been reached. Compulsory enactments, however, still attest that all the spirit of our ancestors is not yet gone. Our laws provide, in various cases, that minor children may be bound out to service, males to the age of 21 years and females to the age of 18 years, but in all cases it is to be stipulated in the contract that they shall be taught to read, write, and cipher. Stubborn children may be committed to the House of Correction. Children in the city of Boston under the age of 16 years, whose parents are dead, or, if living, do from vice and any other cause neglect to provide suitable employment for or to exercise salutary control over them, may be sent by the court to the House of Reformation. By the late act establishing the State Reform School, male convicts under 16 years of age may be sent to this school from any part of the Commonwealth, to be there instructed in piety and morality, and in such branches of useful knowledge as shall be adapted to their age and capacity. The inmates may be bound out, but in executing this part of their duty, the trustees shall have scrupulous regard to the religious and moral character of those to whom they are to be bound, to the end that they may secure to the boys the benefit of a good example and wholesome instruction, and the sure means of improvement in virtue and knowledge, and thus the opportunity of becoming intelligent, moral, useful, and happy citizens of the Commonwealth. Manufacturers and overseers in manufacturing establishments are prohibited under a penalty from employing any child in their factories under 15 years of age who has not attended some day school for a specified portion of the year within which he may be so employed, and they are also prohibited from employing any child under 12 years of age more than 10 hours a day under any circumstances. In the case of fires, of explosive commodities, of contagious diseases, of immigrant passengers from infected countries, and so forth, the law vests its officers with plenary and summary powers to save the Republic from detriment. Paley has said that to send an uneducated child into the world is injurious to the rest of mankind. It is little better than to turn out a mad dog or a wild beast into the streets. It is difficult to conceive why he thought it to be any better, since one uneducated vicious man may do infinitely more harm to the world than all the rabid dogs or wild beasts that ever existed. Much as we may need energetic remedies against contagious diseases, we need them against contagious vices more, and quarantine laws in favor of moral health are the most necessary of all sanitary regulations. But I forbear to press further considerations of this character upon the attention of the Board. I hope that the great majority of our people will rather wonder why such an argument should be deemed necessary, rather than be disposed to question its conclusions. Having now surveyed somewhat at length the various points pertaining to this subject, a brief recapitulation may not be amiss. The basis on which it is suggested that our public school system shall be put is carefully defined in the circular. In some important particulars no change is necessary, as our practice has already reached the point of theoretic excellence. Such are the unconditional rights of all children to enter the school, or their entire exemption from rate bills or any capitation tax, either as a condition precedent or subsequent on their attending school, the range of studies which may be taught, the provision for moral and religious instruction, with guarantees against its abuse, and so forth. But in other respects, important improvements are contemplated. No cardinal or organic change in the system itself, but only a progression in a course already begun. Such are more befitting qualifications of teachers for the great work they undertake, the maintenance of all the schools for a period of 10 months in each year, instead of the present average of 8 months, and, as a necessary consequence, the appropriation of money sufficient to sustain the prolonged school and to pay the better qualified teachers. And finally, the gathering into the schools, during their entire term, of all the children in the community between the ages of 4 and 16 years. From the comprehensiveness of this last condition, it is obvious that all cases of sickness, casualty, or other reasonable cause of absence must be excepted, and it is equally clear that when any parent or guardian prefers to educate his children at home or in a private school, he should be allowed to do so, the means of education to be left wholly optional with everyone, provided assurance be given to the state that the end is attained. So far as the proposed changes involve the appropriation of more money, it has been shown that the state possesses not only a sufficiency but a redundancy of wealth for this purpose. Besides, when once in operation, the system will be found not merely a self-supporting one, but one yielding large revenues, both saving and producing many times more than it will cost, requiting a single expenditure by a manifold remuneration. So far as the higher mental and moral attributes in teachers will be required, reasons have been offered to show that nature, or the common course of providence, supplies an abundance of intellectual power and moral capability, but that through our present misuse and maladministration of those noble qualities, they are either lost by neglect of culture or diverted to less worthy pursuits. There is no more iron in the world now than there ever was. We have only discovered how to use it more advantageously, for steamboats, for railroads, for machinery, and 1,000 mechanical purposes, and thus, in point of mere pecuniary value, we have given it the first rank among the precious metals. There is no more water flowing down our streams now than there was centuries ago, but we have just found out how to make it saw timber, grind wheat, and make cloth, and already it does 1,000 times more work than all our 20 millions of people could do by their own assisted strength, should every man vie with his neighbor in the severity of his toil and the amount of his productions. There are no more individual particles of electricity in the air or in the earth today than there always have been. For ever since the creation there has been an inconceivable host of these particles, a multitude deriding all human power of computation, which have careered round the earth by laws of their own, each one being as distinct from all the rest, and having as separate and independent an existence as one wild horse upon the prairies has from another. Long ago science learned how to catch and confine these natural racers, but it was not until our day that she discovered how to take them, 1, 10, 100, or 1,000, and dispatch them as messengers to distant cities, to make them the common carriers of intelligence, whom no pursuers can overtake, no bribe can corrupt, nor robbers despoil. Thus it is with the capacities of the human mind. By the bounty of Providence they may be employed and made sufficient for the greatest work of reform. It is through our blindness and perversity that they are not yet used to achieve their sublime purposes. Like the iron, like the gravity of falling water, like the electric coursers, they too have the power of conferring unimaginable blessings upon the race, but as yet they have only been very partially enlisted in the highest services of humanity. On the third point, that which contemplates the regular attendance of all the children upon the school, with certain specified exceptions, and even their compulsory attendance in a class of extreme cases, I rely upon legal precedents and analogies, upon the necessity which is imposed upon a republican government if it means to keep itself republican, and upon the broad principle that a parent who neglects to educate his child up to the point proposed proves that he has taken the parental relation upon himself without any corresponding idea of its solemnity, and thus, by the non-performance of his parental duties, forfeits his parental rights. The coincidence of the results, too, to which the witnesses have come, is on its face a very remarkable circumstance, but it is rendered still more remarkable by the fact that they made their statements without any concert or comparison of views, and in entire independence of each other. The proof, therefore, is not cumulative merely, but its cogency is raised to a mathematical power equal to the number of the witnesses. Such, then, is a condensed view or summary of the testimony given by credible and trustworthy witnesses on a subject so unspeakably important. The judicial mind cannot fail to observe that the section of country whence these results of experience have been gathered is large, embracing all the states north and east of Pennsylvania. The schools have been both public and private, in town and country, have consisted of both sexes and all ages, and have contained children from all the states in the Union. They have embraced thousands and thousands of youth of the land, and commencing at a point of time now more than 50 years gone by, they reach in unbroken continuity to the present day. We have therefore no isolated or solitary case, illogically generalized, and made to yield an inference too broad for its premises. Nor is it to be forgotten that each of the witnesses, in theological character, is a sincere believer in such an innate natural condition of the human heart as opposes the most formidable obstacles to success in moral training. Sovereign indeed must be the influences which can educe exemplary lives and a well-ordered society from a race each one of whom could say literally, "I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me." In a race whose alienation from the righteous law of God is supposed to antedate volition or even consciousness, and to be mingled and inbred with the primary corpuscles of being. It was no disrespect to the many able and eminent teachers of a different religious faith which deterred me from propounding the same questions to them and soliciting the results of their experience, but it was because I wished to know what was deemed to be practicable by those who would see the greatest difficulties to be overcome before success could be achieved. While, therefore, their statements were solicited respecting the moral efficacy or potentiality of schools conducted on the cardinal principles of the New England systems, yet it was my wish that each one should make his own theological views manifest on the face of his communication, so that governors and legislators and all leaders of public opinion might see how much was believed to be attainable, even while contending against the most formidable obstacles. I reasoned thus, that if those who believe the battleground to be most nearly inaccessible, and the enemy's entrenchments to be most nearly impregnable, and his power to be most nearly invincible, do still believe that victory can be won, then all would say there should be no sleep in the camp until the war cry is rung and the hand-to-hand struggle is begun. But I must not disguise the fact, nor in any way divert attention from it, that universality of education, either public or private, is a substantive part of the plan here proposed, and indispensable to its successful working. Indeed, I should have thought it nugatory and trifling to ask the opinion of any teacher about attainable results, had this condition been omitted from the scheme. Had it been stipulated or supposed as a preliminary of the plan that 1% only of the children might be left out of the schools, doubtless the witnesses would have made a deduction of at least 5% from their estimate of results. They would have felt bound to make an allowance not only for the abandoned class themselves, but for the poisonous influence of that class upon the rest. Doubtless every advance in the qualification of teachers, and in gathering more and more of the children within the renovating influences of the schools, will yield a great reward of mental and moral benefits. But universality in the end to be accomplished demands universality in the means to be employed. If a contagious or infectious distemper were to break out in any quarter of the city, and all of its victims but one were to be removed, though this removal would abate something from the malignant type of the disease, and contract the circle of its ravages, yet who would feel secure while even one should remain to impart the virus by contact or radiate its noxious effluvia? In moral, no less than in physical maladies, the security of each is conditioned on the security of all. The confidence of every rational man must be impaired respecting the prospective virtue of his own children, while the children of his neighbor are vicious. And for the comprehensive meaning of the word neighbor, Christ is our authority. I thank God there can be no safety for any until there is safety for all. Were the sky to be opened and a voice to address us audibly from the heavens, it could not proclaim more articulately than is done by the common course of divine providence, that God has made of one blood all nations of men to dwell on all the face of the earth, and that therefore, being by the law of consanguinity one brotherhood and one body, no one member of this body can suffer, but all the members must suffer with it, and no one member can be truly honored, but all the members must rejoice with it. Where men are religious, therefore, this principle appeals to their religion and enforces all its dictates. Where men are not religious, but have only an enlightened selfishness, it invokes that selfishness to do good to others for the reflected benefits upon itself. and thus it leaves only to pursue a different course those who are both morally selfish and intellectually blind. Hence, any system of education which does violence to this great principle of universal benevolence, which circumscribes itself within the limits of a family, a caste, a party, or a sect, is but human weakness wrestling against divine power, and under whatever specious disguises it may mask itself, it is only mortal selfishness, seeking by feigned and counterfeited compliances to cajole out of heaven blessings promised only to those who do unto others as they would that others should do unto them. What right has any man or body of men to make the second table of the law of less account than the first, or to delude themselves with the belief that they love the Lord their God with all their heart, while they do not love their neighbor as themselves? If God is our Father, then all men must be our brethren. I believe it would not only be practicable, but easy for the legislature, at its ensuing session, now so soon to be commenced, to initiate a series of measures which, in a very brief period, would carry us through the earlier stages of this contemplated reform, measures which would command the ready assent of a vast majority of the citizens of Massachusetts, and would thus leave but few of those unnatural cases of those parents who are not parents to be dealt with compulsively. In concluding this report, I shall not attempt to heighten the effect of the evidence and the argument which have been submitted by any effort to describe the blessedness of that state of society which the universal application of this reformatory agency would usher in. Such an endeavor would be vain. He who would do this must first behold the scenes and be thrilled by the joys he would delineate. He must borrow the language of the paradise he would describe. And more than this, he must be able to depict the depth and fierceness of the pains which have been inflicted by the crimes of mankind, not only upon the guilty perpetrators themselves, but upon the innocent circles of their families and friends, the terrors of the conscience-stricken malefactor, the sorrow and shame of children bemoaning a parent's guilt, the madness of the mother at the ruin of her child, the agony which brings down a father's gray hairs with sorrow to the grave, the pangs of fraternal and sisterly affection, to which a stain upon a brother's or sister's name is a dark spot upon the sun of life, which spreads and deepens until it eclipses all the light of existence, all the varied cries of this mingled wail of distress which have been heard in all lands and at all times, from the death of Abel to the present hour. All these he must have power to describe who would describe the blessedness of a deliverance from them. There is one consideration, however, which I cannot forbear to introduce, because it appeals alike to all those various and oftentimes conflicting classes of men who are endeavoring in so many different ways to ameliorate the condition of mankind. Will not a moment's reflection convince them all that, so far as human instrumentality is concerned, education encompasses, pervades, and overrules all their efforts, grants them whatever triumphs they may achieve, and sets bounds to their successes which they cannot overpass? Why does the advocate of temperance, every time he returns upon his circuit of beneficence, find his way again blocked up with the prostrate victims of inebriation? Why so long in both hemispheres have the divinest appeals of the advocate for peace been drowned by the din of mustering squadrons and the clarion of war? Why does the opponent of slavery, before he can strike the fetters even from one victim, see other fetters riveted upon the limbs of many more? Why do our moral reform societies and our home mission societies call annually for more money and more laborers, wherewith to enter the ever-enlarging fields, as they open before them, of licentiousness and of irreligion? Why do those rich and powerful associations formed for evangelizing the heathen world see the very ships which carry out the gospel and its heralds freighted also with idols made in Christian lands for those heathen to buy and to worship as true gods,
laden with a liquid poison, too, which sinks its victims to such a depth of debasement as to make common heathenism enviable. Why is it that the political parties into which our country is divided persist year after year in solemnly and unceasingly charging each other with heinous and premeditated offenses against the fundamental principles of our government and the highest welfare of the people? Charges which, if true, must brand the accused with infamy, and if untrue, the accusers. So far as the members of any one of these various parties are lovers of truth, of righteousness, and of peace, let them be asked what is the reason why they accomplish so little, and why so much ever remains to be done. And they will answer, and answer truly, that they do not fail through lack of reason or of authority, but because of blindness of mind or perversity of heart in those whom they address. The admonitions of history, the precepts of the gospel, the attributes of the deity are all on their side, but they are not heard because they speak to adders' ears. They are not felt because their words of fire fall upon stony hearts. It is not, therefore, better or more arguments that they need, but men capable of appreciating the argument. Their eloquence is sufficiently electric and powerful, were it not for the flintiness of the hearts that glance off its lightnings. They want men whose intellects are not blind to the most radiant truths, whose consciences are not as the nether millstone, whose prejudices have not become fossilized. The merits of the divinest cause may be all cancelled by the demerits of the hearers, as the innocence of Christ was no better than guilt at the unholy tribunal of Pilate. But in universal education, every follower of God and friend of humankind will find the only sure means of carrying forward that particular reform to which he is devoted. In whatever department of philanthropy he may be engaged, he will find that department to be only a segment of the great circle of beneficence of which universal education is the center and circumference, and it is only when these segments are fitly joined together that the wheel of progress can move harmoniously and resistlessly onward. Whether, therefore, he is struggling on the one hand to emancipate society from the thraldom of some particular enormity which to him seems more flagitious than all the rest, or whether, on the other hand, he is striving to endue his age with some special virtue, in no way can he pursue his own peculiar aim so directly and so speedily as by preparing a generation of men, 99 in every 100 of whom, even of the first subjects submitted to the experiment, shall be trained to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. And however a portion of my fellow mortals, or I myself, may feel in regard to the highest religious concernments of the soul, I trust there are none who believe that such an education as is here contemplated would be an obstacle and not an aid to the reception of divine truth. I trust there are none who would not readily adopt the language of Mr. Page in his letter above cited, where he says, "I am fully of the opinion that the right of expectation of a religious character would be increased very much in proportion to the excellence of the training given, since God never ordains means which he does not intend to bless." End of section 45. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 46 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12th Annual Report, 1848, Part 1. Gentlemen, Massachusetts may be regarded either as a state by herself, or as a member of a mighty and yet increasing confederacy of states. In the former capacity, she has great and abiding interests which are mainly dependent upon her own domestic or internal policy. In the latter relation, her fate depends upon the will of her partners in the association. Hence, although in regard to all nations the Minister for Foreign Affairs is the officer of first importance in the state, yet in regard to our own Commonwealth, the Home Department has decided precedence. As an individual state, the geographical extent of Massachusetts and her civil and social interests will remain the same. But when compared, or rather contrasted, with the vast domain and the magnificent and overshadowing interests of the whole Union, she is, and from year to year must be, growing relatively less and less and less. At the epoch of the Revolution, she was one of 13 states. Now she is one of 30. Even so late as 1790, when the first census of the United States was taken, there were but 3 states whose population exceeded hers. Deducting slaves, of whom she had none, there were but 2. Her population at that time amounted to about 1/10 part of the population of the whole Union. It is now much below 1/20. At the time, too, of the adoption of the Federal Constitution, the area of Massachusetts bore some assignable and palpable proportion to that of the whole United States. The Mississippi was then the western boundary of the nation. Now our domain not only extends to the Pacific, but stretches through almost 17 degrees of latitude upon that ocean. Florida then lay between us and the Gulf of Mexico, and the gates of the Mississippi River being liable at any time to be closed against the western states, their only unobstructed egress to the Atlantic was through eastern ports. Now the Gulf is our southern boundary, and the Mississippi and its tributaries, with their more than 16,000 miles of waters navigable by steam, afford a channel capacious enough to drain the West of its vast productions, and then, with the refluent tide of commerce, to supply their demands for foreign merchandise. Territorially considered, the loss of Cape Cod, or of one of the few acres that compose the islands of Nantucket and the Vineyard, would be greater to Massachusetts than the loss of Massachusetts would be to the Union. Our native and beloved state, indeed, seems contracting and dwindling away so fast as to suggest the idea of its more careful perambulation, to see if some clandestine and rapacious neighbor has not incurred the curse of the Mosaic law by removing our landmarks inward and inward. It is only by taking Massachusetts as a unit and comparing her area with that of other states in the Union that we can realize how narrow and diminutive she is becoming. Ohio and Kentucky could each be divided into 5 states, and each of those 10 be larger than our own. New York, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee would each make considerably more than 6 states, or the whole of them more than 42 states of the size of Massachusetts. Michigan, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Arkansas are each equal in territory to 7 such states as ours, amounting to another group of 42. Virginia and Florida are each equal to more than 8. Missouri is equal to 9. And Texas alone, according to the boundaries now claimed by her, would make 44 such states. Taking an official estimate of the area of the United States, exclusive of the portion lately acquired from Mexico, it is divisible into 376 such states as Massachusetts. The territory ceded by the treaty with Mexico, which was ratified on the 30th day of May last, exclusive of what is claimed by Texas, would make more than 72 states of equal dimensions. Hence it is plain that Massachusetts, territorially considered, constitutes, not exceeding in round numbers, 1/448th part of the Union to which she belongs, or far less than the proportion which a single degree bears to the 360 degrees of a circle. The bull's hide mentioned in Virgil's epic would nearly enclose her. In other elements of national greatness, in mineral resources, in productiveness of soil, and in natural facilities for internal intercourse, she falls far below even this insignificant fraction. She has not an inland bay, not a navigable river, no gold is scattered among her sands, Granite is her best mineral, and ice the only pearl to be found in her waters. So far, too, as political power founded on numbers is concerned, Massachusetts is shrinking hardly less rapidly than in the relative compass of her borders. Out of 230 representatives in the National Congress, she has but 10, and the next census, now so soon to be taken, will seriously reduce this meager proportion. In the first Congress, she had 8 out of 65, or 1 in 8 and a fraction, instead of 1 in 23 as at present, with waning prospects for the future. In the presidential election of the current year, she gives but 12 out of 290 votes. In choosing electors, therefore, in declaring war and in making peace, and in all the mighty interests, political and moral, that depend upon war and peace, in the deep pecuniary stake which every commercial and manufacturing people have in questions of foreign commerce and domestic currency, and in all civil, military, and diplomatic appointments which require the concurrence of the Senate, Massachusetts is at the mercy of her sisters. And if those sisters become imperious and aggressive, as some of them give significant tokens of becoming, she must succumb and suffer, like the abused Cordelia among the haughty Gonerils and Reagans of the family. This picture is no fancy sketch. It is drawn from the original without the exaggeration of a color or a line. We are confronted by these stern realities, these incontrovertible facts, and no illusions of a poetic temperament, no complacent retrospection over periods of past renown, can avert or delay our impending fate. Like the foolish bird which supposes it can avoid danger by hiding its head from its pursuer, we may hide our eyes and avert our thoughts from all contemplation of the fortunes that await us, but those fortunes will nevertheless overtake us with a speed that we cannot escape from, and a resistlessness that we cannot overcome. What, then, shall save our native and beloved state from vanishing quite away, from being unknown in the councils of the nation and lost to the history of the world? In our domestic legislation and in all our social relationships, what policy shall prevail, and by what spirit shall we be animated, in order to avert so deplorable a fate? Has not every patriot, every worthy son of a Pilgrim sire, an answer at hand? If Massachusetts can no longer challenge respect on account of her numbers, she must challenge it on account of her character. If she is no longer visible by her magnitude, she must become so by her light. She must be like Hesper, fairest of all the train of night, and compensate for the diminutiveness of her size by the intenseness of her brilliancy. Let us reflect, then, in the first place, that Massachusetts has an absolute as well as a relative existence. She exists for her present people and for their posterity, as well as for the Union at large. Though relatively declining when compared with the whole country, yet there is an actual and constant increase in her numbers. Within her narrow borders, she will soon have 1 million of people, and what finite power can adequately comprehend the joys and sorrows, the hopes and fears, the honor or shame of 1 million of human beings belonging to the same generation, or sum up the fearful aggregate of happiness or misery for themselves and their descendants? Let us thank heaven, too, that there are other standards of greatness besides vastness of territory, and other forms of wealth besides mineral deposits or agricultural exuberance. Though every hill were a Potosi, though every valley like that of the Nile were rank with fatness, yet might a nation be poor in the most desperate sense, benighted in the darkness of barbarism, and judgment-stricken of heaven for its sins. A state has local boundaries which it cannot rightfully transcend, but the realm of intelligence, the sphere of charity, the moral domain in which the soul can expand and expatiate, are illimitable, vast and boundless as the omnipresence of the being that created them. Worldly treasure is of that nature that rust may corrupt, or the moth destroy, or thieves steal. But even upon the earth there are mental treasures which are unapproachable by fraud, impregnable to violence, and whose value does not perish but is redoubled with the using. A state, then, is not necessarily fated to insignificance because its dimensions are narrow, nor doomed to obscurity and powerlessness because its numbers are few. Athens was small, yet low as were her moral aims, she lighted up the whole earth as a lamp lights up a temple. Judea was small, but her prophets and her teachers were and will continue to be the guides of the world. The narrow strip of half-cultivable land that lies between her eastern and western boundaries is not Massachusetts, but her noble and incorruptible men, her pure and exalted women, the children in all her schools, whose daily lessons are the preludes and rehearsals of the great duties of life, and the prophecies of future eminence. These are the state. Under the providence of God, our means of education are the grand machinery by which this raw material of human nature can be worked up into inventors and discoverers, into skilled artisans and scientific farmers, into scholars and jurists, into the founders of benevolent institutions, and the great expounders of ethical and theological science. By means of early education, these embryos of talent may be quickened, which will solve the difficult problems of political and economical law, and by them, too, the genius may be kindled which will blaze forth in the poets of humanity. Our schools, far more than they have done, may supply the presidents and professors of colleges and superintendents of public instruction all over the land, and send not only into our sister states, but across the Atlantic, the men of practical science to superintend the construction of the great works of art. Here, too, may those judicial powers be developed and invigorated, which will make legal principles so clear and convincing as to prevent appeals to force. And should the clouds of war ever lower over our country, some hero may be found, the nursling of our schools, and ready to become the leader of our armies, that best of all heroes, who will secure the glories of a peace, unstained by the magnificent murders of the battlefield. The fortunes of a state depend upon antecedent causes, working with greater or less energy through longer or shorter periods of time. By virtue of this universal law, the future condition of the people of Massachusetts will be modified, and to a great extent determined, by the force of causes now put in operation. Enlightened reason discerns the connection between cause and effect. It measures the efficiency of causes, and thus, to a great extent, it is able to adopt and adapt means to the accomplishment of designed ends. Feeble and erring as is the reason of man, yet in this attribute, far more nearly than in any other, does he preserve the divine image in which he was originally formed. Supposing matter to have been first created by the fiat of the Almighty, a substantial and beautiful analogy may be traced between the methods pursued by the Creator and the creature in the formation of the works of their hands. When the fullness of time for creating the parent of the human race had arrived, we must suppose the idea or archetype of a man to have existed in the divine mind as really as the dust of the earth from which he was to be formed existed in his hand, and that in obedience to the sovereign volition, all the elements of which man is composed, the oxygen, the hydrogen, the nitrogen, the carbon, and all the rest, were brought together and were arranged into his hundreds of bones and of muscles, his thousands of blood vessels, and his millions of nerves, in fine, into his limbs, and into the manifold apparatus of his senses, into that wonderful organ, the heart, and if anything can surpass the heart as a miracle of creative power, into that still more wonderful organ, the brain. We must suppose, I say, that the elements for the formation of this work were assigned each to its appropriate place, until God saw the noble and majestic structure of the human form before him perfect in all its parts. At a vast distance, but still in humble imitation of the divine processes, does man proceed for the completion of every work of his hands. The architect, for instance, through the medium of his senses, acquires a knowledge of all the various properties of all the substances which enter into the construction of an edifice. By his reason, he discovers the special uses and capabilities of all the materials to be employed. Then, in the solitude of his closet, or in the darkness of midnight, he revives in his mind the images of all the substances and ingredients necessary to his work. He measures and arranges and combines the ideas of them. He applies to them the architectural laws of fitness, proportion, and strength, until at last the grand conception of the edifice, whether sacred temple or human dwelling, rises in his mind, complete from foundation to turret. He brings together and adjusts the ideas of things, just as an omnipotent arm would bring together and adjust the ponderous things themselves. After this, he orders the materials to be collected from their respective localities. It may be from different quarters of the globe. The wood from the forest, the marble from the quarry, the iron from the mine, the bricks from the clay pit, the glass, the furniture, the tapestry, and so forth, each from its place, until that ideal image which had before risen up in the silent recesses of his mind now stands forth in full and majestic proportions, embodied in visible and enduring substance, and supplying for centuries to come a fit place for the dwelling of man or for the worship of God. So, when the Garden of Eden was planted, and when every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for use was made to grow out of the ground, we must suppose that the Creator, proceeding upon the perfect ideas already in his mind, mingled together in due proportion those few chemical elements which in their various combinations make up the almost infinite variety of the vegetable world, until all of nourishment and perfume and beauty which enters into our imagination of paradise clustered and glowed and bloomed around, and filled the air with its sweets. In like manner, the gardener who wishes to bring together within a narrow compass specimens of the various plants and flowers that grow between the equator and the Arctic, first acquires a knowledge of whatever he would cultivate. He classifies them and arranges all the classes in his mind according to their respective natures. He encloses and prepares his grounds, and then he gathers together seed and plant and vine, indigenous and exotic. On some he pours a double portion of the sun, some he removes into the shade, others he buries in darkness to imitate the growth of caverns, and others still he surrounds with ice to reproduce the dwarfish vegetation of the frigid zone. For some he prepares a soil dry as an Arabian desert, and for others he makes an artificial pool, until that which at first was only a bodiless creation of the fancy in the mind of the designer becomes a utility and an embellishment, sustaining the life and ministering to the luxury of men. Now it is the especial province and function of the statesman and the lawgiver, of all those indeed whose influence molds or modifies public opinion, to study out the eternal principles which conduce to the strength, wisdom, and righteousness of a community, to search for these principles as for hidden riches, to strive for them as one would strive for his life, and then to form public institutions in accordance with them. And he is not worthy to be called a statesman, he is not worthy to be a lawgiver or leader among men, who, either through the weakness of his head or the selfishness of his heart, is incapable of marshalling in his mind the great ideas of knowledge, justice, temperance, and obedience to the laws of God, on which foundation alone the structure of human welfare can be erected, who is not capable of organizing these ideas into a system, and then of putting that system into operation as a mechanic does a machine. This is the only true statesmanship. The chief men in society, whether they derive their preeminence from birth, or wealth, or office, or superiority in natural endowments, are mainly responsible for the institutions they leave behind them, because it is in their power to form or conform those institutions according to their own ideas of excellence. The leading spirits of one of the great nations of antiquity had no higher idea of female excellence than that of personal beauty and the attractions of voluptuousness, and hence their brightest and most boasted female ornament was a courtesan. The leading spirits of that other ancient nation, whose perpetual and disgraceful boast it was that it had conquered the whole world, were proud to trace back their ferocious lineage through patrician and regal blood to the wolf that suckled their founder, a tradition which, whether fact or fiction, is full of allegorical truth. The founders of communities contemporaneous with our own, and now component parts of this republic, filled their veins at their birth with the cancerous blood of slavery, which has now spread itself over and corrupted the whole organism. And yet the tormented sufferer contends for his disease as for his life, fights for the devil that rends him, because, as he affirms, the exorcism of the evil spirit will be death to himself. For centuries, a leading feature in the policy of Great Britain towards Ireland was the utter abolition of all education which did not conform to the government standard of theology and was not administered by teachers of its own choosing. None but a Protestant was allowed to keep a school. From 1709 to 1782, any Roman Catholic who should presume to be a schoolmaster or assistant to a schoolmaster, or even a tutor in a private family, was to be transported, and if the party returned, then he was to be adjudged guilty of high treason, and to be hung, drawn, and quartered. A great portion of the present agony of starving, diseased, distracted Ireland is directly referable to the ignorance which has resulted from those imperial interdicts against knowledge. No other act of British oppression has been so fatal in driving sanity out of the head and kindness out of the heart of that maddened country as the cruel laws by which every child in Ireland was prohibited from nourishing himself with a grain of knowledge, unless he would swallow with it a scruple of theology. These are a few specimens taken from the great storehouse of history, showing how those who enact laws and organize public institutions predetermine the fate of the masses. And are not all those who control legislation and lead public opinion among ourselves adjured by these admonitions of history, as well as by the voice of conscience and the precepts of Christianity, to form a model idea of a healthy, industrious, frugal, temperate, wise Christian commonwealth, and then to exert all their faculties and all their activities in turning this idea into a living reality? Without undervaluing any other human agency, it may be safely affirmed that the common school, improved and energized as it can easily be, may become the most effective and benignant of all the forces of civilization. Two reasons sustain this position. In the first place, there is a universality in its operation which can be affirmed of no other institution whatever. If administered in the spirit of justice and conciliation, all the rising generation may be brought within the circle of its reformatory and elevating influences. And in the second place, the materials upon which it operates are so pliant and ductile as to be susceptible of assuming a greater variety of forms than any other earthly work of the Creator. The inflexibility and ruggedness of the oak, when compared with the lithe sapling or the tender germ, are but feeble emblems to typify the docility of childhood when contrasted with the obduracy and intractableness of man. It is these inherent advantages of the common school which in our own state have produced results so striking from a system so imperfect and an administration so feeble. In teaching the blind and the deaf and dumb, in kindling the latent spark of intelligence that lurks in an idiot's mind, and in the more holy work of reforming abandoned and outcast children, education has proved what it can do by glorious experiments. These wonders it has done in its infancy, and with the lights of limited experience. But when its faculties shall be fully developed, when it shall be trained to wield its mighty energies for the protection of society against the giant vices which now invade and torment it, against intemperance, avarice, war, slavery, bigotry, the woes of want, and the wickedness of waste, then there will not be a height to which these enemies of the race can escape which it will not scale, nor a Titan among them all whom it will not slay. I proceed, then, in endeavoring to show how the true business of the schoolroom connects itself and becomes identical with the great interests of society. The former is the infant, immature state of those interests, the latter their developed adult state. As the child is father to the man, so may the training of the schoolroom expand into the institutions and fortunes of the state. Physical education. In the worldly prosperity of mankind, health and strength are indispensable ingredients. Reflect for a moment what an inroad upon the comfort of a family and its means of support is a case of chronic sickness or debility in a single one of its members. Should a farmer contract to support and to continue to pay his laborer, or a manufacturer his operative, whether able or unable to work, they would demand a serious abatement of wages as a premium for that risk. But whatever drawback a sick member would be to the pecuniary prosperity of a family, or a sick laborer to that of an employer bound to support him, just such a drawback is a sick or disabled member of the community to the financial prosperity of the state to which he belongs. The amount of loss consequent upon such sickness or disability may not be drawn out of the public treasury, but it is subtracted from the common property of the state in a way still more injurious than if the same amount of gold were taken from the public coffers by warrant of the executive. Money so taken would be transferred to another hand, but it would still exist. But the want of health and strength is a dead loss to the community, and whenever the next valuation is taken, there will be a corresponding deficit in the aggregate of national property. Hence, every citizen, as such, is pecuniarily interested in the health and strength of all his fellow citizens. It is right, therefore, that he should look upon them all, not only as a benevolent and Christian man would do, pitying and succoring their misfortunes, but he should look upon them also as a man of business, as one who contributes, or is bound to contribute, to a reserved fund from which all the non-producing sick and valetudinary are supported. Men see this community of interests plainly enough when the sickness comes in the form of a pestilence, and decimates and redecimates a city, arresting all the currents of business, gathering the well about the sick bed or the hearse, or scattering them abroad with fear. But in the aggregate of its periods of sickness and in the number of its victims, the plague itself is less destructive to human life than the ordinary and stereotyped causes of mortality, which familiarity has bereft of their terrors. It is the concentration of its havoc that makes pestilence terrific. This concentration men's senses can perceive, and therefore they are affrighted. But to the eye of reason, that is most alarming which is most injurious, and it is this eye with which a statesman or philosopher should look when he takes a survey of human interests. Leaving out, then, for the present purpose, all consideration of the pains of sickness and the anguish of bereavement, the momentous truth still remains that sickness and premature death are positive evils for the statesman and political economist to cope with. The earth, as a hospital for the diseased, would soon wear out the love of life, and if but half of mankind were sick, famine from non-production would speedily threaten the whole. Now, modern science has made nothing more certain than that both good and ill health are the direct result of causes mainly within our own control. In other words, the health of the race is dependent upon the conduct of the race. The health of the individual is determined primarily by his parents, secondarily by himself. The vigorous growth of the body, its strength and its activity, its powers of endurance and its length of life on the one hand, and dwarfishness, sluggishness, infirmity, and premature death on the other, are all the subjects of unchangeable laws. These laws are ordained of God, but the knowledge of them is left to our diligence, and the observance of them to our free agency. These laws are very few, They are so simple that all can understand them, and so beautiful that the pleasure of contemplating them, even independent of their utility, is a tenfold reward for all the labor of their acquisition. The laws, I repeat, are few. The circumstances, however, under which they are to be applied are exceedingly various and complicated. These circumstances embrace the almost infinite varieties of our daily life: exercise and rest, sleeping and watching, eating, drinking, and abstinence, the affections and passions, exposure to vicissitudes of temperature, to dryness and humidity, to the effluvia and exhalations of dead animal or decaying vegetable matter. In fine, they embrace all cases where excesses, indiscretions, or exposures may induce disease, or where exercise, temperance, cleanliness, and pure air may avert it. Hence it would be wholly impossible to write out any code of rules and regulations applicable to all cases. So, too, the occasions for applying the laws to new circumstances recur so continually that no man can have a mentor at his side in the form of a physician or physiologist to direct his conduct in new emergencies. Even the most favored individual, in 99 cases in 100, must prescribe for himself. And hence the uncompromising necessity that all children should be instructed in these laws, and not only instructed, but that they should receive such a training during the whole course of pupillage as to enlist the mighty forces of habit on the side of obedience, and that their judgment also should be so developed and matured that they will be able to discriminate between different combinations of circumstances, and to adapt in each case the regimen to the exigency. Looking to the various disorders and disabilities, which, as everyone's experience or observation shows him, do invade and prostrate the human frame, some may be slow to believe that all men, or even the majority of them, will ever be able to administer to those which fall to their share. But in the first place, it may be remarked that a judicious course of physical training, faithfully observed through all the years of infancy, childhood, and adolescence, will avert a vast proportion of the pains and distempers that now besiege and subdue the human system or some of its vital organs, and hence that one may safely be ignorant of symptoms and of remedies which he will never have occasion to recognize or to use, as one who seeks a residence remote from wild beasts has no practical occasion to know how they are hunted. And in the next place, that if everyone does not know in all cases how to prescribe for himself, yet he may always know what part of his machinery is out of order, and how necessary it is to apply promptly to a repairer. Even such a degree of anatomical knowledge as enables one to point out the suffering organ is of great value, for doubtless not merely children, but ignorant men have killed themselves by giving a false location to their malady, or, which is the same kind of error, have caused their physician so to prescribe as to inflict disease on a sound organ instead of healing a diseased one. It is not everyone that can inform the dentist which tooth is the offender. But to the objection that all men and women cannot be physicians, the decisive answer is that the physician must be acquainted with the laws of disease, which are countless in number and are ever developing new symptoms. But the sound man or woman needs to be acquainted only with the laws of health, which are few, and whose results, though acting upon different systems, are substantially uniform. The pharmacopoeia of the physician embraces nearly all minerals and all vegetables, and several of the more offensive classes of the animal kingdom, with the various mechanical and chemical combinations which can be formed from or among them. But the whole pharmacopoeia of the healthy man comprises but little more than pure water and pure air, simple viands, vegetables, and bread. In quality they are as different as in number, as different as the sweet and savory contents of storeroom and larder, from those acrid and mephitic substances which make the druggist's warehouse a universal conservatory of particular abominations. Is it too much, then, to say that the leaders of society, whether makers of law or creators of fashion and custom, are bound by the most solemn obligations of duty as well as by interest to curtail the ravages of sickness and untimely death, and as far as possible to make health and longevity the common property of men? The civil government takes cognizance of pauperism, and men of worldly substance are obliged to bear its expenses. The disabilities of ill health and the pecuniary losses by early death are among the leading causes of pauperism. He, therefore, who would prevent the latter must prevent the former. The civil government exercises penal jurisdiction over crimes and over the grosser vices, and is it not true that many of those morbid appetites and unnatural desires that seek to assuage their longings by indulgence and excess have their origin in the action of a distempered body upon the mind, rather than of the mind upon the body? Indeed, how often have pure and pious hearts encountered a relentless antagonist to their highest and most devout resolves and aspirations in the pruriences and hankerings of the body in which they were imprisoned. Many a waspish man would become amiable if he could be hung on a new set of nerves. Many a misanthropic disposition would warm into kindliness could the acrid humors of the body be evaporated or washed away. The dyspeptic contends with evil spirits, blue and black, against whom the eupeptic bears an invincible charm. The civil government, too, is bound to provide for the insane, both for the security of the sane and for the recovery or amelioration of the insane. The diseases incident to several bodily organs give direct birth to insanity. A disease of the brain induces it at once. Indeed, insanity is often only an exacerbation of some bodily disorder. As a brook swells into a river, so the inflammation of certain organs matures into insanity. General health would greatly reduce the size of those deplorable necessities of an imperfect civilization, hospitals for the insane. In extraordinary emergencies, governments do not hesitate to interfere for preventing the spread of contagion and for excluding the media through which diseases are propagated. When sudden pestilence breaks out in a city, the infected district is put under a bar of non-intercourse with the healthy. When a crew of men or a cargo of merchandise arrives from an infected port, a quarantine is enforced. In these cases, the civil magistracy acts under the impulse of fear. But has not government a capacity of reflection and foresight as well as a susceptibility to fear? Is a civilized government of modern times to be classified with those orders of existence that have propensity and appetite merely, but not reason and providence? If not, then surely is the government bound to do all it can against the wastings of ill health and the havoc of unnecessary death, and it is bound to use equal vigilance whether these calamities invade us from abroad or are born of homebred ignorance and folly. And as has been before intimated, who does not know that the aggregate suffering and loss from general and diffused causes of ill health are infinitely greater than from the sudden eruption or outbreak of all the contagions and epidemics with which we are ever afflicted? For this greater evil, then, society is bound to provide, not a remedy, but something better than a remedy, a preventive. Intelligence and obedience would be an antidote sovereign in its efficacy and universal in its applicability. Now it is beyond all question that with the rarest exceptions, every child in the Commonwealth may be endued with this intelligence, and what is equally important, trained to conforming personal habits. Enlightened by knowledge, and impelled by the force of early and long-continued habit, he would not only see the reasonableness of adapting his regimen to his condition in the varying circumstances of life, but he would feel a personal interest in doing so, as men now feel a personal interest in procuring the gratifications of money or of power. Habit and knowledge will coincide, They will draw in the same direction. They will not be antagonists, as is now so generally the case with those adult men who acquire sound knowledge after the bad habits have been enthroned, the blind force of the latter spurning all the arguments and warnings of the former. This work may be mainly done during the period of nonage or before children are emancipated from parental control. Let a child wash himself all over every morning for 16 years, and he would as soon go without his breakfast as without his bath. This is but a specimen of the effect of a long-continued observance of nature's health regulations. Not only will a general knowledge of human physiology or the laws of health do much to supersede the necessity of a knowledge of pathology or the laws of disease, but the former is as much better than the latter as prevention is better than remedy, as much better as all the comforts and securities of an unburned dwelling are than 2/3 of its value in money from the insurance office. A general diffusion of physiological knowledge will save millions annually to the state. It will gradually revolutionize many of the absurd customs and usages of society, conforming them more and more to the rules of reason and true enjoyment, and withdrawing them more and more from the equally vicious extremes of barbarism and of artificial life. It will restrain the caprices and follies of fashion in regard to dress and amusement, and subordinate its ridiculous excesses to the laws of health and decency. It will reproduce the obliterated lines that once divided day and night. It will secure cleanliness and purity more intimate and personal than any laundress can supply. It will teach men to eat that they may live, instead of living that they may eat. When Satan approaches in that form in which he has hitherto been most seductive and successful, the form of intoxicating beverages, those who wear the talisman of this science will have an antidote against his temptations. It is a lesson of unspeakable importance to learn that nourishment and not pleasure is the primary object of food. God, indeed, in his benevolence, has made the reception of this food not only reparative but pleasant, but to lose sight of the first object in a brutish desire for the second is voluntarily to alter our position in the scale of being, and from the rank of men to descend to the order of beasts. Physiology would reverse the ancient fable, and transform men into swine who now sit at Epicurean tables and drink of the Circean cup. Every intelligent man deplores the almost universal condition of our dwelling-houses and public edifices, which have been built without regard to the necessities of the human system for pure air. Were physiology universally understood, no man would think of erecting a mansion without an apparatus for its thorough ventilation at all times, any more than without windows for the admission of light. Apertures and flues for the ingress and egress of air into and from sitting rooms and sleeping rooms are as necessary to the architectural idea of a well-finished house as nasal orifices are to the anatomical idea of a man. And a dwelling without the means of ventilation is as incomplete and as unsightly as a man without a nose. A knowledge of this science would establish a new standard of beauty, the classic standard of the Greeks, in which strength was a primary and indispensable element, and it would demonstrate the unspeakable folly and guilt of those matrimonial alliances where hereditary disease and even insanity itself are wedded, and the health, mind, and happiness of a family of children are sacrificed for the mercenary object of a dowry. But an immunity from expense, privation, pain, and bereavement is not the only boon connected with health and longevity. Sound health is not merely the negation of ill, it is a medium through which alone we can gain access to many invaluable blessings. It enhances every pleasure, and is indispensable to the full performance of almost every duty. The elements environ us with the fatal dangers against which health is our only preserver. The vicissitudes of the climate must be encountered. We have no power to arrest the north wind that congeals by its cold, nor the south that dissolves by its heat. The humidity of one part of the year and the aridness of another are equally beyond human control. As our planet wheels around the sun, now turning up our hemisphere to its vertical and fervid rays, and now by its oblique position reducing temperature to the opposite extreme, we have no choice but to attend its circuit and abide its changes. It is certain that nothing but health will enable us to survive exposure to these natural extremes. 1,000 causes exist, too, which engender impurity in the air we breathe, we ourselves being the principal. Nothing but knowledge can enable us to eliminate the grossest of these noxious ingredients, and nothing but health to resist the poison of those which remain. The waste constantly going on in the particles that compose our bodies lays us under an ever-recurring necessity to replenish their exhausted substance by the reception of food. And here, if the food we take in is not subjected to the transforming and assimilating power of the alimentary organs, a power which is wholly lost with the loss of health, it will prove our destruction. Each of our organs is an avenue through which death may invade us, and innumerable deaths, that is, innumerable agencies, each one of which has the power of causing death, hold perpetual siege at every avenue, and watch for an opportunity to enter and destroy. And yet air and nourishment, heat and cold, moisture and dryness we must encounter, and we must have, for they are the permanent conditions of our being. How intelligible, then, and how authoritative does the doctrine become that high health, and high health alone, is harmony with nature. A person without high health is just as much at war with nature as a guilty soul is at war with the Spirit of God, and the struggles of our frail bodies against the resistless might of the elements will be as unavailing as that of our souls against the retributions of omnipotence. The capacities of the body for resisting the force of the elements, and for appropriating and assimilating the substances around it into its own substance, is one thing. Its capacities for labor are another. Let any man who has fallen from a state of vigorous health to that of a valetudinary compare his standard of a day's work in the one state with that in the other, and he can then form a better estimate of the value of the health that measures the difference between the two conditions. Sound health opens new and more lucrative employments to its possessor. Ill health often closes a career of the highest usefulness, and though the mind may have been prepared by splendid natural endowments and by years of study and experience to lead forward the race in the march of civilization, yet it is stricken down in the midst of its beneficence by the assaults of disease, and thus the onward movement of humanity is arrested or becomes retrograde, and must wait through another cycle for another leader. What great works in art, in science, and in morals have been left unfinished or unattempted by reason of the slow decays or the sudden extinction of health and of life? When any man of sense has an important work to perform, the first thing he does is to provide a fitting instrument, a tool, a machine, or whatever it may be, with which the work can be done. Health is the prime instrument for the performance of all the labors of life. One more idea is inseparable from this subject. When the religious man reflects that our bodies are God's workmanship, he sees that the laws impressed upon them can be no less than God's laws. If these laws, then, are God's laws, we are bound to recognize and obey them. We are bound to obey a law which God has impressed upon the body, on the same principle that we are bound to obey a law which he has impressed upon the soul. And here, how pertinent and forcible is the great idea which has been set forth so distinctly by a late writer, that when we know a law to be God's law, it matters not by what means we may have arrived at the knowledge, the law becomes imperatively and equally binding upon us. Between the law of the body and the law of the soul, there may, indeed, sometimes arise what we call a conflict of duty, when the subordinate obligation of the former must yield to the supremacy of the latter. But this refers to relative importance, and not to inherent obligation. My general conclusion, then, under this head, is that it is the duty of all the governing minds in society, whether in office or out of it, to diffuse a knowledge of these beautiful and beneficent laws of health and life throughout the length and breadth of the state, to popularize them, to make them in the first place the common acquisition of all, and through education and custom the common inheritance of all, so that the healthful habits naturally growing out of their observance shall be inbred in the people, exemplified in the personal regimen of each individual, incorporated into the economy of every household, observable in all private dwellings and in all public edifices, especially in those buildings which are erected by capitalists for the residence of their work-people, or for renting to the poorer classes, obeyed by supplying cities with pure water, by providing public baths, public walks, and public squares, by rural cemeteries, by the drainage and sewerage of populous towns, and by whatever else may promote the general salubrity of the atmosphere. In fine, by a religious observance of all these sanitary regulations with which modern science has blessed the world. For this thorough diffusion of sanitary intelligence, the common school is the only agency. It is, however, an adequate agency. Let human physiology be introduced as an indispensable branch of study into our public schools. Let no teacher be approved who is not a master of its leading principles, and of their applications to the varying circumstances of life. Let all the older classes in the schools be regularly and rigidly examined upon this study by the school committees, and a speedy change would come over our personal habits, over our domestic usages, and over the public arrangements of society. Temperance and moderation would not be such strangers at the table. Fashion, like European sovereigns, if not compelled to abdicate and fly, would be forced to compromise for the continued possession of her throne by the surrender to her subjects of many of their natural rights. A sixth order of architecture would be invented, the hygienic, which, without subtracting at all from the beauty of any other order, would add a new element of utility to them all. The health regulations of cities would be issued in a revised code, a code that would bear the scrutiny of science. And as the result and reward of all, a race of men and women, loftier in stature, firmer in structure, fairer in form, and better able to perform the duties and bear the burdens of life, would revisit the earth. The minikin specimens of the race, who now go on dwindling and tapering from parent to child, would reascend to manhood and womanhood. Just in proportion as the laws of health and life were discovered and obeyed, would pain, disease, insanity, and untimely death cease from among men. Consumption would remain, but it would be consumption in the active sense. End of section 46. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Section 47 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12th Annual Report, 1848, Part 2. Intellectual Education as a Means of Removing Poverty and Securing Abundance. Another cardinal object which the government of Massachusetts, and all the influential men in the state, should propose to themselves, is the physical well-being of all the people, the sufficiency, comfort, competence of every individual in regard to food, raiment, and shelter. And these necessities and conveniences of life should be obtained by each individual for himself, or by each family for themselves, rather than accepted from the hand of charity or extorted by poor laws. It is not averred that this most desirable result can in all instances be obtained, but it is nevertheless the end to be aimed at. True statesmanship and true political economy, not less than true philanthropy, present this perfect theory as the goal, to be more and more closely approximated by our imperfect practice. The desire to achieve such a result cannot be regarded as an unreasonable ambition, for though all mankind were well fed, well clothed, and well housed, they might still be but half civilized. Poverty is a public as well as a private evil. There is no physical law necessitating its existence. The earth contains abundant resources for 10 times, doubtless for 20 times, its present inhabitants. Cold, hunger, and nakedness are not, like death, an inevitable lot. There are many single states in this union which could supply an abundance of edible products for the inhabitants of the 30 states that compose it. There are single states capable of raising a sufficient quantity of cotton to clothe the whole nation, and there are other states having sufficient factories and machinery to manufacture it. The coal fields of Pennsylvania are sufficiently abundant to keep every house in the land at the temperature of 65 degrees for centuries to come. Were there to be a competition, on the one hand, to supply wool for every conceivable fabric, and on the other to wear out these fabrics as fast as possible, the single state of New York would beat the whole country. There is indeed no assignable limit to the capacities of the earth for producing whatever is necessary for the sustenance, comfort, and improvement of the race. Indigence, therefore, and the miseries and degradations incident to indigence seem to be no part of the eternal ordinances of heaven. The bounty of God is not brought into question or suspicion by its existence, for man who suffers it might have avoided it. Even the wealth which the world now has on hand is more than sufficient to supply all the rational wants of every individual in it. Privations and sufferings exist, not from the smallness of its sum, but from the inequality of its distribution. Poverty is set over against profusion. In some, all healthy appetite is cloyed and sickened by repletion, while in others the stomach seems to be a supernumerary organ in the system, or, like the human eye or human lungs before birth, is waiting to be transferred to some other region where its functions may come into use. One gorgeous palace absorbs all the labor and expense that might have made 1,000 hovels comfortable. That one man may ride in carriages of oriental luxury, hundreds of other men are turned into beasts of burden. To supply a superfluous wardrobe for the gratification of one man's pride, 1,000 women and children shiver with cold. And for every flash of the diamonds that royalty wears, there is a tear of distress in the poor man's dwelling. Not one Lazarus, but 100 sit at the gate of Dives. Tantalus is no fiction. The ancient one might have been fabulous, but the modern ones are terrible realities. Millions are perishing in the midst of superfluities. According to the European theory, men are divided into classes, some to toil and earn, others to seize and enjoy. According to the Massachusetts theory, all are to have an equal chance for earning and equal security in the enjoyment of what they earn. The latter tends to equality of condition, the former to the grossest inequalities. Tried by any Christian standard of morals, or even by any of the better sort of heathen standards, can anyone hesitate for a moment in declaring which of the two will produce the greater amount of human welfare, and which, therefore, is the more conformable to the divine will? The European theory is blind to what constitutes the highest glory as well as the highest duty of a state. Its advocates and admirers are forgetful of that which should be their highest ambition, and proud of that which constitutes their shame. How can anyone possessed of the attributes of humanity look with satisfaction upon the splendid treasures, the golden regalia deposited in the Tower of London or in Windsor Palace, each an India in itself, while thousands around are dying of starvation, or have been made criminals by the combined forces of temptation and neglect? The present condition of Ireland cancels all the glories of the British Crown. The present conception which symbolizes the nationality of Great Britain as a superb temple, whose massive and grand proportions are upheld and adorned by the 430 Corinthian columns of the aristocracy, is turned into a loathing and a scorn when we behold the 5 millions of paupers that cower and shiver at its base. The galleries and fountains of Versailles, the Louvre of Paris, her Notre Dame and her Madeleine, though multiplied by thousands in number and in brilliancy, would be no atonement for the 100,000 Parisian ouvriers without bread and without work. The galleries of painting and of sculpture at Rome, at Munich, or at Dresden, which body forth the divinest ideals ever executed or ever conceived, are but an abomination in the sight of heaven and of all good men, while actual living beings that have hearts to palpitate and nerves to agonize and affections to be crushed or corrupted, are experimenting all around them upon the capacities of human nature for suffering and for sin. Where standards like these exist and are upheld by council and by court, by fashion and by law, Christianity is yet to be discovered. At least it is yet to be applied in practice to the social condition of men. Our ambition as a state should trace itself to a different origin, and propose to itself a different object. Its flame should be lighted at the skies. Its radiance and its warmth should reach the darkest and coldest abodes of men. It should seek the solution of such problems as these. To what extent can competence displace pauperism? How nearly can we free ourselves from the low-minded and the vicious, not by their expatriation, but by their elevation? To what extent can the resources and powers of nature be converted into human welfare, the peaceful arts of life be advanced, and the vast treasures of human talent and genius be developed? How much of suffering in all its forms can be relieved? Or, what is better than relief, how much can be prevented? Cannot the classes of crimes be lessened, and the number of criminals in each class diminished? Our exemplars, both for public and for private imitation, should be the parables of the lost sheep and the lost piece of silver. When we have spread competence through all the abodes of poverty, when we have substituted knowledge for ignorance in the minds of the whole people, when we have reformed the vicious and reclaimed the criminal, then may we invite all neighboring nations to behold the spectacle, and say to them, in the conscious elation of virtue, "Rejoice with me, for I have found that which was lost." Until that day shall arrive, our duties will not be wholly fulfilled, and our ambition will have new honors to win. But is it not true that Massachusetts, in some respects, instead of adhering more and more closely to her own theory, is becoming emulous of the baneful examples of Europe? The distance between the two extremes of society is lengthening instead of being abridged. With every generation, fortunes increase on the one hand, and some new privation is added to poverty on the other. We are verging towards those extremes of opulence and of penury, each of which unhumanizes the human mind. A perpetual struggle for the bare necessities of life, without the ability to obtain them, makes men wolfish. Avarice, on the other hand, sees in all the victims of misery around it, not objects for pity and succor, but only crude materials to be worked up into more money. I suppose it to be the universal sentiment of all those who mingle any ingredient of benevolence with their notions on political economy, that vast and overshadowing private fortunes are among the greatest dangers to which the happiness of the people in a republic can be subjected. Such fortunes would create a feudalism of a new kind, but one more oppressive and unrelenting than that of the Middle Ages. The feudal lords in England and on the Continent never held their retainers in a more abject condition of servitude than the great majority of foreign manufacturers and capitalists hold their operatives and laborers at the present day. The means employed are different, but the similarity in results is striking. What force did then, money does now. The villain of the Middle Ages had no spot of earth on which he could live, unless one were granted to him by his lord. The operative or laborer of the present day has no employment and therefore no bread, unless the capitalist will accept his services. The vassal had no shelter but such as his master provided for him. Not 1 in 5,000 of English operatives or farm laborers is able to build or own even a hovel, therefore they must accept such shelter as capital offers them. The baron prescribed his own terms to his retainers. Those terms were peremptory, and the serf must submit or perish. The British manufacturer or farmer prescribes the rate of wages that he will give to his workpeople. He reduces those wages under whatever pretext he pleases, and they too have no alternative but submission or starvation. In some respects, indeed, the condition of the modern dependent is more forlorn than that of the corresponding serf class in former times. Some attributes of the patriarchal relation did spring up between the lord and his lieges to soften the harsh relations subsisting between them. Hence came some oversight of the condition of children, some relief in sickness, some protection and support in the decrepitude of age. But only in instances comparatively few have kindly offices smoothed the rugged relation between British capital and British labor. The children of the working people are abandoned to their fate, and notwithstanding the privations they suffer and the dangers they threaten, no power in the realm has yet been able to secure them an education, and when the adult laborer is prostrated by sickness or eventually worn out by toil and age, the poorhouse, which has all along been his destination, becomes his destiny. Now, 2 or 3 things will doubtless be admitted to be true beyond all controversy in regard to Massachusetts. By its industrial condition and its business operations, it is exposed, far beyond any other state in the Union, to the fatal extremes of overgrown wealth and desperate poverty. Its population is far more dense than that of any other state. It is 4 or 5 times more dense than the average of all the other states taken together. And density of population has always been one of the proximate causes of social inequality. According to population and territorial extent, there is far more capital in Massachusetts, capital which is movable and instantaneously available, than in any other state in the Union, and probably both these qualifications respecting population and territory could be omitted without endangering the truth of the assertion. It has recently been stated in a very respectable public journal, on the authority of a writer conversant with the subject, that from the last of June 1846 to the 1st of August 1848, the amount of money invested by the citizens of Massachusetts in manufacturing cities, railroads, and other improvements is $57 millions, of which more than 50 has been paid in and expended. The dividends to be received by citizens of Massachusetts from June 1848 to April 1849 are estimated by the same writer at 10 millions, and the annual increase of capital at little short of 22 millions. If this be so, are we not in danger of naturalizing and domesticating among ourselves those hideous evils which are always engendered between capital and labor, when all the capital is in the hands of one class and all the labor is thrown upon another? Now, surely nothing but universal education can counterwork this tendency to the domination of capital and the servility of labor. If one class possesses all the wealth and the education, while the residue of society is ignorant and poor, it matters not by what name the relation between them may be called. The latter, in fact and in truth, will be the servile dependents and subjects of the former. But if education be equally diffused, it will draw property after it by the strongest of all attractions. For such a thing never did happen, and never can happen, as that an intelligent and practical body of men should be permanently poor. Property and labor in different classes are essentially antagonistic, but property and labor in the same class are essentially fraternal. The people of Massachusetts have in some degree appreciated the truth that the unexampled prosperity of the state, its comfort, its competence, its general intelligence and virtue, is attributable to the education, more or less perfect, which all its people have received. But are they sensible of a fact equally important, namely, that it is to this same education that 2/3 of the people are indebted for not being today the vassals of as severe a tyranny in the form of capital as the lower classes of Europe are bound to in the form of brute force? Education, then, beyond all other devices of human origin, is the great equalizer of the conditions of men, the balance wheel of the social machinery. I do not here mean that it so elevates the moral nature as to make men disdain and abhor the oppression of their fellow men. This idea pertains to another of its attributes. But I mean that it gives each man the independence and the means by which he can resist the selfishness of other men. It does better than to disarm the poor of their hostility towards the rich. It prevents being poor. Agrarianism is the revenge of poverty against wealth. The wanton destruction of the property of others, the burning of hay-ricks and corn-ricks, the demolition of machinery because it supersedes hand labor, the sprinkling of vitriol on rich dresses, is only agrarianism run mad. Education prevents both the revenge and the madness. On the other hand, a fellow feeling for one's class or caste is the common instinct of hearts not wholly sunk in selfish regard for person or for family. The spread of education, by enlarging the cultivated class or caste, will open a wider area over which the social feelings will expand, and if this education should be universal and complete, it would do more than all things else to obliterate factitious distinctions in society. The main idea set forth in the creeds of some political reformers or revolutionizers is that some people are poor because others are rich. This idea supposes a fixed amount of property in the community, which by fraud or force or arbitrary law is unequally divided among men, and the problem presented for solution is how to transfer a portion of this property from those who are supposed to have too much to those who feel and know that they have too little. At this point, both their theory and their expectation of reform stop. But the beneficent power of education would not be exhausted, even though it should peaceably abolish all the miseries that spring from the coexistence side by side of enormous wealth and squalid want. It has a higher function. Beyond the power of diffusing old wealth, it has the prerogative of creating new. It is 1,000 times more lucrative than fraud, and adds 1,000-fold more to a nation's resources than the most successful conquest. Knaves and robbers can obtain only what was before possessed by others, but education creates and develops new treasures, treasures not before possessed or dreamed of by anyone. Had mankind been endowed only with the instincts and faculties of the brute creation, there are hundreds of the irrational tribes to which they would have been inferior, and of which they would have been the prey. Did they with the other animals roam in a common forest, how many of their fellow tenants of that wood would overcome them by superior force, or outstrip them by greater fleetness, or circumvent them by a sharper cunning? There are but few of the irrational tribes whose bodies are not better provided with the means of defense or attack than is the body of a man. The claws and the canine teeth of the lion and of the whole tiger family, the beak and talons of the eagle and the vulture, the speed of the deer and of other timid races, are means of assault or of escape far superior to any we possess. And all the power which we have, like so many of the reptile and insect classes, of secreting a deadly venom, either for protection or for aggression, has relation to moral venom and not to physical. In a few lines, nowhere surpassed in philosophic strength and beauty, Pope groups together the remarkable qualities of several different races of animals, the strength of one class, the genial covering of another, the fleetness of a third, he brings vividly to our recollection the lynx's vision of excelling keenness, the sagacity of the hound that reads a name or a sign in the last vanishing odor of a footprint, the exquisite fineness of the spider's touch, and that chemical nicety by which the bee discriminates between honey and poison in the same flower cup. He then closes with an interrogatory which has human reason both for its subject and its object. The powers of all subdued by thee alone, is not thy reason all these powers in one? When Pope, now a little more than a century ago, mingled these beauties with his didactic strains, he had no conception, the world at that time had no conception, of other powers and properties, infinitely more energetic and more exhaustless than all which the animal races possess, to which the reason of man is inequivalent. It was not then known that God had endued the earth and the elements with energies and activities as much superior to those which animals or men possess, as the bulk and frame of the earth itself exceeds their diminutive proportions. It was not then known that the earth is a great reservoir of powers, and that any man is free to use any quantity of them if he will but possess himself of the key of knowledge, the only key, but the infallible one, by which to unlock their gates. At that time, if a philosopher wished to operate a mechanical toy, he could lift or pump a few gallons of water for a moving power. But it was not understood that nature, by the processes of evaporation and condensation, is constantly lifting up into the sky and pouring back upon the earth all the mass of waters that flow in all the rivers of the world, and that in order to perform the work of the world, the weight of all these waters might be used again and again in each one of their perpetual circuits. The power press and the power loom, the steamboat and the locomotive, the paper machine and the telegraph, were not then known. All these instruments of human comfort and aggrandizement, and others almost innumerable, similar to them, are operated by the energies and the velocities of nature. And had Pope grouped together all the splendid profusion and prodigality of her powers, he might still have appealed to man and said, "Is not thy reason all these powers in one?" To the weight of waters, the velocity of winds, the expansive force of heat, and other kindred agencies, any man may go, and he may draw from them as much as he pleases without money and without price. Or rather, I should say, any educated man may go. For nature flouts and scorns and seems to abhor an ignorant man. She drowns him and consumes him and tears him in pieces if he but ventures to profane with his touch her divinely wrought machinery. Now these powers of nature, by being enlisted in the service of man, add to the wealth of the world, unlike robbery or slavery or agrarianism, which aim only at the appropriation by one man or one class of the wealth belonging to another man or class. One man with a foudrinier will make more paper in a 12-month than all Egypt could have made in 100 years during the reign of the Ptolemies. One man with a power press will print books faster than 1,000,000 of scribes could copy them before the invention of printing. One man with an iron foundry will make more utensils or machinery than Tubal-Cain could have made had he worked diligently till this time. And so in all the departments of mechanical labor, in the whole circle of the useful arts. These powers of nature are able to give to all the inhabitants of the earth not merely shelter, covering, and food, but all the means of refinement, embellishment, and mental improvement. In the most strict and literal sense, they are bounties which God gives for proficiency in knowledge. The above ideas are beginning to be pretty well understood by all men of respectable intelligence. I have adverted to them not so much on their own account, but by way of introduction or preface to 2 or 3 considerations which certainly are not understood or not appreciated as they deserve to be. It is a remarkable fact that human progress, even in regard to the worldly interests of the race, did not begin with those improvements which are most closely allied to material prosperity. One would have supposed beforehand that improvements would commence with the near rather than with the remote. Yet mankind had made great advances in astronomy, in geometry, and other mathematical sciences, in the writing of history, in oratory, and in poetry. It is supposed by many to have reached the highest point of yet attained perfection in painting and in sculpture, and in those kinds of architecture which may be called regal or religious, centuries before the great mechanical discoveries and inventions which now bless the world were brought to light. And the question has often forced itself upon reflecting minds, why there was this preposterousness, this inversion of what would appear to be the natural order of progress. Why was it, for instance, that men should have learned the courses of the stars and the revolution of the planets before they found out how to make a good wagon wheel? Why was it that they built the Parthenon and the Colosseum before they knew how to construct a comfortable, healthful dwelling house? Why did they construct the Roman aqueducts before they constructed a sawmill? Or why did they achieve the noblest models in eloquence, in poetry, and in the drama before they invented movable types? I think we have now arrived at a point where we can unriddle this enigma. The labor of the world has been performed by ignorant men, by classes doomed to ignorance from sire to son, by the bondmen and bondwomen of the Jews, by the helots of Sparta, by the captives who passed under the Roman yoke, and by villains and serfs and slaves of more modern times. The masters, the aristocratic or patrician orders, not only disdained labor for themselves and their children, which was one fatal mistake, but they supposed that knowledge was of no use to a laborer, which was a mistake still more fatal. Hence ignorance for almost 6,000 years has gone on plying its animal muscles and dropping its bloody sweat, and never discovered any way, nor dreamed that there was any way, by which it might accomplish many times more work with many times less labor. And yet nothing is more true than that an ignorant man will toil all his life long, moving to and fro within an inch of some great discovery, and will never see it. All the elements of a great discovery may fall into his hands, or be thrust into his face, but his eyes will be too blind to behold it. If he is a slave, what motive has he to behold it? Its greater profitableness will not redound to his benefit, for another stands ready to seize all the gain. Its abridgment of labor will not conduce to his ease, for other toils await him. But the moment an intelligent man applies himself to labor, and labors for his own benefit or for that of his family, he begins to inquire whether the same task cannot be performed with less expenditure of strength, or a greater task with an equal expenditure. He makes his wits save his bones. He finds it easier to think than to work. Nay, that it is easier both to think and work than to work without thinking. He foresees a prize as the reward of successful effort, and this stimulates his brain to deep contrivance, as well as his arms to rapid motion. Taking for illustration the result of an experiment which has been actually made, let us suppose this intelligent laborer to be employed in moving blocks of squared granite, each weighing 1,080 pounds. To move such a block along the floor of a roughly chiseled quarry requires a force equal to 758 pounds. An ignorant man, therefore, must employ and pay several assistants, or he can never move such a block an inch. But to draw the same block over a floor of planks will require a force of only 652 pounds. The expense of one assistant, therefore, might be dispensed with. Placed on a platform of wood and drawn over the same floor, a draft of 606 pounds would be sufficient. By soaping the two surfaces of the wood, the requisite force would be reduced to 182 pounds. Placed on rollers 3 inches in diameter, a force equal to 34 pounds would be sufficient. Substituting a wooden for a stone floor, and the requisite force is 28 pounds. With the same rollers on a wooden platform, 22 pounds only would be required. And now, by the invention and use of locomotives and railroads, a traction or draft of between 3 and 4 pounds is found to be sufficient to move a body weighing 1,080 pounds. Thus the amount of force necessary to remove the body is reduced about 200 times. Now take away from these steps the single element of intelligence, and each improvement would have been impossible. The ignorant man would never have discovered how nearly synonymous are freight and friction. If a savage will learn how to swim, he can fasten a dozen pounds weight to his back and transport it across a narrow river or other body of water of moderate width. If he will invent an axe or other instrument by which to cut down a tree, he can use the tree for a float and one of its limbs for a paddle, and can thus transport many times the former weight, many times the former distance. Hollowing out his log, he will increase what may be called its tonnage, or rather its poundage, and by sharpening its ends it will cleave the water both more easily and more swiftly. Fastening several trees together, he makes a raft, and thus increases the buoyant power of his embryo watercraft. Turning up the ends of small poles, or using knees of timber instead of straight pieces, and grooving them together, and filling up the interstices between them in some way, so as to make them watertight, he brings his rude raft literally into ship shape. Improving upon hull below and rigging above, he makes a proud merchantman to be wafted by the winds from continent to continent. But even this does not content the adventurous naval architect. He frames iron arms for his ship, and for oars affixes iron wheels capable of swift revolution, and stronger than the strong sea. Into iron-walled cavities in her bosom he puts iron organs of massive structure and strength, and of cohesion insoluble by fire. Within these he kindles a small volcano, and then, like a sentient and rational existence, this wonderful creation of his hands cleaves oceans, breasts tides, defies tempests, and bears its living and jubilant freight around the globe. Now take away intelligence from the shipbuilder, and the steamship, that miracle of human art, falls back into a floating log. The log itself is lost, and the savage swimmer bearing his dozen pounds upon his back alone remains. And so it is, not in one department only, but in the whole circle of human labors. The annihilation of the sun would no more certainly be followed by darkness than the extinction of human intelligence would plunge the race at once into the weakness and helplessness of barbarism. To have created such beings as we are, and to have placed them in this world without the light of the sun, would be no more cruel than for a government to suffer its laboring classes to grow up without knowledge. In this fact, then, we find a solution of the problem that so long embarrassed inquirers. The reason why the mechanical and useful arts, those arts which have done so much to civilize mankind, and which have given comforts and luxuries to the common laborer of the present day, such as kings and queens could not command 3 centuries ago, the reason why these arts made no progress, and until recently, indeed, can hardly be said to have had anything more than a beginning, is that the labor of the world was performed by ignorant men. As soon as some degree of intelligence dawned upon the workman, then a corresponding degree of improvement in his work followed. At first, this intelligence was confined to a very small number, and therefore improvements were few, and they followed each other only after long intervals. They uniformly began in the nations and among the classes where there was most intelligence. The middle classes of England and the people of Holland and Scotland have done 100 times more than all the Eastern Hemisphere besides. What single improvement in art or discovery in science has ever originated in Spain or throughout the vast empire of the Russias. But just in proportion as intelligence, that is, education, has quickened and stimulated a greater and greater number of minds, just in the same proportion have inventions and discoveries increased in their wonderfulness and in the rapidity of their succession. The progression has been rather geometrical than arithmetical. By the laws of nature it must be so. If, among 10 well-educated children, the chance is that at least one of them will originate some new and useful process in the arts, or will discover some new scientific principle or some new application of one, then among 100 such well-educated children, there is a moral certainty that there will be more than 10 such originators or discoverers of new utilities, for the action of the mind is like the action of fire. One billet of wood will hardly burn alone, though dry as suns and northwest winds can make it, and though placed in the range of a current of air. 10 such billets will burn well together, but 100 will create a heat 50 times as intense as 10, will make a current of air to fan their own flame, and consume even greenness itself. For the creation of wealth, then, for the existence of a wealthy people and a wealthy nation, intelligence is the grand condition. The number of improvers will increase as the intellectual constituency, if I may so call it, increases. In former times, and in most parts of the world even at the present day, not one man in a million has ever had such a development of mind as made it possible for him to become a contributor to art or science. Let this development proceed, and contributions numberless and of inestimable value will be sure to follow. That political economy, therefore, which busies itself about capital and labor, supply and demand, interest and rents, favorable and unfavorable balances of trade, but leaves out of account the element of a widespread mental development, is naught but stupendous folly. The greatest of all the arts in political economy is to change a consumer into a producer, and the next greatest is to increase the producer's producing power, an end to be directly attained by increasing his intelligence. For mere delving, an ignorant man is but little better than a swine, whom he so much resembles in his appetites and surpasses in his powers of mischief. But there is a class of persons who are not unwilling to concede the advantages which education has over ignorance, both in the more rapid and perfect performance of all kinds of labor, and in the creation of all those mechanical instruments through which nature stands ready to do the work of the world. But while they acknowledge all this, they seem to think that the argument in favor of knowledge has lost much of its force because mechanical ingenuity and scientific discovery must have nearly reached the outermost limit of possible advancement, that either the powers of nature are exhausted or human genius is in its decrepitude. The past achievements of the mind excite their admiration, but not their hope. They are regarded as the measure of what man can perform, but not as the promise of what he is yet to perform. They are accepted not as a little earnest money, but as a full payment. Now the view which I am constrained to take of the history and destiny of man is exactly the contrary of this one. I hold all past achievements of the human mind to be rather in the nature of prophecy than of fulfillment, the first fruits of the beneficence of God in endowing us with the faculties of perception, comparison, calculation, and causality, rather than the full harvest of their eventual development. For look at the magnificent creation into which we have been brought, and at the adaptation of our faculties to understand, admire, and use it. All around us are works worthy of an infinite God, and we are led by irresistible evidence to believe that just so far as we acquire his knowledge, we shall be endued with his power. From history and from consciousness, we find ourselves capable of ever onward improvement, and therefore it seems to be a denial of first principles, it seems no better than impiety, to suppose that we shall ever become such finished scholars, that the works of the All-Wise will have no new problem for our solution, and will therefore be able to teach us no longer. Nor is it any less than impiety to suppose that we shall ever so completely enlist the powers of nature in our service, that exhausted omnipotence can reward our industry with no further bounties. This would be to suppose that we shall arrive at a period when our active and progressive natures will become passive and stationary, when we shall have nothing to do but to sit in indolent and inglorious contemplation of past achievements, and when, all aspirations having been lost in fruition, we shall have outlived the joys of hope and the rewards of effort, and no new glories will beckon us onward to new felicities. Neither our faculties nor their spheres of action seem to have been projected on any such narrow plan. Ever-expanding powers are within us, eternity lies before us, and an infinite being amidst his works is the adorable object of these faculties throughout this eternity. These, no height of attainment which our powers will ever reach, and no length of duration to which the cycles of eternity shall ever have run, will enable us to exhaust or fully to comprehend. To affirm the contrary would be to affirm that our finite minds can embrace and encircle their infinite author, as his mind embraces and encircles ours. Our relation to our Maker, then, is a moral phase of the problem of the asymptote, a line forever approaching a point which it can never reach. And if we believe in our individual capacity for indefinite improvement, why should we doubt the capacity of the race for continued progress as long as it dwells upon the earth? Can man, by searching, find out God in a physical sense any more than in a moral one? Or can all the generations of the race, by the longest and profoundest investigations, ever fathom the depths of eternal wisdom and power as they are incorporated into this earthly frame? However far, then, science and art may push their explorations, there will always be a frontier bounding their advances. There will always be a terra incognita beyond the regions they have surveyed, beyond the utmost verge of the horizon which the eye can see from the topmost pinnacle of existing discoveries. Each new adventurer can gain new trophies by penetrating still deeper into the illimitable solitudes where alone omnipotence dwells and works. The most perfect instrument, which the brightest genius of any age may ever construct, will be excelled by another instrument, made after a higher ideal of perfection by the brighter genius of a succeeding age. The most rapid processes of art known to any generation will be accelerated in the generation that shall follow it, and science will be found not only a plant of perennial growth, but in each succeeding age it will bear blossoms of a more celestial splendor, and fruits of beneficence unknown before. Astronomers now tell us that the sun is not a stationary orb, fixed and immovable at one place in the heavens, as since the days of Copernicus it had been supposed to be, but that in some far-off region of immensity, at a distance wholly inconceivable by us, there is a central point of attraction around which our sun, with its attendant train of planets, is performing a magnificent revolution, just as within their narrow orbits the planets of our local system are revolving about the sun. They tell us further that the circumference of this solar orbit is so vast that during the 6,000 years which are supposed to have elapsed since the creation of Adam, the sun has not yet traveled through so much as one of the 360 degrees that make up its mighty circle, not through so much as one of those hundreds of astronomical spaces through which it must move before it will complete a single revolution. What number of these immense circuits the earth is destined to perform, or what part even of a single revolution it will accomplish before it will meet with some such catastrophe as will unfit it to be the abode of a race like ours, we know not. But we have no reason to believe, even if the mighty years of the solar revolutions should equal the number of our terrestrial years since the creation of Adam,
that the race will ever have exhausted the earth of all the latent capacities for ministering to the improvement and happiness of man with which God has endued it. No invention or discovery will ever be made upon which the author can stand and lift up his proud voice and exclaim, "I have found the last miracle of the miracle-working God." Now, so far as these natural and yet undeveloped resources of the earth are hereafter to be brought to light and made the ministering servants of human welfare, we suppose they are to be brought to light by the exercise of the human faculties, in the same way that all the scientific and mechanical improvements of past times have been brought to light, that is, by education. And the greater the proportion of minds in any community which are educated, and the more thorough and complete the education which is given them, the more rapidly through these sublime stages of progress will that community advance in all the means of enjoyment and elevation, and the more will it outstrip and outshine its less educated neighbors. The advance guard of education and intelligence will gather the virgin wealth of whatever region they explore as the reward of their knowledge, just as the Portuguese reaped the great harvest of the riches of India as their reward for discovering a new route to India. I know that it may be said, and said too, not without a certain measure of truth, that when a more intelligent community has made a discovery in science, or devised or perfected the processes of any art, a less intelligent community by its side may adopt and copy them, and thus make the improvements their own by possession, though the invention belong to another. After a bold navigator has opened a new channel of commerce, and while he is gathering the first fruits of his sagacity, the stupid or the predatory may follow in his wake and share the gains of the enterprise. Dr. Franklin may discover the uses of the lightning rod, but when once discovered, and the manner of its use exhibited, any half-taught son of Vulcan can make and erect one by copying the given model. When a schoolboy of New England has invented the cotton gin or perfected cotton machinery, the slaves of the South, stupid and ignorant as cattle according to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, can operate them with a greater or less degree of success and profit. But there are two considerations which show how inferior the condition of the aping community must always be to that of the originating one. In the first place, all copying is in the nature of empiricism. The copyist operates blindly and not on principle, and therefore he is constantly exposed to failure. In untried emergencies, he never knows what to do, for the light of example shines only in one direction, while it is the very nature of principle, like its divine author, to circumfuse its beams, and so to leave no darkness in any direction. And in the second place, even supposing the aping community to be able, after long delays and toils, to equal the originating one, still, before the period shall have elapsed which the pupil will require for studying out and copying the old lesson, his master will have studied out some new one, will have discovered some new improvement, diffusive of new utility, and radiant with new beauty, so that the distance will be kept as great as ever between him and the learner. The slave states of this union may buy cotton machinery made by the intelligent mechanics of the free states, and they may train their slaves to work it with more or less skill. But should they succeed ever so well, should they eventually become able to meet their entire home demand, it will nevertheless be true that in the meantime the new wants and refinements generated by the progress of the age will demand some new fabric, requiring for its manufacture either more ingeniously wrought machinery or greater skill in the operator, and thus will the more educated community forever keep ahead of the less educated one. The progress of mankind may be compared to an ascending spiral. In moving upward along the spiral, the less intelligent community will see the more intelligent one at a point above its head. It will labor on to overtake it, and making another toilsome circuit, will at length reach the place where the victor had been seen. But lo, the victor is not there,
He too has made a circuit along the ascending curve, and is still far aloft above the head of his pursuer. Another common idea is this. It is supposed that intelligence in workmen is relatively less important in agricultural labors than in the mechanical and manufacturing arts. The great agricultural staples of the country, corn, cotton, sugar, rice, and so forth, have been stigmatized, or at least characterized as coarser products, therefore requiring less skill and science for their culture and improvement than the fabrics of the loom and the workshop. This may be true, but I am by no means convinced of its truth. It seems to me that there is as yet no adequate proof that skill and science, if applied to agriculture, would not yield practical benefits as copious and as wonderful as any that have rewarded the mechanician or the artisan in any department of their labors. Why vegetable growths, so exquisite in their organization, animated by the mysterious principle of life, and so susceptive of all the influences of climate, whether good or ill, why these should be called coarser than iron ore or other organized metals, or any kind of wealth that is found in mines, or why cotton or flax, wool or leather, wood or grain should be denominated coarser before they have been deprived of the principle of life than after it, and before they have lost the marvelous power of assimilating inorganic matter to their own peculiar substance, it is not easy to perceive. May it not yet be found that a better knowledge of the laws that govern vegetable growth, a better knowledge of the properties and adaptations of different soils, a better knowledge of the conditions of fructification and germination, and of the mysterious chemistry that determines the quality of texture, color, flavor, and perfume, a better knowledge of the uncombined gases, and of the effect of light, heat, electricity, and other imponderable agents upon the size, rapidity, and variegation of vegetable growths, in fine, a better knowledge of vegetable physiology, and of that too which may be called vegetable pathology, will redeem the whole circle of agricultural occupations from the stigma of requiring less intelligent cultivators than are required for other pursuits, and thus supply a new and irresistible argument in favor of diffusing a vastly increased amount of knowledge among our free field laborers and our rural population generally. The marvelous improvements which have been made under the auspices of the Massachusetts Horticultural Society in horticulture, floriculture, and pomology already betoken such a result. Now it is in these various ways that all the means of human subsistence, comfort, improvement, or what, in one word, we call wealth, are created. Additional wealth, new wealth, not another man's earnings, not another nation's treasures or lands, tricked away by fraud or wrested by force, but substantially and for all practical purposes, knowledge created, mind created wealth. As much so as though we had been endued with a miraculous power of turning a granite quarry into a city at a word, or a wilderness into cultivated fields, or of commanding harvests to ripen in a day. To see a community acquiring and redoubling its wealth in this way, enriching itself without impoverishing others, without despoiling others, is it not a noble spectacle? And will not the community that gains its wealth in this way, 10 times faster than any robber nation ever did by plunder, will not such a community be a model and a pattern for the nations, a type of excellence to be admired and followed by the world? Has Massachusetts no ambition to win the palm in so glorious a rivalry? But suppose that Massachusetts, notwithstanding her deplorable inferiority in all natural resources, as compared with other states, should be content to be their equal only in means of education, and in the development of the intelligence of her present children and her future citizens, down to what a despicable depth of inferiority would she suddenly plunge? Her ancient glory would become dim. No historian, no orator, no poet would rise up among her children. Her sons would cease, as now, to fill chairs in the halls of learning in more than half the states of the Union. Her jurists would no longer expound the laws of nature, of nations, and of states to guide the judicial tribunals of the country. Her skilled artisans and master mechanics would not be sought for wherever throughout the land educated labor is wanted. Her ship captains would be driven home from every ocean by more successful competitors. At home, a narrowing in the range of thought and action, a lowering of the tone of life and enterprise, a straightening in the means of living and of culture, a sinking in spirit and in all laudable and generous ambitions, the rearing of sons to obscurity and of daughters to vulgarity, would mark the incoming of a degenerate age, an age too ignorant to know its own ignorance, too shameless to mourn its degradation, and too spiritless even to rise with recuperative energy from its guilty fall. But little less disastrous would it be to stop where we are now, instead of pressing onward with invigorated strength to a further goal. What has been done is not the fulfillment or consummation of our work. It only affords better vantage ground from which our successors can start anew in a nobler career of improvement. And if there is any one thing for which the friends of humanity have reason to join in a universal song of thanksgiving to heaven, it is that there is a large and increasing body of people in Massachusetts who cannot be beguiled or persuaded into the belief that our common schools are what they may and should be, and who, with the sincerest goodwill and warmest affections toward the higher institutions of learning, are yet resolved that the education of the people at large, of the sons and daughters of farmers, mechanics, tradesmen, operatives, and laborers of all kinds, shall be carried to a point of perfection indefinitely higher than it has yet reached. End of section 47. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 48 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12th Annual Report, 1848, Part 3. Political Education. The necessity of general intelligence, that is, of education, for I use the terms as substantially synonymous, because general intelligence can never exist without general education, and general education will be sure to produce general intelligence. The necessity of general intelligence under a republican form of government, like most other very important truths, has become a very trite one. It is so trite, indeed, as to have lost much of its force by its familiarity. Almost all the champions of education seize upon this argument first of all, because it is so simple as to be understood by the ignorant, and so strong as to convince the skeptical. Nothing would be easier than to follow in the train of so many writers, and to demonstrate by logic, by history, and by the nature of the case, that a republican form of government, without intelligence in the people, must be on a vast scale what a madhouse without superintendent or keepers would be on a small one, the despotism of a few succeeded by universal anarchy, and anarchy by despotism, with no change but from bad to worse. Want of space and time alike forbid me to attempt any full development of the merits of this theme, but yet, in this closing one of a series of reports, partaking somewhat of the nature of a summary of former arguments, an omission of this topic would suggest to the comprehensive mind the idea of incompleteness. That the affairs of a great nation or state are exceedingly complicated and momentous, no one will dispute, nor will it be questioned that the degree of intelligence that superintends should be proportioned to the magnitude of the interests superintended. He who scoops out a wooden dish needs less skill than the maker of a steam engine or a telescope. The dealer in small wares requires less knowledge than the merchant who exports and imports to and from all quarters of the globe. An ambassador cannot execute his functions with the stock of attainments or talents sufficient for a parish clerk. Indeed, it is clear that the want of adequate intelligence, of intelligence commensurate with the nature of the duties to be performed, will bring ruin or disaster upon any department. A merchant loses his intelligence and he becomes a bankrupt. A lawyer loses his intelligence and he forfeits all the interests of his clients. Intelligence abandons a physician, and his patients die with more than the pains of natural dissolution. Should judges upon the bench be bereft of this guide, what havoc would be made of the property and the innocence of men? Let this counselor be taken from executive officers, and the penalties due to the wicked would be visited upon the righteous, while the rewards and immunities of the righteous would be bestowed upon the guilty. And so, should intelligence desert the halls of legislation, weakness, rashness, contradiction, and error would glare out from every page of the statute book. Now, as a republican government represents almost all interests, whether social, civil, or military, the necessity of a degree of intelligence adequate to the due administration of them all is so self-evident that a bare statement is the best argument. But in the possession of this attribute of intelligence, elective legislators will never far surpass their electors. By a natural law, like that which regulates the equilibrium of fluids, elector and elected, appointer and appointee, tend to the same level. It is not more certain that a wise and enlightened constituency will refuse to invest a reckless and profligate man with office, or will discard him if accidentally chosen, than it is that a foolish or immoral constituency will discard or eject a wise man. This law of assimilation between the choosers and the chosen results not only from the fact that the voter originally selects his representative according to the affinities of good or of ill, of wisdom or of folly, which exist between them, but if the legislator enacts or favors a law which is too wise for the constituent to understand, or too just for him to approve, the next election will set him aside, as certainly as if he had made open merchandise of the dearest interests of the people by perjury or for a bribe. And if the infinitely just and good, in giving laws to the Jews, recognized the hardness of their hearts, how much more will an earthly ruler recognize the baseness or wickedness of the people when his heart is as hard as theirs? In a republican government, legislators are a mirror reflecting the moral countenance of their constituents, and hence it is that the establishment of a republican government, without well-appointed and efficient means for the universal education of the people, is the most rash and foolhardy experiment ever tried by man. Its fatal results may not be immediately developed, they may not follow as the thunder follows the lightning, for time is an element in maturing them, and the calamity is too great to be prepared in a day. But like the slow accumulating avalanche, they will grow more terrific by delay, and at length, though it may be at a late hour, will overwhelm with ruin whatever lies athwart their path. It may be an easy thing to make a republic, but it is a very laborious thing to make republicans, and woe to the republic that rests upon no better foundations than ignorance, selfishness, and passion. Such a republic may grow in numbers and in wealth. As an avaricious man adds acres to his lands, so its rapacious government may increase its own darkness by annexing provinces and states to its ignorant domain. Its armies may be invincible, and its fleets may strike terror into nations on the opposite sides of the globe at the same hour. Vast in its extent, and enriched with all the prodigality of nature, it may possess every capacity and opportunity of being great and of doing good. But if such a republic be devoid of intelligence, it will only the more closely resemble an obscene giant who has waxed strong in his youth and grown wanton in his strength, whose brain has been developed only in the region of the appetites and passions, and not in the organs of reason and conscience, and who, therefore, is boastful of his bulk alone, and glories in the weight of his heel and in the destruction of his arm. Such a republic, with all its noble capacities for beneficence, will rush with the speed of a whirlwind to an ignominious end, and all good men of after times would be fain to weep over its downfall, did not their scorn and contempt at its folly and wickedness repress all sorrow for its fate. As the merits of this subject cannot even be sketched on the present occasion, I will confine myself to a single illustration, showing how an unenlightened people will permit, and sometimes even require, that their government should injure their own interests. A universal function of government, one that has pertained to every government that has ever existed, and doubtless will continue to do so while the world stands, is the collection of revenues. The government must be maintained, but it has no power of earning or of creating wealth to defray its own expenses. It must therefore be supported by revenues derived from the people. In absolute despotisms, arbitrary exactions are made upon all the possessors of wealth, or upon all but a few accepted favorites. Where a pretense for such exactions is wanted, acts which are not crimes are declared to be criminal, so that the ruler may claim a forfeiture or penalty for the performance of deeds which before any tribunal of conscience or of justice would be held innocent. Ex post facto laws are made, that is, laws which act backwards, and subject an act to punishment after the law, which was not punishable at the time it was done, which might have been indeed not only guiltless but laudable at the time of its performance. Now it must be obvious that such methods of raising revenue must have an almost annihilating effect upon the production of wealth, for no man will earn money beyond his immediate necessities when the very fact of his acquisition only exposes him to pillage. When the richest men are the worst plundered, poverty becomes the privilege. Intelligence, though it had been that of the Prince of Darkness, would have saved nations from this cause of poverty. Governments less arbitrary have resorted to expedients for self-support scarcely less baneful to the general welfare. Among these are monopolies, such as that, for instance, by which the Pasha of Egypt required all the cotton grown by his subjects to be sold to him at his own price, that he might then resell it at an advanced one, or that by which the French king exercised the privilege of selling all the tobacco consumed in his kingdom, and then sold out the privilege to sell at an enormous price. Some governments have derived a revenue from the sale of offices, even those which demand for the fit discharge of their duties the highest talents and the purest integrity, such as the judicial, and so have cared everything for the amount of the bribe, and nothing for the fitness of the incumbent. In all such cases, the most vital and enduring interests of the community have been sacrificed to the incidental benefit of revenue, a policy vastly more ruinous than that of the incendiary who burns a house that he may steal a shilling. Even the freest and most enlightened governments have been guilty of similar improvidences and follies. The raising of revenue from licensed lotteries furnishes a signal illustration. For every unit of gain to the public treasury by the levy of a tax on the sale of lottery tickets, hundreds of loss are subtracted from the public wealth. For it is obvious, in the first place, that lotteries create no wealth. They add nothing to the aggregate of silver and gold belonging to a community, any more than they add to the number of its houses or the extent of its lands. They can do nothing more than transfer one man's money to another man's pocket. Then they occupy the time of many individuals who otherwise might be usefully employed in the creation or augmentation of the public wealth. Besides this, the expenses actually incurred by agencies, brokerage, advertisements, apparatus, and so forth, is not inconsiderable. It is also true that the poorest class of people are usually the purchasers of lottery tickets, on the same principle that a man must first be drowning before he will catch at a straw, and generally with the same result. Thus all the evils of poverty are aggravated by the loss of a part of its pittance. Then adventuring in this traffic substitutes hopes of gain founded on chance for the certainties of regular industry. The services of a laborer or an apprentice, of a journeyman mechanic or a clerk, with an undrawn lottery ticket in his pocket are hardly worth half price, for how can anyone work for a few shillings a day while hope is jingling a bag of gold in his ears to be had for nothing? But while the earnings of the ticket holder are less, his expenditures are greater, for why should not a man who is so soon to be rich anticipate a little the receipt of his fortune? It is on the same principle which leads a profligate heir to bind himself by post obits. It is said that none but a weak-minded man will be so confident of success as to be less industrious or less frugal after the purchase of a ticket than before. The answer is that the fact of the purchase proves the weak-mindedness. A tempter of fortune may limit himself either to one or to any prescribed number of trials, and resolve that, if unsuccessful, he will abide by the decision of his luck and never venture again. But such a man does not reflect that he will come out of this experiment a different man from what he was when he went into it. The state of his mind will be altered more than the state of his purse, and he has no second uncorrupted will whose energies he can now use to restrain the backsliding of the first. But suppose a man to meet with the misfortune of being what he calls fortunate. Suppose him to draw a prize of $50,000, and thus, without any valid consideration or any moral right, to pick the pockets of 5,000 persons of $10 each, and this too without the dexterity or sleight of hand of a common pickpocket. Yet it is proved by data derived from the widest observation that the chances are 50 to 1 that while his unjust gains will only injure the losers, they will ruin himself. Take all these evils into consideration, and take into consideration also what is far more important than all these evils united, the impositions and the frauds which accompany the whole operation, and which often bear as great a proportion to the fair dealing as the blanks bear to the prizes. Take all these pecuniary, social, and moral mischiefs into account, and how is it possible for any intelligent legislator, for the sake of a little incidental revenue, ever to legalize an institution which destroys wealth by wholesale and cankers the morals of entire classes of the people? And yet, until within a few years, there was not a state in this whole Union whose legislature did not stand so low, not only in the scale of morals, but of political economy, as to authorize lotteries. Sometimes they were granted for a paltry revenue to be paid into the treasury, sometimes to aid in the erection of public works, to build a bridge, or a canal, or a church. Just in proportion as intelligence has advanced, petitions for lotteries have been refused, and the sale of lottery tickets interdicted by law. Until now they are driven almost exclusively into the southern and southwestern states. There they await the dawning of that general enlightenment which common schools could so rapidly give, to be banished from the country forever. On the clearest principles of morality and political economy, the licensing of houses for the sale of intoxicating drinks, of gaming houses and houses of ill fame, for the ignominious purpose of raising revenue out of the misery and licentiousness of men, stands even on a more unsound and criminal footing than legalizing the pest of lotteries. Yet all this is done even at the present day by legislators who would think it an indignity if they were denied an exalted place on the roll of enlightened, patriotic, and Christian men. Great Britain, for a series of years, has derived more than 1/4 part of all her enormous revenue from the various manufactures of malt and sale of spirituous liquors, though every pound which has gone into the treasury from this source represented some stage in the terrible process by which sanity was turned into madness or a well man into a sick beast. France, and even some parts of our own country, have exhibited hateful specimens of the other kinds of these incarnations of evil, these devouring monsters who have been permitted for a fee by the governments which should have protected their people to stalk through society and to inflict upon all its interests, body, soul, and estate, direr calamities than death itself. The multiplication of oaths is another signal illustration of the fact
how prone incompetent legislators ever are to sacrifice the greater interest to the less, the spiritual to the outward, the enduring to the temporary. Adherence to truth is so necessary among men that even the lowest instincts of self-interest will visit the falsifier with retribution, though honor and conscience should not. But the utterance of truth, very generally speaking, is considered more in the light of an obligation between man and man than as a due to heaven, and there are many who would not hesitate to tell a falsehood, who would tremble at the commission of perjury. But governments, for some collateral and incidental benefit, most generally for the purpose of securing themselves against fraud in the collection of revenues, impose an oath upon men, not merely where the oath-taker is adversely interested, but where, from the nature of the case, he cannot certainly determine the truth of the statement to which he deposes. This leads to moral laxity and relaxes laxity itself. Hence, in mercantile communities, there has arisen a class of oaths called custom-house oaths, an appellation which indicates that men swear, if not to what they know to be untrue, yet at least to what they do not know to be true. Often the oath is administered to persons who are under the strongest temptations to perjury, and where, too, the danger of detection is small. This is perjury made easy, for the step is a short one between swearing to a thing as true, with only a general inference or supposition that it may be so, and swearing to a known untruth. Now, can any money compensate government for contaminating public morals? Or in a republic, which is a government of the people by the people, can they afford to barter their own integrity in order to get a little of their own money out of their own pockets into their own public treasury, whence it is so soon to flow back into their own pockets again? Every legislator should be a political economist, and every voter should know at least the leading elements of political economy, and be able to understand their application to the affairs of life. But surely that political economy is a delusion and a cheat which does not hold the morals of the community as the primal element in its prosperity. And the prayer, "Lead us not into temptation," is one which may be as appropriately addressed by a people to its rulers as by a frail and fallible mortal to his Maker. I have now given a hasty review of a single class of errors, those pertaining to the collection of revenue, into which governments have fallen through a want of intelligence, through a want of such intelligence, it may be added, as any discreet and reflecting man would exercise in the management of his own affairs. And when will rulers be wiser than they have been? Never until the people to whom they are responsible shall permit it and demand it. Never will wisdom preside in the halls of legislation, and its profound utterances be recorded on the pages of the statute book, until common schools or some other agency of equal power not yet discovered shall create a more far-seeing intelligence and a purer morality than has ever yet existed among communities of men. Legislators, in the execution of their high guardianship over public interests, will never secure to the state even the greatest amount of wealth, while they seek to obtain it at the price of morality. It is only when the virtue of the people is supremely cared for that they will discover the comprehensive meaning of the Scripture, that godliness is profitable unto all things. However elevated the moral character of a constituency may be, however well informed in matters of general science or history, yet they must, if citizens of a republic, understand something of the true nature and functions of the government under which they live. That anyone who is to participate in the government of a country when he becomes a man should receive no instruction respecting the nature and functions of the government he is afterwards to administer is a political solecism. In all nations, hardly excepting the most rude and barbarous, the future sovereign receives some training which is supposed to fit him for the exercise of the powers and duties of his anticipated station. Where, by force of law, the government devolves upon the heir, while yet in a state of legal infancy, Some regency or other substitute is appointed to act in his stead until his arrival at a mature age, and in the meantime he is subjected to such a course of study and discipline as will tend to prepare him, according to the political theory of that time and place, to assume the reins of authority at the appointed age. If in England, or in the most enlightened European monarchies, it would be proof of restored barbarism to permit the future sovereign to grow up without any knowledge of his duties, and who can doubt that it would be such a proof, then surely it would be not less a proof of restored or of never removed barbarism amongst us to empower any individual to use the elective franchise without preparing him for so momentous a trust. Hence, the Constitution of the United States and of our own state should be made a study in our public schools. The partition of the powers of government into the 3 coordinate branches, legislative, judicial, and executive, with the duties appropriately devolving upon each, the mode of electing or of appointing all the officers, with the reasons on which it was founded, and especially the duty of every citizen in a government of laws to appeal to the courts for redress in all cases of alleged wrong, instead of undertaking to vindicate his own rights by his own arm, and in a government where the people are the acknowledged sources of power, the duty of changing laws and rulers by an appeal to the ballot, and not by rebellion, should be taught to all the children until they are fully understood. Had the obligations of the future citizen been sedulously inculcated upon all the children of this republic, would the patriot have had to mourn over so many instances where the voter, not being able to accomplish his purpose by voting, has proceeded to accomplish it by violence, where, agreeing with his fellow citizens to use the machinery of the ballot, he makes a tacit reservation that if that machinery does not move according to his pleasure, he will wrest or break it? If the responsibleness and value of the elective franchise were duly appreciated, the day of our state and national elections would be among the most solemn and religious days in the calendar. Men would approach them not only with preparation and solicitude, but with the sobriety and solemnity with which discreet and religious-minded men meet the great crises of life. No man would throw away his vote through caprice or wantonness, any more than he would throw away his estate or sell his family into bondage. No man would cast his vote through malice or revenge, any more than a good surgeon would amputate a limb, or a good navigator sail through perilous straits under the same criminal passions. But perhaps it will be objected that the Constitution is subject to different readings, or that the policy of different administrations has become the subject of party strife, and therefore, if anything of constitutional or political law is introduced into our schools, there is a danger that teachers will be chosen on account of their affinities to this or that political party, or that teachers will feign affinities which they do not feel, in order that they may be chosen. And so each schoolroom will at length become a miniature political club-room, exploding with political resolves, or flaming out with political addresses, prepared by beardless boys in scarcely legible handwriting and in worse grammar. With the most limited exercise of discretion, all apprehensions of this kind are wholly groundless. There are different readings of the Constitution, it is true, and there are partisan topics which agitate the country from side to side. But the controverted points, compared with those about which there is no dispute, do not bear the proportion of 1 to 100. And what is more, no man is qualified or can be qualified to discuss the disputable questions unless previously and thoroughly versed in those questions about which there is no dispute. And the terms and principles common to all and recognized by all is to be found the only common medium of language and of idea by which the parties can become intelligible to each other. And there, too, is the only common ground whence the arguments of the disputants can be drawn. It is obvious, on the other hand, that if the tempest of political strife were to be let loose upon our common schools, they would be overwhelmed with sudden ruin. Let it be once understood that the schoolroom is a legitimate theater for party politics,
and with what violence will hostile partisans struggle to gain possession of the stage and to play their parts upon it. Nor will the stage be the only scene of gladiatorial contests. These will rage in all the avenues that lead to it. A preliminary advantage, indispensable to ultimate success, will be the appointment of a teacher of the true faith. As the great majority of the schools in the state are now organized, this can be done only by electing a prudential committee, who will make what he calls political soundness paramount to all other considerations of fitness. Thus, after petty skirmishings among neighbors, the fierce encounter will begin in the district's primary assembly in the schoolroom itself. This contest being over, the election of the superintending or town's committee must be determined in the same way, and this will bring together the combustibles of each district to burn with an intenser and more devouring flame in the town meeting. It is very possible, nay, not at all improbable, that the town may be of one political complexion, while a majority of the districts are of the opposite. Who shall moderate the fury of these conflicting elements when they rage against each other? And who shall save the dearest interests of the children from being consumed in this fierce combustion? If parents find that their children are indoctrinated into what they call political heresies, will they not withdraw them from the school? And if they withdraw them from the school, will they not resist all appropriations to support a school from which they derive no benefit? But could the schools themselves survive these dangers for a single year, it would be only to encounter others still more perilous. Why should not the same infection that poisons all the relations of the schoolroom spread itself abroad and mingle with all questions of external organization and arrangement? Why should not political hostility cause the dismemberment of districts already too small? Or, what would work equal injury, prevent the union of districts whose power of usefulness would be doubled by a combination of their resources? What better could be expected than that one set of school books should be expelled and another introduced, as they might be supposed, however remotely, to favor one party or the other, or as the authors of the books might belong to one party or the other? And who could rely upon the reports or even the statistics of a committee chosen by partisan votes, goaded on by partisan impulses, and responsible to partisan domination, and this too without any opportunity of control or check from the minority? Nay, if the schools could survive long enough to meet the crisis, why should not any and every measure be taken, either to maintain an existing political ascendancy or to recover a lost one, in a school district or in a town which has even been taken by unscrupulous politicians to maintain or to recover an ascendancy at the polls? Into a district or into a town, voters may be introduced from abroad to turn the scale. An employer may dismiss the employed for their refusal to submit to his dictation, or make the bread that is given to the poor man's children perform the double office of payment for labor to be performed and of a bribe for a principal to be surrendered. And beyond all this, if the imagination can conceive anything more deplorable than this, what kind of political doctrines would be administered to the children amid the vicissitudes of party domination, their alternations of triumph and defeat? This year, under the ascendancy of one side, the Constitution declares one thing, and commentaries, glosses, and the authority of distinguished names all ratify and confirm its decisions. But victory is a fickle goddess. Next year the vanquished triumph, and Constitution, gloss, and authority make that sound doctrine which was pestilent error before, and that false which was true. Right and wrong have changed sides. The children must now join in chorus to denounce what they had been taught to reverence before, and to reverence what they had been taught to denounce. In the meantime, those great principles which, according to Cicero, are the same at Rome and at Athens, the same now and forever, and which, according to Hooker, have their seat in the bosom of God, have become the fittest emblems of chance and of change. Long, however, before this series of calamities would exhaust itself upon our schools, the schools themselves would cease to be.
The plowshare would have turned up their foundations. Their history would have been brought to a close, a glorious and ascending history until struck down by the hand of political parricide, then suddenly falling with a double ruin, with death and with ignominy. But to avoid such a catastrophe, shall all teaching relative to the nature of our government be banished from our schools? And shall our children be permitted to grow up in entire ignorance of the political history of their country? In the schools of a republic, shall the children be left without any distinct knowledge of the nature of a republican government, or only with such knowledge as they may pick up from angry political discussions or from party newspapers, from caucus speeches or 4th of July orations, the apocrypha of apocrypha? Surely between these extremes there must be a medium not difficult to be found. And is not this the middle course, which all sensible and judicious men, all patriots, and all genuine republicans must approve? Namely, that those articles in the creed of republicanism, which are accepted by all, believed in by all, and which form the common basis of our political faith, should be taught to all. But when the teacher, in the course of his lessons or lectures on the fundamental law, arrives at a controversial text, he is either to read it without comment or remark, or at most he is only to say that this passage is the subject of disputation, and that the schoolroom is neither the tribunal to adjudicate nor the forum to discuss it. Such being the rule established by common consent, and such the practice observed with fidelity under it, it will come to be universally understood that political proselytism is no function of the school, but that indoctrination into matters of controversy between hostile political parties is to be elsewhere sought for and elsewhere imparted. Thus may all the children of the Commonwealth receive instruction in all the great essentials of political knowledge, in those elementary ideas without which they will never be able to investigate more recondite and debatable questions. Thus will the only practicable method be adopted for discovering new truths and for discarding instead of perpetuating old errors. And thus, too, will that pernicious race of intolerant zealots, whose whole faith may be summed up in 2 articles, that they themselves are always infallibly right, and that all dissenters are certainly wrong, be extinguished not by violence nor by proscription, but by the more copious inflowing of the light of truth. Moral education. Moral education is a primal necessity of social existence. The unrestrained passions of men are not only homicidal but suicidal, and a community without a conscience would soon extinguish itself. Even with a natural conscience, how often has evil triumphed over good? From the beginning of time, wrong has followed right, as the shadow the substance. As the relations of men became more complex, and the business of the world more extended, new opportunities and new temptations for wrongdoing have been created. With the endearing relations of parent and child came also the possibility of infanticide and parricide, and the first domestic altar that brothers ever reared was stained with fratricidal blood. Following close upon the obligations to truth came falsehood and perjury, and closer still upon the duty of obedience to the divine law came disobedience. With the existence of private relations between men came fraud, and with the existence of public relations between nations came aggression, war, and slavery. And so, just in proportion as the relations of life became more numerous, and the interests of society more various and manifold, the range of possible and of actual offenses has been continually enlarging. As for every new substance there may be a new shadow, so for every new law there may be a new transgression. No form of the precious metals has ever been used which dishonest men have not counterfeited, and no kind of artificial currency has ever been legalized which rogues have not forged. The government sees the evils that come from the use of intoxicating drinks and prohibits their sale, but unprincipled men pander to depraved appetites and gather a harvest of dishonest profits. Instead of licensing lotteries and deriving a revenue from the sale of tickets, the state forbids this mischievous traffic. But while law-abiding men disdain to practice an illicit trade, knavish brokers, by means of the prohibition itself, secure a monopoly of the sales and pocket the infamous gain. The government imposes duties on imported goods. Smugglers evade the law and bring goods into the market clandestinely, or perjurers swear to false invoices and escape the payment of duty, and thus secure to themselves the double advantage of increased sales and enhanced profits upon what is sold. Science prepares a new medicine to heal or alleviate the diseases of men. Crime adulterates it, or prepares as a substitute some cheap poison that resembles it, and can be sold instead of it. A benefactor of the race discovers an agent which has the marvelous power to suspend consciousness and take away the susceptibility to pain. A villain uses it to rob men and pollute women. Houses are built. The incendiary burns them that he may purloin the smallest portion of their goods. The press is invented to spread intelligence, but libelers use it to give wings to slander. And so, throughout the infinitely complex and ramified relations of society, wherever there is a right, there may be a wrong, and wherever a law is made to repress the wrong, it may be evaded by artifice or overborne by violence. In fine, all means and laws designed to repress injustice and crime give occasion to new injustice and crime. For every lock that is made, a false key is made to pick it, and for every paradise that is created, there is a Satan who would scale its walls. Nor does this view of the subject exhibit the scope and multitude of the transgressions that may be committed. To represent the range and compass of possible violations, every law that exists must be multiplied by a high power. When the whole family of mankind consisted of but 2 persons, there could be only 2 offenders. But now, when the race has increased to millions and hundreds of millions, the laws may be broken by millions and hundreds of millions, an increased number of transgressors of an increased number of laws. The multitude, then, of possible violations of law is terrific to the imagination. Even the actual violations are sufficient to make our best civilization look but little better than barbarism. But the above outline, whose vast circumference may be filled up by the commission of crimes against positive law, embraces not a tithe of possible transgressions. Every law in the statute book might be obeyed, so as to leave no penalty to be awarded by the courts or inflicted by executive officers, and yet myriads of private vices, too subtle and intangible for legislative enactments, and too undefinable to be dealt with by the tribunals of justice, might still embitter all domestic and social relations, and leave nothing in life worth living for. Were the greater plagues of public crime and open violence to be stayed, still the lesser ones might remain. Like the plagues of Egypt, they might invade every house, penetrate to every chamber, corrupt the water in the fountains and the bread in the kneading troughs, and turn the dust into loathsome life, so that the plague of hail and the plague of darkness might seem to be blessings in comparison. In offenses against what are usually called the minor morals, against propriety, against decency, against the domestic relations, and against good neighborhood, as they are illustrated and enjoined by the example of Christ, the precepts of the gospel, and the perfect law of love, here is a vast region where offenses may grow, and where they do grow, thick-standing and rankly luxuriant. Against these social vices in all ages of the world, the admonitions of good men have been directed. The moralist has exposed their deformity in his didactic page. The satirist has chastised them in pungent verse. The dramatist has held them up to ridicule on the mimic stage. And to some extent the Christian minister has exhibited their gross repugnancy to the character of a disciple of Jesus. Still they continue to exist.
and to say nothing of heathen nations, the moral condition of all Christendom is, in this respect, like the physical condition of one of the nations that compose it. That extraordinary people, I mean, whose dwellings, whose flocks, whose agriculture, whose merchandise, and who themselves are below the level of the ocean, and against them at all times this ocean rages and lifts itself up, and whenever or wherever it can find a breach or make one, it rushes in and overwhelms men and their possessions in one common inundation. Even so, like a weltering flood, do immoralities and crimes break over all moral barriers, destroying and profaning the securities and the sanctities of life. Now, how best shall this deluge be repelled? What mighty power or combination of powers can prevent its inrushing, or narrow the sweep of its ravages? The race has existed long enough to try many experiments for the solution of this greatest problem ever submitted to its hands, and the race has experimented without stint of time or circumspection of space to mar or modify legitimate results. Mankind have tried despotisms, monarchies, and republican forms of government. They have tried the extremes of anarchy and of autocracy. They have tried draconian codes of law, and for the lightest offenses have extinguished the life of the offender. They have established theological standards, claiming for them the sanction of divine authority and the attributes of a perfect and infallible law, and then they have imprisoned, burnt, massacred, not individuals only, but whole communities at a time, for not bowing down to idols which ecclesiastical authority had set up. These and other great systems of measures have been adopted as barriers against error and guilt. They have been extended over empires, prolonged through centuries, and administered with terrible energy. And yet the great ocean of vice and crime overleaps every embankment, pours down upon our heads, saps the foundations under our feet, and sweeps away the securities of social order, of property, liberty, and life. At length, these experiments have been so numerous, and all of them have terminated so disastrously, that a body of men has risen up in later times, powerful in influence, and not inconsiderable in numbers, who, if I may use a mercantile phrase, would abandon the world as a total loss, who mock at the idea of its having a benevolent or even an intelligent author or governor, and who therefore would give over the race to the dominion of chance, and to that of their own licentious passions, whose rule would be more fatal than chance. But to all doubters, disbelievers, or despairers in human progress, it may still be said there is one experiment which has never yet been tried. It is an experiment which, even before its inception, offers the highest authority for its ultimate success. Its formula is intelligible to all, and it is as legible as though written in starry letters on an azure sky. It is expressed in these few and simple words: "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it." This declaration is positive. If the conditions are complied with, it makes no provision for a failure. Though pertaining to morals, yet if the terms of the direction are observed, there is no more reason to doubt the result than there would be in an optical or chemical experiment. But this experiment has never yet been tried. Education has never yet been brought to bear with 1/100th part of its potential force upon the natures of children, and through them upon the character of men and of the race. In all the attempts to reform mankind which have hitherto been made, whether by changing the frame of government, by aggravating or softening the severity of the penal code, or by substituting a government created for a God-created religion, in all these attempts, the infantile and youthful mind, its amenability to influence, and the enduring and self-operating character of the influences it receives, have been almost wholly unrecognized. Here, then, is a new agency whose powers are but just beginning to be understood, and whose mighty energies hitherto have been but feebly invoked. And yet, from our experience, limited and imperfect as it is,
we do know that far beyond any other earthly instrumentality, it is comprehensive and decisive. Reformatory efforts hitherto made have been mainly expended upon the oak-fibered hardihood and incorrigibleness of adult offenders, and not upon the flexibleness and ductility of youthful tendencies. Rulers have forgotten that though a giant's arm cannot bend a tree of a century's growth, yet the finger of an infant could have given direction to its germ. When a man has invested $50,000 in the business of importing ardent spirits into the country, it often does little more than enrage him to point out the different results between such an investment and the investment of the same sum in whale ships, where, besides its own permanent value, it will soon add $50,000 more to the actual wealth of the community. Show the distiller how he changes the life-sustaining fruits of the earth into a physical and moral poison, and what a deluge of destruction he is sending forth over society, and his blood will boil hardly less fiercely than his accursed cauldrons. But who will be rash enough to say of any man now engaged in the business of promoting and spreading intemperance, and visiting another generation with all its calamities, who will dare to say of any of them that the nature and consequences of this direful occupation might not have been so vividly depicted to the imagination and so clearly explained to the conscience during the years of childhood, that any child would sooner think of getting a living by counterfeiting money than by engaging in this traffic? Would any child on whose heart the horrors and atrocities of the slave trade had made their natural impression before his arrival at the age of 14 years ever connect himself with slavery afterwards? Were a child taught the dignity, the healthfulness, and the advantages of voluntary labor, and the meanness of living upon the unrequited services of the weak and defenseless, could he ever bear to live a life of pampered indolence, secured to him by 100 lives, each as precious and as sacred in the sight of heaven as his own, of unpaid toil and irredeemable debasement? Did genius pour out his heart as fervently to depict the calamities of war as it has done to blazon forth what is called military glory, would not children be led to abhor all unnecessary wars as much more than they abhor murder, as the destruction of an army is greater than that of a single murderer? If the schools were earnestly to teach children that office and honor are not synonymous terms, and that the only value of any office consists in its opening a wider sphere for useful exertion, should we find so many men renouncing usefulness and forfeiting honor for the acquisition of an office? If wealth were not forever talked of before children as among the chief prizes of life, should we see such throngs making haste to be rich, with all the attendant consequences of fraud and dishonor? Indeed, so decisive is the effect of early training upon adult habits and character, that numbers of the most able and experienced teachers, those who have had the best opportunities to become acquainted with the errors and the excellences of children, their waywardness and their docility, have unanimously declared it to be their belief that if all the children in the community, from the age of 4 years to that of 16, could be brought within the reformatory and elevating influences of good schools, the dark host of private vices and public crimes which now embitter domestic peace and stain the civilization of the age, might in 99 cases of every 100 be banished from the world. When Christ taught his disciples to pray, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is done in heaven," did he teach them to pray for what shall never come to pass? And if this consummation is ever to be realized, is it to be by some mighty, sudden, instantaneous revolution effected by a miracle? Or is it to be produced gradually by that providence which uses human agents as its instruments? Were we to hear that some far-off land had been discovered, over which the tempest of war had never swept, where institutions of learning and religion were reverenced, and their ministers held in the foremost rank of honor, where falsehood, detraction, and perjury were never uttered, where neither intemperance nor the guilty knowledge how to prepare its means, nor the guilty agents to diffuse them were ever known, where all the obligations growing out of domestic relations were sacredly kept, where office always sought the wisest and best men for incumbents and never failed to find them, where witnesses were true and jurors just, for we can hardly conceive of a state of society upon earth so perfect as to exclude all differences of opinion about rights. In fine, where all men were honest in their dealings and exemplary in their lives, with the exception of here and there an individual who, from the rareness of his appearance, would be regarded almost a monster. Were we to hear of such a realm, who that loves peace and the happiness that comes from security and order would not wish to escape from the turmoil and the violence, the rancor and the mean ambitions of our present sphere, and go there to dwell and to die? And yet it is the opinion of our most intelligent, dispassionate, and experienced teachers that we can, in the course of 2 or 3 generations, and through the instrumentality of good teachers and good schools, superinduce substantially such a state of society upon the present one, and this too without any miracle, without any extraordinary sacrifices or costly effort, but only by working our existing common school system with such a degree of vigor as we could easily put forth, and at such an expense as even the poorest community can easily bear. If the leaders of society, those whose law-giving eloquence determines what statutes shall be enacted by the legislature, or those who speak for the common heart in self-constituted assemblies, or those who shape popular opinion through the public press or in the private intercourse of life, if these are not yet prepared to have faith in the reformatory power of an early and wise training for the young, the fact only shows and measures the extent of the work which teachers and educationists have yet to perform. If men decline to cooperate with us because uninspired by our living faith, then the arguments, the labors, and the results which will create this faith are a preliminary step in our noble work. Is any high-minded, exemplary, and conscientious man disposed to believe that this substantial extirpation of social vices and crimes, according to the testimony of the witnesses above referred to, is a utopian idea, is more than we have any reason to expect while human nature remains as it is? Let me use the ad hominem argument to refute him. Let me refer him to himself, and ask him why the same influences which have saved him from gaming, intemperance, dissoluteness, falsehood, dishonesty, violence, and their kindred offenses, and have made him a man of sobriety, frugality, and probity, why the same influences which have saved him from ruin might not, if brought to bear upon others, save them also. So far as human instrumentalities are concerned, we have abundant means for surrounding every child in the state with preservative and moral influences as extensive and as efficient as those under which the present industrious, worthy, and virtuous members of the community were reared. And as to all those things in regard to which we are directly dependent upon the divine favor, have we not the promise, explicit and unconditional, that the men shall not depart from the way in which they should go if the children are trained up in it? It has been overlooked that this promise is not restricted to parents, but seems to be addressed indiscriminately to all, whether parents, communities, states, or mankind. End of section 48. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 49 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12th Annual Report, 1848, Part 4. Religious Education. But it will be said that this grand result in practical morals is a consummation of blessedness that can never be attained without religion, and that no community will ever be religious without a religious education. Both of these propositions I regard as eternal and immutable truths. Devoid of religious principles and religious affections, the race can never fall so low but that it may sink still lower. Animated and sanctified by them, it can never rise so high but that it may ascend still higher. And is it not at least as presumptuous to expect that mankind will attain to the knowledge of truth without being instructed in truth, and without that general expansion and development of faculties which will enable them to recognize and comprehend truth in any other department of human interest as in the department of religion? No creature of God of whom we have any knowledge has such a range of moral oscillation as a human being. He may despise privileges and turn a deaf ear to warnings and instructions, such as evil spirits may never have known, and therefore be more guilty than they. Or, ascending through temptation and conflict along the radiant pathway of duty, he may reach the sublimest heights of happiness, and may there experience the joys of a contrast such as ever perfect beings can never feel. And can it be that our nature in this respect is taken out of the law that governs it in every other respect? The law, namely, that the teachings which supply it with new views, and the training that leads it to act in conformity with those views, are ineffective and nugatory? Indeed, the whole frame and constitution of the human soul show that if man be not a religious being, he is among the most deformed and monstrous of all possible existences. His propensities and passions need the fear of God as a restraint from evil, and his sentiments and affections need the love of God as a condition and preliminary to everything worthy of the name of happiness. Without a capability or susceptibility, therefore, of knowing and reverencing his Maker and Preserver, his whole nature is a contradiction and a solecism. It is a moral absurdity, as strictly so as a triangle with but two sides, or a circle without a circumference, is a mathematical absurdity. The man, indeed, of whatever denomination or kindred or tongue he may be, who believes that the human race, or any nation or any individual in it, can attain to happiness or avoid misery without religious principle and religious affections, must be ignorant of the capacities of the human soul and of the highest attributes in the nature of man. We know from the very structure and functions of our physical organization that all the delights of the appetites and of the grosser instincts are evanescent and perishing. All bodily pleasures, overindulged, become pains. Abstemiousness is the stern condition of prolonged enjoyment, a condition that balks desire at the very moment when it is most craving. Did the fields teem, and the forests bend, and the streams flow with the most exquisite delicacies, how small the proportion of our time in which we could luxuriate in their sweets without satiety and disgust! Unchastened by temperance, the richest earthly banquets stimulate only to end in loathing. Perpetual self-restraint on the one side, or intolerable pains on the other, is the law of all our animal desires. And it may well be questioned which are the sharper sufferings, the fiercest pangs of hunger and of thirst, or the agonizing diseases that form the fearful retinue of Epicureanism and Bacchanalian indulgence. Were the pleasures of the senses the only pleasures we could enjoy, immortality might well be scoffed at as worthless, and annihilation welcomed. For if another Eden were created around us, filled with all that could gratify the appetite or regale the sense, and were the whole range and command of its embowering shades and clustering fruits bestowed upon us, still, with our present natures, we should feel intellectual longings, which not all the objects of sight and of sense could appease. The luxuries would sate the palate, and the beauties pall upon the eye, in the absence of objects to quicken and stimulate the sterner energies of the mind. The delights of the intellect are of a far nobler order than those of the senses, but even these have no power to fill up the capacities of an immortal mind. The strongest intellect tires; it cannot sustain an ever upward wing. Even in minds of Olympian vastness and vigor, there must be seasons for relaxation and repose, intervals when the wearied faculties, mounted upon the topmost of all their achievements, must stop in their ascending career to review the distance they have traversed and to replenish their energies for an onward flight. And although in the far-off cycles of eternity the stature of the intellect should become as lofty as an archangel's, although its powers of comprehension should become so vast and its intuitions so penetrating that it could learn the history of a planet in a day and master at a single lesson all the sciences that belong to a system of stars, still, I repeat, that with our present nature we should be conscious of faculties unoccupied and restless, yea, tormented with a sense of privation and loss, like lungs in a vacuum gasping vainly for breath, or like the eye in darkness straining to catch some glimmering of light. Without sympathy, without spiritual companionship with other beings, without some being all glorious in his perfections, whom the spirit could commune with and adore, it would be a mourner and wanderer amid all the splendors of the universe. Through the lone realms of immensity would it fly, calling for love as a mother calls for her departed firstborn, but its voice would return to it in echoes of mockery. Nay, though the intellect of man should become as effulgent as the stars amid which he might walk, yet sympathetic and devout affections alone can fertilize the desolations of the heart. Love is as necessary to the human heart as knowledge is to the mind, and infinite knowledge can never supply the place of infinite good. The universe, grand, glorious, and beautiful as it is, can be truly enjoyed only through the worship as well as the knowledge of the great being that created it. Among people where there is no true knowledge of God, the errors, superstitions, and sufferings of a false religion always rush in to fill the vacuum. There is not a faculty nor a susceptibility in the nature of man, from the lightning-like intuitions that make him akin to the cherubim, or the fire and fervor of affection that assimilate him to seraphic beings, down to the lowest appetites and desires by which he holds brotherhood with beast and reptile and worm. There is not one of them all that will ever be governed by its proper law, or enjoy a full measure of the gratification it was adapted to feel, without a knowledge of the true God, without a sense of acting in harmony with his will, and without spontaneous effusions of gratitude for his goodness. Convictions and sentiments such as these can alone supply the vacuity in the soul of man, and fill with significance and loveliness what would otherwise be a blank and hollow universe. How limited and meagre, too, would be the knowledge which should know all things else, but still be ignorant of the self-existent author of all. What is the exquisite beauty of flowers, of foliage, or of plumage, if we know nothing of the great limner who has painted them and blended their colors with such marvelous skill? So the profundity of all science is shallowness if we know nothing of the eternal mind that projected all sciences and made their laws so exact and harmonious that all the objects in an immensity can move onward throughout an eternity without deviation or error. Even the visible architecture of the heavens, majestic and refulgent as it is, dwindles and glooms into littleness and darkness in the presence of the great builder who of old laid the foundation of the earth and meted out heaven with a span. Among all the objects of knowledge, the author of knowledge is infinitely the greatest, and the microscopic animalculae, which by a life of perseverance has circumnavigated a drop of water, or the tiny insect which has toiled and climbed until it has at last reached the highest peak of a grain of sand, knows proportionately more of the height and depth and compass of planetary spaces than the philosopher who has circuited all other knowledge but is still ignorant of God. In the acquisition of whatever art, or in the pursuit of whatever science, there is a painful sense of incompleteness and imperfection while we remain untaught in any great department known to belong to it. And so, in the development and culture of the human soul, we are conscious not merely of the want of symmetry, but of gross disfigurement and mutilation, when the noblest and most enduring part of an appropriate development and culture is wanting. In merely an artistical point of view, to be presented with the torso of Hercules, or with the truncated body of Minerva, when we were expecting to behold the fullness of their majestic proportions, would be less painful and shocking than a system of human culture from which religious culture should be omitted. So, too, if the subject be viewed in relation to all the purer and loftier affections and susceptibilities of the human soul, the results are the same. If, in surveying the highest states of perfection which the character of man has ever yet reached upon earth, we select from among the whole circle of our personal or historical acquaintances those who are adorned with the purest quality and the greatest number of excellences as the objects of our most joyful admiration and love, why should not the soul be lifted into sublimer ecstasies and into raptures proportionately more exalted and enduring, if it could be raised to the contemplation of Him whose name alone is excellent? If we delight in exhibitions of power, why should we pass heedlessly by the all-powerful? If human hearts are touched with deeds of mercy, there is one whose tender mercies are over all His works. If we reverence wisdom, there is such perfect wisdom on high that that of angels becomes folly in its presence. If we love the sentiment of love, has not the Apostle told us that God is love? There are many endearing objects upon earth from which the heart of man may be sundered, but he only is bereaved of all things who is bereaved of his Father in heaven. I here place the argument in favor of a religious education for the young upon the most broad and general grounds, purposely leaving it to every individual to add for himself those auxiliary arguments which may result from his own peculiar views of religious truth. But such is the force of the conviction to which my own mind is brought by these general considerations, that I could not avoid regarding the man who should oppose the religious education of the young as an insane man, and were it proposed to debate the question between us, I should desire to restore him to his reason before entering upon the discussion. If suddenly summoned to eternity, I were able to give but one parting word of advice to my own children, or to the children of others, if I were sinking beneath the wave, and had time to utter but one articulate breath, or were wasting away upon the deathbed, and had strength to make but one exhortation more, that dying legacy should be, "Remember thy Creator in the days of thy youth." I can then confess myself second to no one in the depth and sincerity of my convictions and desires respecting the necessity and universality, both on abstract and on practical grounds, of a religious education for the young. And if I had stronger words at command in which to embody these views, I would not fail to use them. But the question still remains, how shall so momentous an object be pursued? In the measures we adopt to give a religious education to others, shall we ourselves abide by the dictates of religion? Or shall we do, as has almost universally been done ever since the unhallowed union between Church and State under Constantine, shall we seek to educate the community religiously through the use of the most irreligious means. On this subject I propose to speak with freedom and plainness, and more at length than I should feel required to do, but for the peculiar circumstances in which I have been placed. It is matter of notoriety that the views of the Board of Education, and my own, perhaps still more than those of the Board, on the subject of religious instruction in our public schools, have been subjected to animadversion. Grave charges have been made against us, that our purpose was to exclude religion, and to exclude that, too, which is the common exponent of religion, the Bible, from the common schools of the state, or at least to derogate from its authority and destroy its influence in them. Whatever prevalence a suspicion of the truth of these imputations may have heretofore had, I have reason to believe that further inquiry and examination have done much to disabuse the too credulous recipients of so groundless a charge. Still, amongst a people so commendably sensitive on the subject of religion as are the people of Massachusetts, any suspicion of irreligious tendencies will greatly prejudice any cause, and so far as any cause may otherwise have the power of doing good, will greatly impair that power. It is known, too, that our noble system of free schools for the whole people is strenuously opposed by a few persons in our own state, and by no inconsiderable numbers in some of the other states of this Union, and that a rival system of parochial or sectarian schools is now urged upon the public by a numerous, powerful, and well-organized body of men. It has pleased the advocates of this rival system in various public addresses, in reports, and through periodicals devoted to their cause, to denounce our system as irreligious and anti-Christian. They do not trouble themselves to describe what our system is, but adopt a more summary way to forestall public opinion against it by using general epithets of reproach and signals of alarm. In this age of the world, it seems to me that no student of history or observer of mankind can be hostile to the precepts and doctrines of the Christian religion, or opposed to any institutions which expound and exemplify them, and no man who thinks, as I cannot but think, respecting the enduring elements of character, whether public or private, can be willing to have his name mentioned while he is living, or remembered when he is dead, as opposed to religious instruction and Bible instruction for the young. In making this final report, therefore, I desire to vindicate my conduct from the charges that have been made against it, and so far as the Board has been implicated in these charges, to leave my testimony on record for their exculpation. Indeed, on this point the Board and myself must be justified or condemned together, for I do not believe they would have enabled me by their annual re-elections to carry forward any plan for excluding either the Bible or religious instruction from the schools, and had the Board required me to execute such a purpose, I certainly should have given them the earliest opportunity to appoint my successor. I desire also to vindicate the system with which I have been so long and so intimately connected, not only from the aspersion, but from the suspicion of being an irreligious or anti-Christian or unchristian system. I know full well that it is unlike the systems which prevail in Great Britain and in many of the continental nations of Europe, where the established church controls the education of the young in order to keep itself established. But this is presumptive evidence in its favor rather than against it. All the schemes ever devised by governments to secure the prevalence and permanence of religion among the people, however variant in form they may have been, are substantially resolvable into two systems. One of these systems holds the regulation and control of the religious belief of the people to be one of the functions of government, like the command of the army or navy, or the establishment of courts, or the collection of revenues. According to the other system, religious belief is a matter of individual and parental concern, and while the government furnishes all practicable facilities for the independent formation of that belief, it exercises no authority to prescribe or coercion to enforce it. The former is the system which, with very few exceptions, has prevailed throughout Christendom for 1,500 years. Our own government is almost a solitary example among the nations of the earth, where freedom of opinion and the inviolability of conscience have been even theoretically recognized by the law. The argument in behalf of a government-established religion, at the time when it was first used, was not without its plausibility, but the principle once admitted drew after it a train of the most appalling consequences. If religion is absolutely essential to the stability of the state, as well as to the present and future happiness of the subject, why, it was naturally asked, should not the government enforce it? And if government is to enforce religion, it follows as a necessary consequence that it must define it, for how can it enforce a duty which, being undefined, is uncertain? And again, if government begins to define religion, it must define what it is not as well as what it is, and while it upholds whatever is included in the definition, it must suppress and abolish whatever is excluded from it. The definition, too, must keep pace with speculation, and must take cognizance of all outward forms and observances. For if speculation is allowed to run riot, and ceremonies and observances to spring up unrestrained, religion will soon elude control, emerge into new forms, and exercise, if it does not arrogate, a substantial independence. Both in regard to matters of form and of substance, all recusancy must be subdued, either by the deprivation of civil rights or by positive inflictions. For the laws of man, not possessing, like the laws of God, a self-executing power, must be accompanied by some effective sanction, or they will not be obeyed. If a light penalty proves inadequate, a heavier one must follow: the loss of civil privileges by disenfranchisement, or of religious hopes by excommunication. If the nonconformist feels himself, by the aid of a higher power, to be secure against threats of future perdition, the civil magistrate has terrible resources at his command in this life: imprisonment, scourging, the rack, the faggot, death. Should it ever be said that these are excessive punishments for exercising freedom of thought, and for allowing the heart to pour forth those sentiments of adoration to God with which it believes God himself has inspired it, the answer is always ready that nothing is so terrible as the heresy that draws after it the endless wrath of the Omnipotent, and therefore that Smithfield fires and inquisitorial tortures and auto-da-fés and St. Bartholomew's are cheap offerings at the shrine of truth. Nay, compared with the awful and endless consequences of a false faith, that they are of less moment than the slightest puncture of a nerve. And assuming the truth of the theory, and the right of the government to secure faith by force, it surely would be better, infinitely better, that every hilltop should be lighted with the fires of Smithfield, and every day in the calendar should be a St. Bartholomew's, than that errors so fatal should go unabolished. In the council hall of the Inquisition at Avignon, there still is, or lately was, to be seen, a picture of the Good Samaritan, painted upon the wall. The deed of mercy commemorated by this picture was supposed to be the appropriate emblem of the Inquisitor's work. The humanity of pouring oil and wine into the wounds of a bleeding wayfarer who had fallen among thieves, the kindness of dismounting from his own beast and setting the half-dead victim of violence upon it, and the generosity of purchasing comfort and restoration for him at an inn, were held to be copied and imitated upon an ampler and nobler scale by the arrest of the heretic, by the violence that tore him from home and friends, and by the excruciating tortures that at last wrenched soul and body asunder. The priests who sentenced, and the familiars that turned the wheel or lighted the faggot, or with red-hot pincers tore the living flesh from the quivering limbs, were but imitators of the Good Samaritan, binding up moral wounds and seeking to take a lost traveler to a place of recovery and eternal repose. So when the news of the massacre of St. Bartholomew's, on which occasion 30,000 men, women, and children were butchered at the stroke of a signal bell, reached Rome, the Pope and his cardinals ordained a thanksgiving, that all true believers might rejoice together at so glorious an event, and that God might be honored for the pious hearts that designed and the benevolent hands that executed so Christian a deed. And, admitting their premises, surely they were right. Could communities, or even individuals, be rescued from endless perdition at the price of a massacre or an auto-da-fe, the men who would wield the sword or kindle the flame would be only nobler Samaritans, and the picture upon the Inquisition walls at Avignon would be but an inadequate emblem of their soul-saving beneficence. But in all the persecutions and oppressions ever committed in the name of religion, one point has been unwarrantably assumed, namely that the faith of their authors was certainly and infallibly the true faith. With the fewest exceptions, the advocates of all the myriad conflicting creeds that have ever been promulgated have held substantially the same language. Our faith we know to be true. For its truth we have the evidence of our reason and our conscience, we have the Word of God in our hands, and we have the Spirit of God in our hearts, testifying to its truth. The answer to this claim is almost too obvious to be mentioned. The advocates of hundreds and thousands of hostile creeds have placed themselves upon the same ground. Each has claimed the same proof from reason and from conscience, the same external revelation from God, and the same inward light of His Spirit. But if truth be one, and hence necessarily harmonious, if God be its author, and if the voice of God be not more dissonant than the tongues of Babel, then at least all but one of the different forms of faith ever promulgated by human authority, so far as these forms conflict with each other, cannot have emanated from the fountain of all truth. These faiths must have been more or less erroneous. The believers in them must have been more or less mistaken. Who, on an impartial survey of the whole, and a recollection of the confidence with which each one has been claimed to be infallibly true, shall dare to affirm that any one of them all is a perfect transcript of the perfect law as it exists in the divine mind, and that that one is his? But here arises a practical distinction, which the world has lost sight of. It is this: after seeking all possible light from within, from without, and from above, each man's belief is his own standard of truth, but it is not the standard for any other man. The believer is bound to live by his belief under all circumstances, in the face of all perils, and at the cost of any sacrifice. But his standard of truth is the standard for himself alone, never for his neighbor. The neighbor must have his own standard, which to him must be supreme. And the fact that each man is bound to follow his own best light and guidance is an express negation of any other man's right, and of any government's right, of forcible interference. Here is the dividing line. On one side lie personal freedom and the recognition of freedom in others. On the other side are intolerance, oppression, and all the wrongs and woes of persecution for conscience's sake. The hierarchs of the world have generally reversed this rule of duty. They have been more rigid in demanding that others should live according to their faith than in living in accordance with it themselves. Did the history of mankind show that there has been the most of virtue and piety in those nations where religion has been most rigorously enforced by law, and advocates of ecclesiastical domination would have a powerful argument in favor of their measures of coercion. But the united and universal voice of history, observation, and experience gives the argument to the other side. Nor is this surprising. Weak and fallible as human reason is, it is too much to expect that any mere man, even though aided by the light of a written revelation, would ever fathom the whole counsels of the Omnipotent and the Eternal. But the limitations and short-sightedness of men's reason did not constitute the only obstacle to their discovery of truth. All the passions and perversities of human nature conspired to prevent so glorious an achievement. The easily acquired but awful power possessed by those who were acknowledged to be the chosen expounders of the divine will tempted men to set up a false claim to be the depositories of God's purposes towards men, and the selected medium of his communication with them. And to this temptation erring mortals were fain to yield. Those who were supposed able to determine the destiny of the soul in the next world came easily to control opinion, conduct, and fortune in this. Hence they established themselves as a third power, a power between the creature and the Creator, not to facilitate the direct communication between man and his Maker, but to supersede it. They claimed to carry on the intercourse between heaven and earth, as merchants carry on commerce between distant nations, where the parties to the interchange never meet each other. The consequence soon was that this celestial commerce degenerated into the basest and most mercenary traffic. The favors of heaven were bought and sold like goods in the marketplace. Robbery purchased pardon and impunity by bribing the judge with a portion of the wealth it had plundered. The assassin bought permission to murder, and the incendiary to burn. A price current of crime was established, in which sins were so graduated as to meet the pecuniary ability of both rich and poor offenders. Licenses to violate the laws of God and men became luxuries, for which customers paid according to their several ability. Gold was the representative of all virtues as well as of all values. Under such a system, men lost their conscience, and women their virtue, for the right to commit all enormities was purchasable by money, and pardonable by grace, save only the guilt of heresy, and the worst of all heresies consisted in men's worshipping the God of their fathers according to the dictates of their consciences. Those religious exercises which consist in a communion of the soul with its Father in heaven have been beautifully compared to telegraphic communications between distant friends, where, silent as thought and swift as the lightning, each makes known to the other his joys and his desires, his affection and his fidelity, while the busy world around may know naught of their sacred communings. But as soon as hierarchies obtained control over men, they changed the channel of these communications between heaven and earth. An ecclesiastical bureau was established, and it was decreed that all the telegraphic wires should center in that, so that all the communications between man and his Maker should be subject to the inspection of its chiefs, and carried on through their agency alone. Thus, whether the soul had gratitude or repentance to offer to its God, or light or forgiveness to receive from on high, the whole intercourse in both directions must go through the government office, and there be subject to take such form, to be added to or subtracted from, as the ministers and managers in possession of power might deem to be expedient. Considering the nature of man, one may well suppose that many of the most precious of the messages were never forwarded, that others were perverted, or forged ones put in their place, and that in some instances at least the reception of fees was the main inducement to keep the machinery in operation. Among the infinite errors and enormities resulting from systems of religion devised by man and enforced by the terrors of human government have been those dreadful reactions which have abjured all religion, spurned its obligations, and voted the deity into non-existence. This extreme is, if possible, more fatal than that by which it was produced. Between these extremes, philanthropic and godly men have sought to find a medium which should avoid both the evils of ecclesiastical tyranny and the greater evils of atheism. And this medium has at length been supposed to be found. It is promulgated in the great principle that government should do all that it can to facilitate the acquisition of religious truth, but shall leave the decision of the question what religious truth is to the arbitrament without human appeal of each man's reason and conscience. In other words, that government shall never, by the infliction of pains and penalties, or by the privation of rights or immunities, call such decisions either into prejudgment or into review. The formula in which the Constitution of Massachusetts expresses it is in these words: all religious sects and denominations, demeaning themselves peaceably and as good citizens, shall be equally under the protection of the law, and no subordination of one sect or denomination to another shall ever be established by law. The great truth recognized and expressed in these few words of our Constitution is one which it has cost centuries of struggle and of suffering and the shedding of rivers of blood to attain, and he who would relinquish or forfeit it virtually impetrates upon his fellow men other centuries of suffering and the shedding of other rivers of blood. Nor are we as yet entirely removed from all dangers of that relapse. The universal interference of government in matters of religion for so many centuries has hardened the public mind to its usurpations. Men have become tolerant of intolerance, and among many nations of Christendom, the common idea of religious freedom is satisfied by an exemption from fine and imprisonment for religious belief. They have not yet reached the conception of equal privileges and franchises for all. Doubtless the time will come when any interference, either by positive infliction or by legal disability, with another man's conscience in religious concernments, so long as he molests no one by the exercise of his faith, will be regarded as the crowning and supereminent act of guilt which one human being can perpetrate against another. But this time is far from having yet arrived, and nations otherwise equally enlightened are at very different distances from this moral goal. The oppressed, on succeeding to power, are prone to become oppressors in their turn, and to forget as victors the lessons which as victims they had learned. The colonial, provincial, and state history of Massachusetts shows by what slow degrees the rigor of our own laws was relaxed, as the day star of religious freedom slowly arose after a long black midnight of the past. It was not, indeed, until a very recent period that all vestige of legal penalty or coercion was obliterated from our statute book, and all sects and denominations were placed upon a footing of absolute equality in the eye of the law. Until the 9th day of April, 1821, no person in Massachusetts was eligible to the office of governor, lieutenant governor, or councilor, or to that of senator or representative in the general court, unless he would make an oath to a belief in the particular form of religion adopted and sanctioned by the state. And until the 11th day of November, 1833, every citizen was taxable by the Constitution and laws of the state for the support of the Protestant religion, whether he were a Protestant, a Catholic, or a believer in any other faith. Nor was it until the 10th day of March, 1827, Statute of 1826, Chapter 143, Section 7, that it was made unlawful to use the common schools of the state as a means of proselytizing children to a belief in the doctrines of particular sects, whether their parents believed in those doctrines or not. All know the energetic tendency of men's minds to continue in a course to which long habit has accustomed them. The same law is as true in regard to institutions administered by bodies of men as in regard to individual minds. The doctrine of momentum or headway belongs to metaphysics as much as to mechanics. A statute may be enacted and may even be executed by the courts long before it is ratified and enforced by public opinion. Within the last few years, how many examples of this truth has the cause of temperance furnished? And such was the case in regard to the law of 1827, prohibiting sectarian instruction in our public schools. It was not easy for committees at once to withdraw or to exclude the books, nor for teachers to renounce the habits by which this kind of instruction had been given. Hence, more than 10 years subsequent to the passage of that law, at the time when I made my first educational and official circuits over the state, I found books in the schools as strictly and exclusively doctrinal as any on the shelves of a theological library. I heard teachers giving oral instruction as strictly and purely doctrinal as any ever heard from the pulpit or from the professor's chair. And more than this, I have now in my possession printed directions given by committee men to teachers, enjoining upon them the use of a catechism in school, which is wholly devoted to an exposition of the doctrines of one of the denominations amongst us. These directions bear date a dozen years subsequent to the prohibitory law above referred to. I purposely forbear to intimate what doctrine or what denomination was favored in the language of the law by these means, because I desire to have this statement as impersonal as it can be. In the first place, then, I believed these proceedings not only to be wholly unwarranted by the law, but to be in plain contravention of law. And in the next place, the legislature had made it the express duty of the Secretary diligently to apply himself to the object of collecting information of the condition of the public schools throughout the state, of the fulfillment of the duties of their office by all members of the school committees of all the towns, and the circumstances of the several school districts in regard to all the subjects of teachers, pupils, books, apparatus, and methods of education, and so forth. I believed then, as now, that religious instruction in our schools, to the extent which the Constitution and laws of the state allowed and prescribed, was indispensable to their highest welfare and essential to the vitality of moral education. Then, as now, also, I believed that sectarian books and sectarian instruction, if their encroachments were not resisted, would prove the overthrow of the schools. While on the one hand, therefore, I deplored, in language as earnest and solemn as I was capable of commanding, the insufficiency of moral and religious instruction given in the schools, on the other hand, instead of detailing what I believed to be the infractions of the law in regard to sectarian instruction, I endeavored to set forth what was supposed to be the true meaning and intent of that law. Such a general statement of legal limitations and prohibitions, instead of a specific arraignment of teachers or of committees for disregarding them, I judged to be the milder and more eligible course. Less I could not do and discharge the duty which the law had expressly enjoined upon me. More I deemed it inadvisable to do, lest transgressors should take offense at what they might deem to be an unnecessary personal exposure. And further, I had confidence that when the law itself and the reasons of equity and public policy on which it was founded should be better understood, all violations of it would cease. Every word of my early reports having any reference to this subject was read in the presence of the board, on which sat able lawyers and distinguished clergymen of different denominations, and no word of exception was ever taken to the views there presented, either on the ground that they were contrary to the law, or had any sinister or objectionable tendency. No person, then, in the whole community could have been more surprised or grieved than myself at finding my views in regard to the extent and the limitation of religious instruction in our public schools attributed to a hostility to religion itself, or a hostility to the Scriptures, which are the lively oracles of the Christian's faith. As the board was implicated with me in these charges, they never having dissented from my views and continuing to re-elect me annually to the office of secretary, It is well known to its earlier members that I urged the propriety of their meeting these charges with a public and explicit denial of their truth. In so grave a matter, I did not think that a refutation of the calumny would derogate from their dignity, but only evince the sensitiveness of their moral feelings and the firmness of their moral principles. Such was the course pursued by the Board of Commissioners of Education in Ireland, composed of some of the most pious and elevated dignitaries in both communions, and at whose head was that most able and venerable prelate, Archbishop Whately, when their conduct was assailed and their motives impugned, because they refused to turn the national schools into engines for proselytizing from one sect to another. They met the charges from year to year in their annual reports, and finally discomfited and put to shame their bigoted assailants. To my suggestion in regard to vindicatory measures, the reply was that as the charges were groundless, they probably would be temporary, and that a formal reply to the accusations might bestow an undeserved importance upon the accusers. Were it not that the opinion of the board at that time did not coincide with my own, I should still think that an early, temperate, and decided refutation by the board itself of the charges against them and against the system administered by them or under their auspices would have been greatly preventive of evil and fruitful of good. The preoccupancy of the public mind with error on so important a subject is an unspeakable calamity, and errors that derive their support from religious views are among the most invincible. But different counsels prevailed, and for several years in certain quarters suspicions continued rife. I was made to see and deeply to feel their disastrous and alienating influence as I traveled about the state, sometimes withdrawing the hand of needed assistance, and sometimes, when conduct extorted approval, impeaching the motives that prompted it. For no cause, not dearer to me than life itself, could I ever have persevered amid the trials and anxieties and against the obstacles that beset my path. But I felt that there is a profound gratification in standing by a good cause in the hour of its adversity. I believed there must be a deeper pleasure in following truth to the scaffold than in shouting in the retinue where error triumphs. I felt, too, a religious confidence that truth would ultimately prevail, and that it was my duty to labor in the spirit of a genuine disciple who toils on with equal diligence and alacrity, whether his cause is to be crowned with success in his own lifetime or only at the end of 1,000 years. And as the complement of all other motives, I felt that a true education would be among the most efficient means to prevent the reappearance in another generation of such an aggressive and unscrupulous opposition as the board and myself were suffering under in this. After years of endurance, after suffering under misconstructions of conduct and the imputation of motives whose edge is sharper than a knife, it was at my suggestion, and by making use of materials which I had laboriously collected, that the board made its 8th Annual Report, a document said to be the ablest argument in favor of the use of the Bible in schools anywhere to be found. This report had my full concurrence. Since its appearance, I have always referred to it as explanatory of the views of the board, and as setting forth the law of a wise commonwealth and the policy of a Christian people. Officially and unofficially, publicly and privately, in theory and in practice, my course has always been in conformity with its doctrines, and I avail myself of this, the last opportunity which I may ever have, to say, in regard to all affirmations or intimations that I have ever attempted to exclude religious instruction from school, or to exclude the Bible from school, or to impair the force of that volume, that they are now and always have been without substance or semblance of truth. But it may still be said, and it is said, that however sincere or however religiously disposed the advocates of our school system may be, still the character of the system is not to be determined by the number or sincerity of its defenders, but by its own inherent attributes, and that if judged by these attributes, it is, in fact and in truth, an irreligious, unchristian, and anti-Christian system. Having devoted the best part of my life to the promotion of this system, and believing it to be the only system which ought to prevail, or can permanently prevail, in any free country, I am not content to see it suffer unrelieved beneath the weight of imputations so grievous, nor is it right that any hostile system should be built up by so gross a misrepresentation of ours. That our public schools are not theological seminaries is admitted. That they are debarred by law from inculcating the peculiar and distinct doctrines of any one religious denomination amongst us is claimed, and that they are also prohibited from ever teaching that what they do teach is the whole of religion, or all that is essential to religion or to salvation, is equally certain. But our system earnestly inculcates all Christian morals. It founds its morals on the basis of religion. It welcomes the religion of the Bible, and in receiving the Bible, it allows it to do what it is allowed to do in no other system, to speak for itself. But here it stops, not because it claims to have compassed all truth, but because it disclaims to act as an umpire between hostile religious opinions. The very terms public school and common school bear upon their face that they are schools which the children of the entire community may attend. Every man not on the pauper list is taxed for their support, but he is not taxed to support them as special religious institutions. If he were, it would satisfy at once the largest definition of a religious establishment. But he is taxed to support them as a preventive means against dishonesty, against fraud, and against violence, on the same principle that he is taxed to support criminal courts as a punitive means against the same offenses. He is taxed to support schools on the same principle that he is taxed to support paupers, because a child without education is poorer and more wretched than a man without bread. He is taxed to support schools on the same principle that he would be taxed to defend the nation against a foreign invasion, or against rapine committed by a foreign foe, because the general prevalence of ignorance, superstition, and vice will breed Goth and Vandal at home more fatal to the public well-being than any Goth or Vandal from abroad. And finally, he is taxed to support schools because they are the most effective means of developing and training those powers and faculties in a child by which, when he becomes a man, he may understand what his highest interests and his highest duties are, and may be in fact, and not in name only, a free agent. The elements of a political education are not bestowed upon any school child for the purpose of making him vote with this or that political party when he becomes of age, but for the purpose of enabling him to choose for himself with which party he will vote. So the religious education which a child receives at school is not imparted to him for the purpose of making him join this or that denomination when he arrives at years of discretion, but for the purpose of enabling him to judge for himself, according to the dictates of his own reason and conscience, what his religious obligations are and whither they lead him. But if a man is taxed to support a school where religious doctrines are inculcated which he believes to be false, and which he believes that God condemns, then he is excluded from the school by the divine law, at the same time that he is compelled to support it by the human law. This is a double wrong. It is politically wrong, because if such a man educates his children at all, he must educate them elsewhere, and thus pay 2 taxes, while some of his neighbors pay less than their due proportion of 1. And it is religiously wrong, because he is constrained by human power to promote what he believes the divine power forbids. The principle involved in such a course is pregnant with all tyrannical consequences. It is broad enough to sustain any claim of ecclesiastical domination ever made in the darkest ages of the world. Every religious persecution since the time of Constantine may find its warrant in it, and can be legitimately defended upon it. If a man's estate may be taken from him to pay for teaching a creed which he believes to be false, his children can be taken from him to be taught the same creed, and he too may be punished to any extent for not voluntarily surrendering both his estate and his offspring. If his children can be compulsorily taken and taught to believe a creed which the parent disbelieves, then the parent can be compulsorily taken and made to subscribe to the same creed. And in regard to the extent of the penalties which may be invoked to compel conformity, there is no stopping place between taking a penny and inflicting perdition. It is only necessary to call a man's reason and conscience and religious faith by the name of recusancy or contumacy or heresy, and so to inscribe them on the statute book, and then the nonconformist or dissenter may be subdued by steel or cord or fire, by anathema and excommunication in this life, and the terrors of endless perdition in the next. Surely that system cannot be an irreligious, an anti-Christian, or an unchristian one, whose first and cardinal principle it is to recognize and protect the highest and dearest of all human interests and of all human rights. Again, it seems almost too clear for exposition that our system, in one of its most essential features, is not only not an irreligious one, but that it is more strictly religious than any other which has ever yet been adopted. Every intelligent man understands what is meant by the term jurisdiction. It is the rightful authority which one person or one body of men exercises over another person or persons. Every intelligent man understands that there are some things which are within the jurisdiction of government and other things which are not within it. As Americans, we understand that there is a line dividing the jurisdiction of the state governments from the jurisdiction of the federal government, and that it is a violation of the constitutions of both for either to invade the legitimate sphere of action which belongs to the other. We all understand that neither any state in this Union nor the Union itself has any right of interference between the British sovereign and a British subject, or between the French government and a citizen of France. Let this doctrine be applied to the relations which our fellow citizens bear to the rulers who have authority over them. Primarily, religious rights embrace the relations between the creature and the Creator, just as political rights embrace the relations between subject and sovereign, or between a free citizen and the government of his choice, and just as parental rights embrace the relation between parent and child. Rights, therefore, which are strictly religious, lie out of and beyond the jurisdiction of civil governments. They belong exclusively to the jurisdiction of the divine government. If, then, the state of Massachusetts has no right of forcible interference between an Englishman or a Frenchman and the English or French government, still less, far less, has it any right of forcible interference between the soul of man and the King and Lord to whom that soul owes undivided and supreme allegiance. Civil society may exist or it may cease to exist. Civil government may continue for centuries in the hands of the same dynasty, or it may change hands by revolution with every new moon. The man outcast and outlawed today, and to whom therefore we owe no obedience, may be rightfully installed in office tomorrow, and may then require submission to his legitimate authority. The civil governor may resign or be deposed. The framework of the government may be changed or its laws altered, so that the duty of allegiance to a temporal sovereign may have a succession of new objects or a succession of new definitions. But the relation of man to his Maker never changes. Its object and its obligations are immutable. The jurisdiction which God exercises over the religious obligations which his rational and accountable offspring owe to him excludes human jurisdiction. And hence it is that religious rights are inalienable rights. Hence also it is that it is an infinitely greater offense to invade the special and exclusive jurisdiction which the Creator claims over the consciences and hearts of men, than it would be to invade the jurisdiction which any foreign nation rightfully possesses over its own subjects or citizens. The latter would be only an offense against international law. The former is treason against the majesty of heaven. The one violates secular and temporal rights only. The other violates sacred and eternal ones. When the British government passed its various statutes of prémunire, as they were called, statutes to prevent the Roman pontiff from interfering between the British sovereign and the British subject, it was itself constantly enacting and enforcing laws which interfered between the sovereign of the universe and his subjects upon earth, far more directly and aggressively than any edict of the Roman See ever interfered with any allegiance due from a British subject to the self-styled defender of the faith. It was in consequence of laws that invaded the direct and exclusive jurisdiction which our Father in heaven exercises over his children upon earth, that the pilgrims fled from their native land to that which is the land of our nativity. They sought a residence so remote and so inaccessible, in the hope that the prerogatives of the divine magistrate might no longer be set at naught by the usurpations of the civil power. Was it not an irreligious and an impious act on the part of the British government to pursue our ancestors with such cruel penalties and privations as to drive them into banishment? Was it not a religious and a pious act in the Pilgrim Fathers to seek a place of refuge where the arm of earthly power could neither restrain them from worshipping God in the manner which they believed to be most acceptable to him, nor command their worship in a manner believed to be unacceptable? And if it was irreligious in the British government to violate freedom of conscience in the case of our forefathers 2 centuries ago, then it is more flagrantly irreligious to repeat that oppression in this more enlightened age of the world. If it was a religious act in our forefathers to escape from ecclesiastical tyranny, then it must be in the strictest conformity to religion for us to abstain from all religious oppression over others, and to oppose it wherever it is threatened. And this abstinence from religious oppression, this acknowledgement of the rights of others, this explicit recognition and avowal of the supreme and exclusive jurisdiction of heaven, and this denial of the right of any earthly power to encroach upon that jurisdiction, is precisely what the Massachusetts school system purports to do in theory, and what it does actually in practice. Hence I infer that our system is not an irreligious one, but is in the strictest accordance with religion and its obligations. End of section 49. Recording by Maria Kasper.